Alrighty. Give it a second, everyone. Give it a second for people to join up. What's up? What's up? What's up? How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? I'm sorry I'm so late. I'm on live so late today, everyone. I'm sorry. I was taking my girlfriend to the airport. I am back though. I'm back though, and I'll be on all night tomorrow. I should be on a bit more. Oh, people can't hear me. Okay, hold up. I got you. Okay. It should be fine. Select. There we go. Add. Okay, it should be fine. Why is it doing that? Why did it do that? That was so weird. Is TikTok fine? Yeah, TikTok it should be fine. Probably on the rear panel. Yeah, that's rough. All right, there we go. It should be better. That should be higher quality for the YouTube and for the TikTok. What's up, everyone? I am late. I'm sorry. I know. I know. What's up, everyone? How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Hopefully everyone's doing good. Doing good. Alrighty, alrighty. We're gonna start getting some people up here in a bit. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. But what's good? Everyone joining up the live right now. What's up? I need to separate the two chats so that I can see everything. Am I early? Yes, I just started the live. What's up? What's up, everyone? I heard servers were down earlier. What's up? What's up? What's up, everyone? We're gonna start getting some debates. Google servers, yeah, that makes sense. We're gonna start getting some debates. Oh, is my mouse gonna work? All right, we're gonna start getting some debates up here in a minute. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yeah.
Okay. You did so when you were 17? Mm-hmm. Yeah. That makes so much sense. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. What time do you go live every day? I don't have like a specific time because I literally change when I go live based on whenever I have more time. Whenever my girlfriend's like busy, so I have more time to spend with her. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, 22.
Do you support Trump? Okay, they left. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I can barely hear him. I think everything should be fine. Is the audio completely fine, everyone? I'll move a bit closer. I'll move a bit closer. I'm a bit far away from the mic, so that's my bad. That's my bad. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. All right. Perfect. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? How old are you? Okay. I think there was a lag and I kicked them before they said that. All right. Let's go on to the next person. They can send a guest request back. I'll go on and I'll make sure to. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Your volume is fine. Guest we can't hear. Oh, okay. Yep. That's actually my bad. We haven't got a guest yet. That really. Huh? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25. Please go check AP News.
Or
Please go
you're
check AP News.
Yeah. Are you talking about like the preemptive strike that Israel engaged in specifically
Mm-hmm.
targeted towards Iran?
Yes.
Yeah. I did see that. I did see that. I was gonna actually like talk about it with Trump supporters and be like, what happened to like no new wars?
Okay.
But
Well,
yeah,
I'm not that. Bye.
I
Sorry.
appreciate you. Thank you. I did see that. I did see that. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me. WW. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty, we're trying to get someone up here. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap the screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
Oh yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month? Come on. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. Sage, thank you for the $4. Thank you. Base Sage, Base Sage. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Let's get the first person up here for today. Elliot, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And then Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry you had the worst day. Well, I am on now. We're gonna get someone else up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. And also, Dean did also make a video on this. Thank you for the journal. Thank you so much. I just saw someone in the chat say this as well. And I was going to bring this up with Trump supporters as well. Is that a court determined that Donald Trump sending the National Guard specifically in this context is like against the law. So Trump is essentially illegally deploying the National Guard to counter peaceful, majority peaceful protests. It's about you.
Hi.
Do you support Trump?
So, I used to, but I don't anymore.
Well, that's
And
base.
it's
I
because
appreciate you so much. I seriously appreciate you so much. Right now, I am just looking for some debates. I appreciate you so much. I am just looking right now for some debates. I haven't got a single debate yet currently for the day, but I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. WU. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Parker!
Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you. I love you so much.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's get on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you did vote for Donald Trump, we are just looking for some debates. Evil Dean. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why so? Or actually, what's your birth year?
Pardon?
What's your birth year?
Birth year 2003.
Mm-hmm. And you said you're 21?
22.
22. Can I ask you a question? What state do you live in?
California.
Yeah. Can you name 3 cities within California?
Los Angeles. Nebraska.
Nebraska is diabolical. Okay. That's diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you? He tried. Let's try to get someone up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Nebraska, California. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Are you driving?
No.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, hello.
How old are you?
27, you?
Do you support Trump?
I'm also asking question. I
Do you,
said, how old are you?
do you support Trump?
That's not nice, Mr. Parker. I'm asking kindly question. How old are
I'm
you?
23 years old. How old? Or can you tell me if
You
you
are
if
a
you support Trump? Do
baby.
you support Trump?
Am I what? Am I what?
Do you support Trump?
Can I sing?
Okay, I'm gonna go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Hello, you were spamming my comment section. Do you want to speak? Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22,
What's your birth year?
2003.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump, but is this only
What's
for voters of Trump or supporting Trump?
people who can vote and do support him?
So only can voting. So if I was going to comment on UK-US relations as it comes to visas, I couldn't talk with you with that. No.
Yeah. I wouldn't be as likely to talk to you. So, but appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for some debates with people who can vote for Donald Trump and do support him. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you support Trump and you still support him. Yo, what's up, audio? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, all right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump and you still support him. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? You know, do I have to do what Dean does? You know what? There's 2.7 thousand people on the TikTok stream, and there's 600 people on the YouTube stream, and not a single MAGA supporter in the chat that will debate me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do support
Okay.
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2004,
What month?
October.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I support Donald Trump because I'm against abortion.
Okay. So you're against abortion. What about it?
Yeah, so you think
Mahdi,
that
thank you for the $4.20.
it's-
I got you. I'll try to make sure tonight. I'm so sorry.
Should I turn my fan off? Or can you hear the fan? Or should I turn it off? Can you hear it or no?
I don't really hear it, so go for it. What's the
Okay.
reason why you support Trump? Or actually, wait,
Oh, yeah.
can I ask you about like what your thoughts are on like current events, like that are happening right now?
Your question first, and you can ask me.
What'd you say? You cut
So you
out.
think that it? So you value life at 24 weeks? Is that correct?
Yeah, the point of sentience. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know someone who got it 25 weeks. So does that mean that you consider them a murder?
You're cutting out. What'd you say?
Would you consider a person that has an abortion at 26 weeks a murderer?
A lethal abortion?
Yes.
Yeah.
You would consider them a murderer?
Yes.
And you think that they should go to jail
Mm-hmm.
after 24 weeks? So you're
If
saying that
it's-
anyone
if it's-
who
if
has an
it's-
abortion after...
If it's a lethal elective abortion, yes.
Wait, I'm confused with the term lethal. I understand elective, but not lethal.
Yeah. Well, I'm confused. What's confused? What's confusing?
Yeah,
A lethal abortion?
no, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
confused on
I'm
what that
just
means. Is that
clarifying because
basically
some
just-
people have a distinction between like lethal and non-lethal abortion. So I'm just clarifying.
Oh, no, I'm saying I'm confused on what lethal means.
Deadly.
Deadly?
Yeah.
So that's it. That you think that it's fine up until 24 weeks, and anyone who gets it after 24 weeks is a murderer, and the person that family friends in
You're
line-
misunderstanding. You're
25.
misunderstanding. Any circumstance after the point of sentience, right? There are multiple conditions in which it is the case that people can still get abortions, right? And under the law, it would be practically incredibly easy to be able to do so. But I can explain why, like under my worldview, that would be the case. In terms of this, one, right, it is the case that you'd be able to get access to it in any medical health circumstance in terms of a medical complication, medical necessity, any of the such. If you're assaulted, right, and the evidence that you would need just that you were assaulted is just an accusation that you were assaulted by yourself. So under my set of conditions, there's not really like, in a certain sense, like legal pathways that will restrict people, but in a moral sense, I very much do say that like if it is the case that it's lethal and elective after the point of sentience, then it would be like wrong, and I can like say that.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. You and Dean always provide a source. I'd actually be interested on what the source is, saying that there is a study that was done that shows that there is a link between a certain gene, I think it's the Q7, that makes you have a greater tendency to be gay. I would like you to give me that source because that source has been disputed time and time again.
Did I even make that claim?
Yeah,
Are
you've made
you-
it multiple
you-
times.
what-
I've watched.
I
I've
don't
watched
make
it in the
a
past.
specific claim of a specific gene, but there are certain genes that lead to predispositions. I'm not familiar on specifically which ones they are. If you're making a claim specifically
so-
on this, that'd probably be like
Yes.
Dean making a specific claim about things. That's not me.
So you know that that's incorrect. So why do you keep spewing it out like it is correct?
Did I say this?
You said it in
I
the
don't even
past.
know.
Dean
I don't
for
even
sure.
know what you're referencing. I seriously have no clue.
I don't think that's true, but okay. And you also, I know I saw
When did
another
I- when
clip
did
of
I
you
say this?
saying that you're homophobic if you don't want dick in your. Is
Yeah,
that really what
that
you
is
said?
that is incredibly out of context. That is not what I said. This is something that Andrew Wilson, an incredibly fucked up person, is actually going around spreading. That's completely out of context. I was referring to
I
them
saw the
like
clip
with a
myself.
yeah, I understand. I was referring to something they said prior to the point of them saying that. So it wasn't in response to that. And it's like literally an out of context clip. I obviously don't think that. Because I wouldn't be calling myself homophobic. Like that'd be ridiculous.
Okay, do you think that people are homophobic if they don't, as a straight person, would want to date a trans person? Would they be considered homophobic?
Homophobia wouldn't relate to that at all. What?
I mean, it kind of would, and I think your perspective.
I'm confused. How? Wouldn't that be like transphobia, if anything?
So, yeah. Okay. Would it be?
Would it be transphobia? It could be, yeah. Appreciate the handout.
Oh my.
I'm not necessarily saying it isn't, but I'm just saying it could be.
You're saying that it could be. So if someone doesn't want to date a trans person, they're transphobic?
Yeah, it could be the case that it could be based on transphobia, but not in all circumstances is it based on transphobia because someone might just not find someone attractive, right? It's not necessarily based upon them being trans, but it could be based upon them being trans, and then it would be transphobic.
Okay, I have another question to ask you as well. I saw you on Pierce Morgan. Let's just pretend that there is a 6'4" male athlete who has trained in high school all along as a boy. They then go on hormone blockers, and they're wanting to transition to the female.
So puberty blockers after puberty?
Okay, I don't mean they start taking estrogen, and they're making their transition.
So
do you think that this
after
person,
multiple years of HRT?
after multiple years, do you think that this person should then go and play in the WNBA?
If someone's been in multiple years of HRT, they can absolutely try to go into the NBA. Absolutely.
As a 6'4"
Yeah.
person that has played
Yeah.
as a male, okay, Parker,
Yeah.
you are a smart person, but when you say stupid stuff like this,
I'm
no
confused.
one
I'm confused how it's stupid after multiple years of HRT.
Okay, it's just so stupid.
How?
It's just absolutely ridiculous that you say that with a straight face.
How is it
And you're
ridiculous?
dead ass
You want to tell me
serious.
why?
Okay, yes, I'll explain it again. This person has gone through high school. They could have maybe even played in college. They are 6'4" and they have all of their experience as an athlete, as a male. And then after, this is a hypothetical, then afterwards they transition and they start taking estrogen after
After multiple years, we're talking 2 to 3 years at least.
And okay, but if you go to the NBA and you're WNBA and you're 6'6", Height
Wait,
is a
why'd
huge.
you just change the height? You said 6'4".
Well, but to you, it doesn't matter. They could be 6'10", and it still wouldn't matter if they've taken multiple years of HRT.
Okay, sure, but like you understand that like
No,
you're not.
no,
You understand that like
it
that.
doesn't.
You understand that like unless there was going to be a specific circumstance where you would see something in which is or like a set of conditions where it's clearly unfair, right? I just don't see any good reason to restrict someone from playing, right? Like there are other WNBA players that are well above 6'4".
Parker. There's just like I understand you have some good ideas about immigration. You have some good ideas about sentience, even though I don't agree with you on the sentience part. You have some good ideas about economics things. You have some good ideas about family units. But when you say stuff like this, you just gotta let go of holding all of the left ideologies because people
This
will
isn't
not
just
take
a
you
left
seriously
ideology. This
when
is
you
literally
support.
just like what my
You
beliefs
realize
are.
that there's a lot of people who are in the trans community who do not support trans people in men and female sports.
Okay. Wait. So again,
You do not have to
now you're subscribing to language that clearly people who are trans wouldn't subscribe to. So I don't know why you said that specifically. You
It's
just
some people.
purposefully use the wrong pronouns, right? Or not
Wait,
wrong pronouns, wrong identification in terms of gender.
Wait, I said there are trans people who would disagree with trans people competing in male
That's
or
not how
female
you said it,
sports.
but sure. In terms of that, yes, of course there are people that disagree with that. I don't see how that's reason to dispute what I just said. Like you're not giving any reason. You're just saying that you
Because
have a
it's
disagreement.
ridiculous.
Well,
It's
it's
ridiculous.
so ridiculous. Cool. You know what I think is ridiculous for you to be so obsessed with trans people being in sports when there are less trans people in the NCAA than there are sexual assault allegations by different women against Donald Trump. Okay?
Yeah,
If
I
you
agree.
actually like want to put priorities here, why the hell are you on my live right now talking about like your position on
Because
trans
you
people
just
in
you
sports
just
when
you
we
just
have
talked
right
about
now
it.
when we have right now a guy in the position of presidency that is sending the fucking National Guard to LA illegally to kidnap people, right? Or not or an ICE to kidnap people specifically, right? Again, from their communities who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, who should be allowed to stay in this country. And Donald Trump is sending people to kidnap them without due process.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you not just talk about this issue with Pierce Morgan for about
No,
30
I
minutes?
didn't talk to Piers Morgan
I bring it
at
up
all
once. You say that I'm
for 30
focusing on a
minutes.
marginalized
What are you
community.
talking about?
You talked about it with Pierce Morgan for so long.
That was like a
Guys
that was like a
haven't
2 to
speak
3
about
minute
it.
clip.
Okay, and I've been talking about it with you for 5 minutes. So don't
Okay,
be
so
saying
I
that
so can I so can okay then why is it the case? Wait, that's also Piers bringing it up. I didn't bring it up. Piers brought it up. So I can also make the same critique to Piers. You act like I'm gonna take Piers' side. What?
because it's
Piers
it's
wouldn't
a
take my
normal,
bet. Piers wouldn't take
it's
my
a
bet. I cooked
normal,
him.
it's a normal your side is the like this does not make any sense. You could go to any country
What doesn't
around the
make any
world
sense?
with
Wait,
two cars and
you keep saying it doesn't make any sense and it's so ridiculous, but you can't explain why.
because there is an unfair advantage.
Okay, tell me
I
what
can-
specific unfair advantage after multiple years of HRT are you specifically referencing that makes it so unfair that no trans person should be
I
allowed to
just gave
play?
you one.
Actually, wait, can I
just
ask you
gave
this
one.
question real quick? Can I ask you this question real quick? Right,
gave you one.
a trans person specifically that is worse than the average woman, average cis woman, right? Is it the case that in that particular situation that you would say that they should be allowed to play?
No, I still don't think that.
Wait, what do you mean? That's not unfair. They're not better.
It doesn't matter if they're not better. It's rules
So
are
it's not.
rules.
So it's not about being fair.
So you think that they should?
Well, I'm just asking. So wait. So it's not about being fair. I thought it was about only specifically being fair. And like, if it was the case that it was fair, then you would allow, right?
It's about having common sense.
How about this? If it was totally fair, wait. Under your view, if it was totally fair, would you then allow trans people to play?
No, I don't think so. No,
No, you wouldn't. Why not?
I just think that it's not. I think that you're born either a male or a female. You either have XX or
I'm
XY,
confused.
and
I'm confused how that means that like trans people shouldn't be allowed to play in sports. So please, can you please like give me like the argument here? Because you were before saying because it's unfair. Well, I'm just giving you a hypothetical. If it was fair, right? Would you be okay with it? You said no. So it's not about fairness. Can you please tell me what it's based on?
I mean, if there were circumstances in which it was completely fair. So do you think that there is no?
Would you be okay with it if it was completely fair?
Why don't we combine the male and the female sports together? Would you be okay with that?
Would I be? Would yes? In certain circumstances, I'm totally
Oh
okay
yes,
with
yes. Okay.
Wait.
Okay, Parker, that makes a lot of sense.
Hold on, I said in certain circumstances, right? Certain circumstances, absolutely, and other circumstances, probably not, depending on the sport, depending on like the set of
Okay.
conditions, depending on like the level of professionality involved, right? Like, are you saying that like you don't engage in sports with women, right? Like
Can you tell me?
I've played sports with my girlfriend, right? Is that wrong? Because we
Can you
played
tell
together.
me? Can you tell me any professional sports where professional?
Wait, professional.
woman is better
Wait.
than a
Now he's
professional
bringing
male?
in professional. All right.
No. Can you tell me any sport? Name one sport where a professional woman is better than a professional male in a sport. Name one sport. Any sport.
Wait, I don't know people in sports in typical. Like I'm not like someone who follows
because
a
you
lot of sports.
can't. You can't name anyone.
I couldn't
You know
name
that-
I couldn't name like plenty of people in sports because I'm not someone who follows a bunch of sports.
You know that Serena Williams, the best tennis player in the
Wait,
entire
I'm
world,
confused what this is supposed to
on the
mean.
same-
I'm confused what this is supposed to mean. Didn't I specifically say that like in the context of professional sports, like we would make a distinction?
Wait, you just said that in some cases we wouldn't. It depends on the sport.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm asking you, give me a sport where you wouldn't, where you would say that they can combine them. Give me a sport.
Oh, like for example, intramural sports specifically, like at schools, like that like it just depends on the sport, right? Like, do you consider dance a sport? Skating?
Yeah.
What about
Yeah.
what about bowling? Golf?
Yeah. Can you tell me any of the female
Darts?
athletes who are better than males in
What's
those
that?
sports? Please?
What's up?
And the males still dominate in every single one of those sports. It's not sexist for me
Okay,
to say that.
wait. I don't know who dominates in any of these sports. That doesn't. Wait, can you tell me who's dominating specifically in the context of like I'll give you a specific sport. Can you give me who's dominating in like the professional archery?
Okay, how about we look up the best male archer?
Oh, I just want
and
to.
we compare
Wait.
the best-
I just want. Do you know off the top of your head?
Parker, you
I'm
are
just
so
asking. I'm asking. Do you know
incredibly-
off the top of your head?
Because you know you're wrong.
No, I'm just clarifying. Do you know off the top of your head? You don't, correct?
Of course I do not. But if
Okay,
you
well,
give it a
so that's my
certain
point. You aren't associated specifically. You don't know specifically about the sports. Obviously, you're not going to know who's at the top of the sport, whether or not they're a man or a woman, right? Because it is the case that you don't look into the sport very often. And the same thing is true specifically for me in terms of plenty of sports because I don't involve myself with a bunch of sports. I don't like literally like pay attention to a bunch of sports very often.
Parker, then how about you look up? You can think of any sport you want in your head right now, and you're gonna go to Safari and you're gonna type in who is better at the sport.
I'm confused. What is your
Biological
point of
male
this? What is your
or
point?
biological
Wait. Do you want
female?
to address my original argument that I was bringing to you? Like again, in the context in which it was
No,
specifically.
because-
Wait, no. In the
because you said
hypothetical
something
that I gave
stupid and you were
specifically.
wrong.
Wait, when I gave you a hypothetical specifically where it was fair, right? In that context, what is the reason to restrict trans people from playing?
I think it sets a precedent. I think I said that wrong. But I think it sets that, and it shows that other people can come in, other trans athletes can come in, and then it will create an unfair playing field. for
Okay.
everyone.
So fairness. So I'm just saying, in the context in which it's fair, right? In that specific context, right? Would you allow it?
No, I still want
Okay.
to
So then it's not about fairness. So then what is it about? Tell me, what is the reason why you would restrict trans people from playing?
Yeah, I think it's just common sense and what we've been doing for the last centuries.
Common
where if
sense?
You're born a male, you play. Yes, if
That's
you're
not
born
a
male,
reason.
You play
Wait. You're just saying common
If you're
sense is
born a
not a
female,
reason.
you play. Hey, Parker, you are so deluded from the left.
I'm sorry. It was common sense for me to mute you there. I apologize.
Parker.
So common sense again. One more time, common sense just had to hit.
Yeah, you know you're losing when you just have to mute your opponents. Because you cannot let this idea...
Keep complaining, please. I live on this.
You're so... Parker. This is common sense. How about we take a poll?
This is common sense. Is essentially this. This is common sense. This is your source. This is your reasoning.
Parker, how about...
Trust me, bro. It's literally trust me.
You want to make a bet? Let's make a bet. I bet $1,000. We take a poll. We do it all across the world, and we say, should males?
This is not even
be
a bet
able-
we could do.
play in female sports.
Wait. I don't judge specifically what I think to be the case based upon what the entirety of society thinks. For example, there are points in history where you ask all of society and they would have said child marriage is okay. Okay? And then you're going to disagree with that still. Okay? Do you agree that you're going to disagree with that?
Yes, I'm going to disagree with that.
Okay, so then what is your point?
My point is, you even said before you will not be friends with a conservative. You surround yourself with people who have the same ideologies as you, and you only talk to individuals besides when you do these debates, but you're not open-minded when you do these debates. If you can't even be friends with a conservative, that says a lot about you, because
Instead of all these personal attacks that you have for me, do you want to engage in a debate about the topic?
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you're sad that I don't want to be your friend. I get it, right? I know you're hurt, but you don't have to come on my live and complain about me not wanting to be your friend. It's okay, right? We can have a conversation about the topic.
Yeah, but I have a question. So you only think that?
Wait, can you talk to me? Wait, can you talk to me about the topic, please?
Yeah, let's do it. What do you want to talk about?
The topic? Like, what are your motivations for supporting Trump?
Yeah, so I told you abortion. I think that abortion, life begins at conception. I think that we should value life at conception. I think that sentience is not important. It's just another stage of development.
Hold up, I think Santana wanted to talk to you about sports for a second.
Yeah.
Hey, so yeah, I like sports. Your premise is that give it to me again.
Yeah, I think
What's your
that.
premise?
What's my premise?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that if you guys think that men and women should be able to play, like a biological male should be able to play in a biological woman's sports, that we should just go ahead and combine the sports together, because then everyone is equal in the same regard. And I think
so. But is your premise based in like an actual care of women's sports?
yeah, I think that the times
So
that
you
we
care
do,
about women's sports.
yeah, I mean, I think
So
so.
what's your
but
favorite woman's sport?
I don't know much about women's sports.
I
I just
I
see it
didn't
on the
think so.
news. Like, I do care a lot about track. So I was looking. There's a high school athlete who's competing in high jump, and when she's competing in high jump, she was well above the other biological. I don't want to sound like I'm saying, but biological
could you tell
females.
us? Could you tell us what your favorite sport that women play that you like to watch specifically?
He doesn't. He doesn't.
What are you talking about? Wait, what did you ask me?
Yeah, like what's do you know anything about women's sports at all?
I mean, I know a bit about track, I'd say.
Can you name 3 women's sports team in the world that are professional?
Sports teams in the world?
Yeah, because you said that you care about women's sports and you watch that, right?
About male sports. I don't even know about male sports. The only sports I care about.
Now he doesn't know about any sports in general. Oh, interesting.
When did I
Parker,
say that?
wasn't he just pressing you on sports?
Yeah, he was.
He was
And
literally
he was
just pressing
confused
you on
how I didn't know
sports.
anything about sports.
Like,
No,
he doesn't know anything about sports.
I was asking him to look it up on Google because I didn't know either. I didn't know who was the best
this guy,
archer,
bro.
but-
This guy. That's kind of embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I just want to let you know.
That I didn't know who the best archer was in the entire world.
No, that you don't know anything. You just now you were saying that you don't know anything about sports in general. That's what your position was.
I said I know about track.
So
That's it?
I mean, are you willing to concede that you don't really have an issue with quote unquote men and women's sports? You just wanted to use that as a hateful talking point to get off your your ideas.
Yeah, so this is. I love it when you guys do
As long
this.
as you admitted it.
No. You can't cut me off and then say minute.
No, you have
Every time-
you have MAGA Mobile, Just letting you know.
Yeah.
So like you're just lagging, and that's on your end. So you got to fix your MAGA mobile. Tell Trump to like boost up the provider access for the ISP specifically, so that you can have faster internet. Because 0.35 megabytes per second is not doing good enough.
I think it's working now. But
He's
anyway,
just
what I was
trying to rip
saying,
you off for money. Like with that I mean, you pay $60 a month for 0.35 megabytes per second. That is diabolical, dude.
I actually have 6G. It just came out. I got it.
Yeah, I hear you. So listen, the whole thing that you're trying to your whole talking point when it comes to transgender people, one is disgusting, also two is disingenuous, three it's nonsensical because Parker, I've been listening, he's broke down once they start to go through hormone therapy, like there's a complete change in their the physical being, so they don't have the same strength. They don't have the same muscle mass. They literally their bones get
What about height?
weaker.
What about height?
What about height?
You don't think that height is one of the biggest advantages males have against females in the sports that they play
Don't
in?
you think every single person who's playing professional basketball in like the fucking world has like practically every single person has a biological height advantage? Like, are you telling me that the people in the NBA don't have biologically determined height advantages comparative to practically everyone in this live?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They have
Yes,
height
of course.
advantages.
That's because that's a part of the professionalized aspect of the job. Because people who specifically have that particular biological advantage of being taller, right, are going to be better at basketball. That's just a fact, right?
And Parker, that's the hypothetical I gave you. If a person in the now I'm doing a new hypothetical. If a person in the NBA decided to transition and did multiple years of HRT, there is no way you logically are saying that that person should then be able to go compete in the WNBA because they were on multiple years of HRT.
Okay, but you have yet to give me any evidence that after multiple years of HRT, it is the case that it's unfair. And I also even showed you that you don't even care about it being unfair because I gave you a particular hypothetical where it is fair, and you still wanted to restrict trans people from playing. So you're just a transphobe.
Wait, and also, so you're saying the height. So you're by your premise, being tall should just make you the best player.
I think that in a case like basketball or being a goalie
So
or soccer team,
do you know who
jump,
Boban
yes.
is? Do you know who Boban is?
Was that like the 5'7" person who could dunk?
No, you're talking about Muggsy Bowles. I'm talking about Boban. Boban,
Oh.
he's like 7'6". He played for Philly, he played for Houston, all these other teams. 7'6" and sucked. Height isn't the only qualifier as far as sports. So you can't just say, oh, that just because they're taller than other people, then they're going to be better. That makes no sense.
So do you think that if they were training as a biological male?
Hold up. This is where he doesn't understand. So height is an important component specifically, right, of being in a professionalized place, but it's not the sole determining factor. So you just specifically bringing up this one particular factor isn't at all determining whether or not there's an unfair advantage. Secondly, you're still not addressing the very clear idea that even if it is the case that it is completely fair, you still want to restrict trans people from coming in. Or from being able to play in sports. I was going to say coming into the country because I have muscle memory for, different topics.
I'm going to say three things first. I'm going to say that if you were born a biological male, all those years leading up to when you transition, if it's later in life, you had practicing advantages as a biological male. You are still going to carry some of those traits, such as height, for one example.
Wait, no, that's stupid. That's stupid. Are you saying that men and women practice sports different?
Of course they do. Are you
So
serious?
okay, cool. So in basketball, tell me what's the difference in the way that men and women practice basketball? Is it that women don't run when they actually play basketball and men run? Is it that men somehow play defense and women don't play? Okay, give me something specific.
Yeah, I'll tell you. So how about you can go to, for example, cross country would be a better example because I know.
No.
Well, we'll talk about basketball. Yeah, we'll do basketball.
I need you to lock in. Yeah, lock in for me.
Yeah, so how about you go to a high school? I just graduated high school 2 years ago. So you go to a high school and you look at the differences in the practicing styles of, I guess, youth athletes male or female, the males practice much, 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 much harder. It's
Cool.
and if you
Cool story, bro. Hey, do you think that like the coach of my favorite team, Carolina Panthers, would actually have their team practice much harder than your local high school football team?
Santana, do you
Yes
realize?
or no? Yes or no?
Wait, say that again. Do you think? Yes, yes, I
Would
think they would. Yeah, I think they
cool.
would.
Are they still both practicing football?
Yes, but that's you're
Okay.
comparing apples and oranges. I'll give you another example for cross.
I don't want to talk to him anymore. I don't want to talk to him.
Just that was stupid. That was
I
stupid.
want to like talk about the topic and stuff, and yeah, he
Yeah,
clearly
I'm
can't.
sorry. I'm sorry. All right.
No, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. Starting off the live with an insufferable guest is always, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like I heard him just like sticking to it, and he didn't want to move off of it.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Well, here I don't want to answer that, but here, give me a second. How can you make a trans and women's sports?
Okay. All right. So I'm just gonna go kick him and go on to the next person.
Mhm.
We are just looking for some debates. Everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. You still support him. Seriously, just looking for some debates. And honestly, if you don't answer my question on the live, I'm just gonna kick you. It's basic respect to that if you come up on my live that you should answer my question. If I ask you, it's how old are you? How old are you? Yo, Sid, thank you so much for the $100 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much, Sid. I appreciate it. Give some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid. Seriously, W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Good to see you, Sid. Yay. Hi, Parker. How you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm on later today than I typically am. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Kobe.
Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
I would so hate to have your guest box.
Yeah, it's kind of brutal. It's kind of brutal sometimes. Everyone tap that screen, share the live, everyone. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Do give it a second. All right.
Hey, Savannah, how old are you?
Oh, they're not even here yet. We got to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Some people just doesn't connect for some reason.
Hey guys, while we are looking to get someone else in, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 400,000 likes. We're super close. Also, let's knock out the galaxy. Parker has the gift goal of the galaxies. Can we take care of those gift goals? Tap the screen, do all the wonderful things.
All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. It's like I didn't even know I had a goal. it was just there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, oh, I didn't mean to request, bro. I'm sorry. Love you, Parker.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry. All right, let's go on to the next person. Okay, give it a second, everyone. Sometimes it takes a minute to get people. I feel like I've got one debate so far today, and it's been like 40 minutes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm back, Parker.
Well,
I got banned.
Well, now you're not. I don't
The
know.
hell
I
of a
have
proclamation.
no clue who she is. Did kick her though.
Hello?
Shelly sounds familiar though. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Wait, was she the person that said that? Did she like threaten me? Oh my gosh. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2007.
19? Let's go on to the next person. Yeah, she called Dean a good boy. That was crazy. Yotsup, how old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2003.
What month?
November.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I support him for a multitude of reasons, but mostly his economic policy, which I don't truly believe in all his tariffs. But
Here,
for me,
before
it
you do,
was
real quick, can I say thank you to a few more people? I actually have not even caught up for tonight. A little bit behind on everything, so I need to do that real quick. Lainey, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Juliet, thank you so much for the 5 Canadian. Tim, thank you for the $2. Lainey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much again. Charlie, thank you for the $10. Thank you for the 6G plan. Hannah, thank you for the $5. Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. And then let me catch up on Cash App and Venmo. Emily, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Twice. Thank you. Heidi, thank you so much for the $5. Addison, thank you for the $2. Kenna, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Amadi, thank you for the $4.20. I will again make sure to get to that. AJ, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Elliot, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you. All right. Go ahead.
So yeah, I support Donald Trump for a myriad of reasons. I could go economic policy, but we'll stray away from that because I truly don't believe in a lot of the tariff stuff. It does work in the long run, in my eye, but
What good evidence do you have of that?
Tariffs in the past. You look at Taiwan. You look at Korea, where the tariffs that we've had on them have helped their economies, our economies. On top of that, but I'm trying to branch away from
Tariffs
that.
have helped us? No, they haven't. How so? Like in what aspect of our economy?
Well, I'm trying to branch off. I'm not trying to get into the economic debate. So
what debate do you want to have?
So I have 2 questions to ask you. One is with other countries. This is the main point I was going to ask. With other countries where, say, Iran, Iraq, the Middle East, per se.
Would you say Donald Trump, like, no new wars, like he's anti-war?
He hasn't started any wars. I wouldn't say he's anti-war. If there is a war that needs to happen, then he's going to do it. But
no, but like, did you just see what happened with like Israel attacking Iran?
Yes, that was my second question. So with what do you see coming from that, attacking nuclear facilities and all that?
I have no clue. I'm not a foreign policy expert. I just know that that's not good.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't even talk like I'm a foreign policy expert, but like we obviously know that Donald Trump's disastrous for foreign policy, right?
So, but what did Donald Trump have to play in that?
Oh, okay. Well, no, well, he was claiming that like, oh, no new wars happened under his administration. This was something that Charlie Kirk was saying from the top of the skyscrapers.
Well, that was during his last presidency.
And apparently that's just not something they actually hold to. Also, Santana, I'm pretty sure you said you wanted to say something real quick. Go for it.
Yeah, no, there's a lot behind this. One, it's the fact that Israel felt emboldened enough to actually make this move, even though apparently the Trump administration is saying that they are advocating for diplomacy and they did not want this. So one, Trump is weak, right? I mean, you guys talked about how he is a strong leader, but yet Bibi Netanyahu directly is just going against what Donald Trump said he wanted to do and launch that attack. I mean, you couple that with the fact that Ukraine led their most successful military mission and strike into Russia and did not actually share that information with the United States. Again, speaks to the fact that across the board, other countries are not respecting Donald Trump and the Trump administration because they know that they're either weak or they're going to leak information. And then you couple that with the fact that the United States has and will continue to support Israel, which they shouldn't. But then also you have other actors like China, who is going to back up Iran. And then you have a proxy war. So it all combines to the fact that Donald Trump prided himself on peace through strength. But yet him being in office, there's multiple conflicts that have continued to happen. I mean, we could talk about India and Pakistan, but there's multiple conflicts that has continued to happen under his watch because he's a weak leader.
Okay, so do you see a problem with being an isolationist and building up our own country first before we start getting into other countries' affairs?
I don't feel like Donald Trump's doing that. I feel like what Donald Trump's doing is destructive to America, and it's not America first by any means. It's the rich first. It's for American corporations and companies to become more powerful in the country and to have less competition from the global stage. That's what Donald Trump is looking for. He's looking for the ways for his American rich friends to make more money. He's not looking specifically for any way to help American working people who are going to be taxed at a higher rate under his presidency, right, due to his tax policy that he wants to implement, and specifically who are going to be disproportionately negatively impacted by the cuts to food stamps and Medicaid. Those are incredibly harmful to the this country and people that live inside of it. Casey, thank you for the 14 Canadian or 15 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so much, Casey. I really appreciate it. As well as thank you so much, Charlie. I appreciate the $2. Thank you.
So, I will agree with you that Trump is making corporations in America bigger and bigger. But is that per se a bad thing? Making more factories, more jobs in America, moving, the factories from other countries to America, is that a bad thing?
See, the thing is that that's not really happening, and the reason why that's not really happening is because
not right now.
The reason is because it's not, even if the tariffs were implemented, is because they don't know if the tariffs are going to be implemented anything past with Donald Trump's being in presidency, right? That's one. So there's uncertainty in the market. Secondly, right, it is the case that even if it is the case that they had certainty that they would come back, right? Well, the tariffs have a negative impact. They cause production imports to be more expensive. So the cost of production for manufacturing in the United States is still more expensive.
Okay, so
Also, just
we
the
want to lower
FYI,
that by making our own products.
well, also just FYI, I mean, you're basing your thoughts on behind the fact that manufacturers coming back into the country. That means that people are actually going to be hired. But you see the shift that is heading towards automation, and you look at companies like Google. Google is actually buying people out now and replacing people with AI. So there's a AI boom that's coming, and
The new
also,
AI age is going to be for sure. But at the same
yeah,
time, there's still going to be, American jobs that need to be done by actual humans. And with
yeah,
that,
you're right.
I
That's why
don't
they're
want to
trying
see
to.
those
That's why they're
jobs
trying to
go to
do
other
mass
countries.
deportation. They're trying to do mass deportation because they want to open up those quote unquote American jobs to actually shift the workforce towards the labor industry. Sorry, the service industry, the farming industry, the construction industry. Those jobs that they're trying to get people out of the country for, because again, those manufacturing jobs aren't going to be here.
Well, yes,
Yes,
and that's
and
one thing
Annie,
that I
thank you so much
truly
for the
believe in.
$20.
Listen,
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you
I
so
have
much. And
personal
Annie,
experience
yes,
with
that is actually one thing that's huge. And I did talk about this a little bit earlier. Something I'd want to bring up. Can we actually talk about this real quick? How do you feel about a court indicating that it is illegal for Donald Trump to have sent the National
Thank you for
Guard
the galaxy.
to Los Angeles?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
How do you feel that a court just determined that it is illegal for Trump to send the National Guard to LA?
Well, Trump's commander in chief. How is he? If the troops are ordained by the Constitution to defend everything
Say
for
ordained.
domestic. Domestic is the main word there.
We're talking about like it being determined in the context
Yeah,
of a
the
situation by a
National Guard.
judge,
Yeah, the
like a
National
federal
Guard
judge.
isn't under the. Yeah, the National Guard isn't in line succession directly under the President of the United States. It goes to the governor. Donald Trump tried to usurp that actual power, sign an EEO that put the National Guard in California under his control, so he could actually implement them. And the judge said, "No, you can't do that." So
Okay,
yes, the president is the commander in chief, but he was not in charge of the National Guard of California, and he took them.
I will.
Yeah. So since it was
I will take
against
the side
the
on that.
consent of the
But
state,
that's in my eyes. I'm not completely caught up with it. But in my eyes, is that not why he would send Marine forces from Florida?
You can't defend U.S. Military inside of the country and use them as a police force. It's illegal. That's the point. All of this is illegal. That's Parker's point. This is illegal. It's illegal.
What is illegal about it?
You cannot deploy the United States military inside of the United States and use them as a police force. It's illegal.
Where?
Inside of the United States. It's illegal.
No, but where is that a law? If you don't mind.
I'll get the actual status
determined by
for
the
you.
federal judge.
No, the actual status within that makes it illegal to deploy the military. I
Oh,
think
sorry.
I
Yeah, it's
can't
the
remember what the term
Constitution.
is.
Yeah, it's in the
Yeah, it's the
Constitution.
Constitution, but there's a specific term for it.
There's harboring. I know there's
No.
harboring military, but
People are saying in the chat. I don't know how to say that.
Yeah, it's Latin. Pomus cantu. That's what I was looking. I can't say it's a Latin term, but it literally
Tammy, thank you
it's
so
baked
much.
into our Constitution.
Casey, thank you so much, Casey. Also, like
So-
Donald Trump also called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So if you care about the
Almost
Constitution
cut
as well,
juice.
well then you shouldn't support Donald Trump as well. If you care
Okay.
about the rule of law, if you care about a democracy, if you care about women, if you care about any marginalized community in America, right, you would support any candidate against Donald Trump practically, right? Because Donald Trump is a horrible human being.
well, at the same time, so with everything going on in California, what do you promote what's
Thank you so much,
going
Elsa.
on with the
Thank you.
protesters right now?
Oh, absolutely. I absolutely promote people to go in peaceful protest.
Oh
Absolutely.
yes, me too. But right now is not peaceful protest.
What do you mean? Most protests are peaceful.
Yes, most
The-
protests. but not-
any violence you disagree with, right? If you disagree with the violence, well, then how do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump, right, pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th? I feel like if you actually cared about the violence in the first place, you wouldn't have voted for a guy that did that.
Okay, but what police were violated, and we had one of our own members shot and killed for no reason.
Wait. Are you saying what police were violated? The courts determined that.
Yeah, so
They
how-
were
how many
convicted. They were
How
convicted.
many were violated?
There were like 160 people who were violent offenders.
Yeah, no.
That
no,
Donald
no.
Trump
I'm
pardoned.
saying police officers.
How many?
How
I
many-
don't.
how many-
I don't know off the top of my head overall, but
Okay,
100. I think
so-
140 something, near 150.
Is that violent offenders or is that police officers?
That's police officers.
Okay, so
The violent
going off that
offenders
number, how many
is
have
a
been
little more.
injured in California in the last few days? Excuse me.
What? Wait, that doesn't change anything. That wasn't like none of them were pardoned by a Democrat. Or I'm giving you an explicit
Okay,
like
but-
circumstance where Donald Trump. If anything, Donald Trump is the reason right now
Okay,
why.
no.
Wait. Donald Trump is the reason right now why any violence is happening. The escalation happened because of Donald Trump illegally sending the National Guard against the will of California.
Okay, so my point being, I'm not going to backtrack to January 6th because that was daggum 4 years ago, but about 5.
What,
My
so
main
does that
point
change
is,
anything?
Should the people that are throwing rocks at police cars and Molotov cocktails and everything not be held accountable?
Anyone committing violence should be held accountable, including the people that Donald Trump pardoned.
Also,
so-
I mean, I think that
so you're saying
there's
that
also a need to
the-
look at the escalation that's caused by not only the Trump administration, but literally the people that are supposed to be out, protecting, and whether it's them shooting off rubber bullets excessively, whether them, it's like there's multiple videos of peaceful protesters. There was a lady literally just trying to walk home and get to her house, and they like tackled her to the ground. Like we can't just forget about like the fact, one, Donald Trump is the reason for all of this. Like all of this was contained until he continued to escalate it. But two, there's people that are out and they're being bad actors and they're escalating the peaceful protests. So these protests overall have been very peaceful. It's just a huge difference as far as escalation.
Okay, so we both agree that there are people on both sides of the coin that go into these protests and try to go into them for their own individual gain instead of the overall mission of the protest.
Yeah, and that happens across the board with every ideology, with every type of protest when it comes to politics, right?
Yes,
but
so-
that's not unique to one political side. But in acknowledging that, you have to be able to address specifically what's happening with January 6th and what Donald Trump's involvement was in that. And if you cannot address that, you cannot hold any accountability for any Democrat as it relates to anything violent that happens at any of these protests.
But at the same time, you could go back and I could count more on the Democratic side that has gone more violent than the
No,
Republican
not
side.
things specifically supported by the presidential candidate.
Okay, but it's not about the presidential candidate.
It is.
It's about the
We're talking
side
about
of the controversy.
whether or not you support Trump, right? That's clearly referencing the presidential candidate. That's the president currently.
Yes.
Okay, so like, what's your point?
So my point is that I'm talking sides. There were only two sides of the coin that you could vote for this year.
Okay, and
Which side
DJ, thank you the
creates
Galaxy.
more
Thank you so much. Obviously Donald Trump.
on which base?
Thank you
I'm
for the
talking
future
Wait,
about
encounter.
wait, can you tell me
American soil.
explicitly one thing Kamala
American
Harris does?
soil.
Wait, can you tell me one thing Kamala Harris would do that would have caused anywhere near the level of violence that Donald Trump is currently causing right now?
Let's see. I don't think she would have a very good foreign area. Okay, this was actually what I was getting to in my
Wait,
first
can
point.
you answer my question?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm getting to. So I don't believe that with Kamala Harris we would be able to Kamala. I don't believe that with Kamala Harris we would be able to have anywhere near, even if Trump's bad. Say Trump's bad. I don't think that we would have anywhere near the foreign, the talking. I'm sorry, I can't think the word. Diplomacy.
Really? He's cut off diplomacy with our allies because he wants to threaten them with tariffs, right?
But here's my thing.
What are you talking about, dude? He talked about invading. He talked about annexing Canada and Greenland and Panama. And he talked about literally taking over Gaza, turning it into Trump Gaza after he ethnically cleanses the Palestinian. Please listen to me. Please listen to me. Right, the Palestinian population, right, with no right to return. So you understand that Donald Trump explicitly, right, has been the complete opposite, right, of increasing our relations and making them better around the world. He's pulled out of the World Health Organization, like in terms of our funding, right? What are you talking about?
Today is just not the day to make that argument. Like, of all days, like, yes, everything that Parker just mentioned, but like today, literally today is the worst day that you could actually try to make that argument.
Okay, no, I'm not arguing on Trump's behalf on today's affairs. What I'm arguing is if we had gone back and Kamala was elected, with the Middle East the way it is, with their religious beliefs, with their cultural beliefs, I don't believe that they would take a U.S. And I'm not trying to be sexist here, but with their beliefs, they would not hold to the same respect in a diplomacy setting a woman in the chair of United States president. They wouldn't.
Well, let's talk about this. This is the most insane take ever. And I want to explain right now why this is literally the most fucking insane take ever. You think that Donald Trump is respected on a fucking world stage? Are you trolling me? Not only is this an insanely fucking misogynistic point and ridiculous, because if it was the case that a candidate for president was a disabled vet, you wouldn't say you wouldn't vote for them because ableism exists around the world. Just because a type of bigotry exists around the world doesn't mean you wouldn't vote for a particular candidate, right, that would be affected by that particular bigotry. That's insane. That's a crazy perspective in itself. But if you want to talk specifically about this in general, the fact that you believe that Donald Trump is a respected world leader is laughably fucking insane. Literally, like, you need to, in an international sense, touch fucking grass and talk to people from other countries that will very clearly describe to you this reality. And you can even hear it from people that were on Donald Trump's administration that he appointed himself, called him a laughing fool, a fascist, a threat to democracy, unfit to be president of the United States. These are people that were appointed by Donald Trump, a career associate with politicians on the Republican side, gave up their entire career in politics to literally call out Donald Trump. Okay? Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. And this is what they said about him. And no Trump supporter fucking listens to them for some reason. It's actually insane. Please address this. Please.
Okay. So I understand that there are other, female leaders of the world. I understand that. But women. Female women.
Female what? Female dog, female giraffe, female taco. What are we talking?
See, that's just a
Women.
crazy.
It's women. Keep going. Engage with what Parker said.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is there are other women leaders of the world, but they have no power level, I should say, of the American president.
Also, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much. What's your point?
We are the world superpower, slowly getting closed in by
Wait,
China.
so if we're the world superpower, wait. Who do you think commands more respect around the world, Kamala Harris or Joe Biden?
I really don't know on that one.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You think Joe Biden's cognitively declined, right?
Yes. Do you?
So then who do you think is going to be commanding more respect on a world stage?
I believe neither of them.
Yeah. Hey, also, you know what's
Wait,
like
that's not a
absolutely
response.
Because in my eyes,
Hold on. I want to clarify to them.
Is a laughing stock. Oh, she.
Are you saying they're indifferent? Are you saying they're indifferent? Is that your view?
I'm not saying they're indifferent because
That's
they are
what you
different
just
people.
said.
No, I'm saying that they're both equally not respected.
That's what indifferent means. Oh my god.
Your whole premise is flawed in multiple ways. It's flawed. One, it's flawed because do you know who Angela Merkel is?
I've heard the name, but sorry.
Angela Merkel, while in Donald Trump's first stint as president, Angela Merkel actually took the mantra of the leader of the free world leading Germany, because she actually became the present force within the G7 during Donald Trump's first administration, because they respected the woman more than they respected Donald Trump. So you can talk about, like, you know, oh, the difference between Germany and the US. Yes, I hear you. But like literally,
Cooked.
you have someone who took that mantle. And then also your whole premise behind, like, oh, Kamala Harris, you know, we wouldn't have the respect, blah, blah, blah. Hey, what happened on May 8th, 2018?
What happened?
Donald Trump pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal, right?
Okay.
What happened today?
There were attacks on nuclear bases.
Israel struck Iran, saying that it was a preemptive strike because they said they were, quote unquote, making nuclear weapons. Now, the funny thing about that is Donald Trump pulled us out of the deal with Iran, which, one, would have kept them from being able to, quote unquote, make nuclear weapons. Two, Iran said they weren't doing that. But three, Donald Trump has given Bibi Netanyahu carte blanche to actually do whatever he wants. That's why he was able to actually enact that strike. So literally, Donald Trump's actions from his first term is causing the actions of today.
Okay.
Literally, he set us up for failure. What up, Dean?
So are you promoting Iran building nuclear weapons, or are you promoting?
You're missing the point, bud. If
Actually, Donald Trump
wouldn't have
did.
pulled us out of the deal, exactly.
Donald Trump was the
Literally.
one that promoted there to be specifically more development of nuclear weapons, specifically for Iran, because it is the case that he pulled us out of the deal. Exactly what Santana's saying. Yo, and Elsa, thank you for the Ellie the elephant. Thank you.
Thank you for the galaxy.
Which side are you
real quick,
saying
Rhett,
was in the moral right?
It's worth adding on here, just real quick, that Netanyahu has been saying that Iran is going to have nukes in either 5 years, a year, a month, a week, or days since 1996. I don't want that context to be forgotten, that this dude has been creating the image that Iran is like on the edge of developing nuclear weapons since the 90s. I mean, just worth pointing out.
Okay, so with those,
wait, hold on, one second, real quick. Hey, Dean, is there anything that's happened recently that would have maybe shift BB's thought process and made him, I don't know, more confident in enacting these strikes, especially because he's been saying the same thing over and over and over?
Well, I mean, you have them like supporting Hamas, but I mean, if you're talking about like Trump's involvement, I definitely agree with you related to Trump pulling out of like the nuclear deal with the country. Like that was definitely kind of like the old reliable backbone that like Iran could lean on to say like, hey, we're not making nukes, we're not going to make nukes, Israel don't come after us. But then when Donald Trump pulled out of it, as Santana said a minute ago, that definitely then gave Netanyahu like the plausible deniability that he needed to continue to push the idea that they're on the verge of having nukes and like drop bombs on them.
Okay, so do you support them dropping the bombs or no?
No, I don't, because I think that this is likely a baseless claim that they're on the verge of making nukes. And I mean, the reason why I'd say that's likely a baseless claim is just because of like Netanyahu's track record of lying about them being on the verge of making nukes. Like seriously, apparently according to him, they've been on that verge since the 90s. I actually think that there's a Wikipedia page that details everything he said since 1996. And it's funny because it'll also give like an estimated timeline of completion. So I think in 96, according to Netanyahu, they're supposed to have nukes by 98. 98, according to him, they're supposed to have nukes by 2003. And it just like keeps on going. But it just shows that he's a fucking liar. So if we haven't trusted him since 1996 to reliably determine how close they are to having nukes, why should we trust him now? Like, we obviously shouldn't support the fact that they drop bombs on Iran. And definitely what Santana is saying is true here, is that, that nuclear deal that we had with the country, kind of promoted the message on the global stage, but no, they don't have nukes. They're not working towards building them. Trump pulls out of that. Netanyahu then has everything he needs to justify attacking them. They start supporting Hamas. Then he wants to attack them, so Hamas is weakened. And then he reflects back on the fact that Donald Trump pulled us out of that nuclear deal with the country. And even though they're likely not actually developing nukes, he bombs the shit out of them. So, I mean, I'd actually say that Donald Trump has played a very crucial role in the orchestration of these hits. I mean, who knows what they're going to lead to, man? I mean, like, fuck. I mean, this could start a larger war with, like, other countries in the region, a war just between the two. Who knows what our involvement will be? Maybe Donald Trump will change his mind and deploy our own troops to fight alongside Israel if they're too weak when faced with, like, Iran's army. It's just an absolute mess. Just another mess of all the fuck-ups he has made on the global stage.
Yeah, so that's what I was kind of getting to too. Do you with all the stuff that's going on? Listen, I don't support Israel's president. I'm a Christian. I just believe in Israel's independence from its surrounding area. The only thing that I would ask you is, if everything that Israel said was right and there were nuclear facilities that were being built, do you believe that Iran, with its history, should be able to have nukes?
Listen, I think that like a global denuclearization would be a good thing. So you're going to have trouble convincing me that any particular country should have nukes. But I want to talk about the assumption you're making here. You're saying, well, if they are actually really close to nukes. Well, what's your feeling? More so, what's your thoughts of Israel's track record of baselessly accusing them of being really close to nukes since the 90s?
Okay, well, I don't have I haven't looked into that too much, but what I will say about that is that Israel has always, and every other surrounding country, you could say, has been at war since 2,000 years ago. So this is a long-going impact before even we have the written history of it. Nothing that we're doing right now, other than more weapons of scale, is any different than was happened 2,000 years ago. So what I will say is that it is a needless conflict because, it's the same people with just a different mindset in the same area. And I'm sorry if my microphone is kind of repeating, but
No, it's you repeating. It's not the microphone. What are you talking about, bro?
I'm saying that with Israel and the surrounding areas conflict that has been going on for the past 2,000 years, today's conflict isn't much different.
Hey, Rhett, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
According to your message, why do you support Trump? I would say no.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next person real quick. I have a few people to thank real quick. I actually have real quick. Everyone say hi to Dean in the chat. Everyone just say hi to Dean in the chat. Dean just joined.
Hi, guys.
Dust, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Dust in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Unless the ban has posted, which rarely happens in case the federal government. Plaintiff.
Dude, I'm
Yeah,
making a
what-
cheat code right now.
Oh, Dust. I think is that the part where like specifically it that the judge just ruled on. And then Annie, thank you so much for the $5. And then Dust again, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Policy commodus is the federal law that limits the federal government's power use of military personnel to enforce domestic policies. Okay, that makes sense. It's pronounced pa-se-ka ma-ta-tas.
Yeah,
A classic
Dean, do you
student.
know how to say it?
That's
Like
crazy.
the freaking
That's crazy.
someone sent it to me, and I told them to DM. They like broke it down for me. I'm horrible at Latin, so
Yeah, I'm terrible too. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Spatula, thank you so much for the $5 or $5 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. Delia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you as well. As well as, can we get some W's in the chat right now? Thank you so much, Evie. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I did get the book, and I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I read those. Those are so fucking kind. Literally so fucking kind. I was like crying, actually. It was so unbelievably kind. I'm gonna get someone up here to get some debates going right now. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. If you want to support me, Dean Orm, Santana, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link trees in our bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. So let's make sure to get on to the next person real quick, everybody. Appreciate all the below rows. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dean, how was your live today, man?
Oh man, it was great. Had a lot of fun. I mean, I think I had some conversations that really wore me out. By the end of it, I was pretty done with everything. The ending was pretty rough, but you know, besides that, it was chill. I'm actually right now making a cheese board. I'm gonna.
I love you guys. That's cool. That's cool. You'll have to show us after. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right. It's really taking a second to get people up here. I do apologize, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hope you're having a good day, y'all.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right. Let's get this next person up here.
Oh, dude, that's a W fetus. He came up the other day, and I was like, "How old are you?" He was like 13, and I said, "Gotta kick you now." He was like, "Okay."
Aww. See this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
06, 09, 05.
Okay. And you said you're 20?
Yeah.
Okay, so why so? Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh shit, I didn't even know I was gonna fucking get on this. My bad.
So do you support him?
Yeah, no, I do. A couple of things. One, I kind of like. There's like a little bit with like middle class taxpayers. I also like social issues as well.
Okay, so
like pro-life policies.
What about middle class taxes? That you want them to increase?
Yeah, not like it kind of reduces taxes more for like the families. And like pre-pandemic, there was more people entitled to like more jobs, like the labor force as well.
No, there wasn't. There was
more.
Lower unemployment rate under the Biden-Harris administration. Also, right now, in terms of recently, if you want to reference this, under Donald Trump's administration, we have real GDP declining at 0.3% for the first quarter of 2025. Yes, real GDP did decline 0.3% in quarter one in 2025.
But also, like in
And
2017,
after several years of multiple percentage points, real GDP growth, which is GDP minus inflation.
we can also talk about unemployment as well.
Yeah, which has also gone up by 0.2. So do you want to address like what I just said?
Well, unemployment in the last 50-year low of 3.5. It was way before the pandemic too. and then after
Yeah,
the pandemic.
3.5 was like right before the pandemic. 3.4 hit twice in 2 separate months under the Biden-Harris administration. Do you want to address what I just said, though? Because we're talking about quarter one 2025 after Donald Trump just implemented policy as of recently. And then it was so horrible that it literally harmed our GDP.
Okay, I mean, I'm looking at, yeah. Okay, I can see that. I kind of wanted to talk more about, I don't know if you wanted to talk about this, but I was kind of like more about the
So you don't
HR.
want to address what I just said?
Well, I just wanted to ask you like one question.
After you address everything that I just said. If not, I'll just kick you from the live. Because I don't appreciate that.
Wait, what don't you appreciate? I just wanted to ask you one question.
Not engaging with what I just said multiple times after I've asked you multiple times to engage with the point, and you're still choosing not to, and you just now are trying to pivot away from the topic rather than address what I just told you to address multiple separate times.
All right, can you ask me the question?
What did I just talk? You don't even know what you're talking about?
Yeah, sorry, we were jumping to other conversations.
We were jumping to another conversation. You mean you were pivoting? Get off my live, dude. We're going to the next person. See the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person real quick.
Probably after that.
What'd you say?
I know that I haven't been up for too long. But I'll probably have to head out soon.
Okay, got you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay. What month?
March 26.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I support Trump. I like his pro-life views, his thoughts on LGBTQ, keeping
what thoughts on LGBTQ people?
Basically keeping out like those things in schools.
What in schools? What is those things?
Yeah. When you say those things, do you mean people like you and me?
No, I mean like books and the education.
Okay, what books?
Wait, did you just say leaving education out of school?
Yep, books and education. Yeah, they are. He's definitely doing that. He is absolutely leaving books and education out of school.
Oh God, that's bad.
Education when it comes to LGBTQ.
Okay,
why is that wrong?
Yeah, why is that wrong?
Like, why is like age-appropriate education on like differing family dynamics a bad thing? As far as I'm concerned, it'll like lead to less bullying.
Also, what is LGBTQ?
Because I'm a Christian and I believe that God created man and woman.
Oh, okay. So you just think it's wrong. Okay, well, like, hey, okay. So, I mean, you do like understand that like the entailment of your belief here is more children being bullied in school. Like, obviously, like me, Parker, and Santana, like we don't agree that being gay is wrong. But given that you think it's wrong, from your perspective, wouldn't you say that ultimately, although I think it's wrong, it exists. These families exist. There's students going to these schools with alternative family structures away from like a mom and a dad, and it's important for the children in their school to be educated on that. So I mean, that student isn't relentlessly bullied. Like I feel like we hear about it all the time. Maybe about like children in like elementary or middle school having older parents or having two moms or two dads. And they're the victim of a lot of bullying for that reason. And we could like reduce that bullying by just simply telling children at a young age that, yeah, some people have a mom and a dad, some people have two dads, and some people have two moms. And that's a fact of reality. And that's how it is. And that's how it always will be. And then just reserve your Christian beliefs. Well, I mean, I don't really want them to be anywhere in society. We'll debate them later. But just keep your Christian beliefs outside of, education in school. That reduces how many children are bullied.
No, yeah, I get that there's always going to be people who swing left and things like that, but I feel like we shouldn't expose that to children who are
but Justin, you said that you're a Christian, right?
Yeah.
You do understand that your Bible actually teaches about transgender people, right?
Yeah, and God destroyed them. So
No, no. That's not true. Specifically, the Bible teaches about eunuchs, That's how I'm saying. You know, anyway, talking about how that God gave them a name above men or women, right? I mean, like specifically, the Bible teaches about transgender people and how much God loves transgender people, but for some reason, you don't read that part of the Bible.
No. Actually, I was gonna just ask you, could you reference the verses? Because
Yeah, I'll get the verse for you. Give me a second.
yeah,
What
but
you could make
no,
the
like I
argument
was saying,
that Jesus is trans because it is the case that God the Father went from being non-binary to being male, based upon a certain definition of trans.
I would disagree with that. I would say it's more like how would you explain it? Let's say God is outside of time, space, and matter because He created all that. So if He wanted to talk to His creation, He would have to basically make a character like in a video game. If I create like a video game, I'm outside the video game, and in order to communicate with my creation, I would have to
Unix.
create like a character inside the game. You know, that's what Jesus is.
I don't know what you're saying.
Sure.
But
Whenever
that's
you
not the
get,
point. Sorry, yeah, we're getting off topic.
whenever you get a moment, take a look at Isaiah 56, 4 through 5, and also Matthew 19:12. It talks about how eunuchs, I said eunuchs, how much God actually loves them, and how God gives them not only a special place in their kingdom, but a name above all.
I do have to take a look at that. I don't really
Isaiah
want to.
56,
There's
4
many
and 5, and
verses.
also Matthew 19:12.
All right. Yeah, no, but there's many times where he says that, um, basically saying, that he doesn't support homosexuality and
That's not true. The Bible has been translated multiple times over and over and over. When the original context of the Bible was talking about pedophilia, it was not talking about homosexuality or anything like that. It was literally talking about men preying on kids.
Well, I feel like ultimately that's what it's gonna lead to, transgenderism and all this stuff with the drag queens
Wait,
going
trans
on.
people? Okay, so like, again, you're saying that like it's leading
Yes.
towards more trans people. I have a
Like
question.
pedophilia.
I have a question. Wait, no, it has nothing to do with pedophilia. What the hell are you talking about? If you want to reduce pedophilia, then you shouldn't have voted for a P3DO guy, like a guy that literally explicitly said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. How about we address that?
You said
Right?
that?
One, yeah, Donald Trump said that.
And
He
why
bragged about
why-
walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Right? There was a girl that was 18 years old at the time that came out and said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old.
I don't believe that. I have to. I gotta check that out, but I don't believe that. I feel like
what do you mean you don't believe that? He said it on audio
No,
recording, and then we can specifically also mention particularly him. The other video recording specifically of a victim coming out and talking about this.
Well, there's been a lot of victims speaking against him, and he's been winning every single case on them. But I was gonna say.
You said he's been winning every single case. What case?
Yeah. Basically, all the felony charges, they're all coming out false. CNN came out.
What
yesterday
felony
saying
charges are going away? What are you
felony
talking
charges
about?
were just for a political run. That's the article that just came out yesterday.
He was convicted of the felonies already. Charlie, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We can't. If I play the clip for you, will you believe it? Buentello,
Yeah.
thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $5. Angel, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I also need to catch up on YouTube. But yeah, you will believe it if I play it?
I gotta. Yeah, if you want to play it, I want to see it.
All right.
Also, Ann, thank you for the 15. I really appreciate that.
Does someone else want to talk while I look it up?
Yeah, I guess the big question that I have, I mean specifically, like you're basing your premise of support off of your religion, but Donald Trump isn't a Christian, and not only is he not a Christian, he doesn't live by what the Christian Bible says as far as how you should live your life. So how can you support someone who contradicts your literal word of God?
In what ways? Because, like, for example, like he has pro-life views. He's
Donald Trump
he's
flip-flopped
keeping.
multiple times about whether he wanted to quote unquote ban abortions or not. But again, even more than that, I mean, he's an adulterer, he's a liar, he is someone who is not, welcoming to all people, the sojourners, right? I mean, like literally, he is someone who does not do the things that the Bible specifically command you to do.
Well, I'll say I can address the adultery. I feel like nobody's perfect. Everybody falls short of the glory of God.
What?
And
Dude, that's a violation of the Ten Commandments, right? If do
Yeah,
you
no,
think
and
abortion should be illegal?
I do believe it should be illegal.
Okay, so why?
Just because I don't believe it's right
Well,
that you should.
because it violates the Ten Commandments, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so does adultery. So then should Donald Trump be in
Because-
prison for adultery?
No, not in prison. Well, here's the thing. Just like Jesus said, who is
Okay,
worthy
so
of
then why should women who get abortions go to prison for abortion?
Well, so that's pretty much saying, because I believe it's murder. That's like me asking you, do you think if I murder somebody, should I go to jail? Basically.
I don't know what you're
Under
saying.
what
in this case.
premises? Under what premises? Abortion murder.
I feel like in the premise that you're killing like a life, basically.
I mean, is it based in your religion? Is it based on the Constitution? What are we basing it on?
Religion.
Okay, cool. Hey, so when specifically in the Bible, when someone loses a child, right? There's a specific story in the Bible, and it talks about what the
Here.
what happens if
Can
a
I play?
man
Can I play
causes
the video
another
real quick?
person
Actually.
to lose a child. Yep.
Yeah. So here, hold up.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
question is, how can it not be construed? No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about that? That does sound a little far-fetched. But I don't know. There's that doesn't really. That is weird. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that's right. But regarding the felony charges, there's not.
No. Don't pivot. Don't pivot. Address what he just said.
I'll address it in the way that a little strange. I would say so.
Okay. How about this?
Behavior towards women. Which
Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
I would say.
Do you defend that?
You could take it two ways on that. You could say that he's complimenting her, that she's beautiful.
Bro,
Do you think that's a?
bro,
Go ahead, Dean.
Bro, think about what the fuck you just said. He complimented the physical attractiveness of a 10-year-old by saying he wants to fuck her when she's older. Do you hear yourself?
And you still support him?
Do you hear yourself? Do you
I can see what you're saying. Yeah.
But so why do you still support him, given that this is the case?
I support him because I feel like there's never been a president like him. Look, I'm gonna tell you this: I've never heard a president proclaim the name of Jesus, and he's been the only president that's ever said his name.
What are you talking about? Practically every president's been Christian. What is this guy saying? What is this guy saying?
Hey, come on, Justin. Have you ever read the
Look, let me tell you what I'm saying.
Have
I've
you ever
never
read the
heard
book
a president
Revelation?
say Jesus Christ out of their mouth. That's what I'm saying. He said that 3
Yes,
times.
yes, plenty of times.
He also said grab her by the P word. So does that like, balance out? What are we doing? Angela, thank you for the 2. They are a cult.
I feel like he's not bought out. He's had his own money and he's destroying the system. I feel like
Dust,
he's
thank you for the
trying to
$10. Thank you so much.
attack
Why did he drop a meme coin?
meme coin. Well, that's the thing. Everybody's dropping meme coins. There's no regulation on
He's
crypto.
made
Okay.
40% of his actual wealth since being back in office, based off of bit or meme coins or whatever. Like literally, he's made so much money by just getting back in office. You said he had his own money. No, he's made money off of people like you
Yeah, True Social.
since he got back in office. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure 50%
So
of this
be it.
now is
I
True
mean,
Social.
I hold
Really?
some coins. I bought his NFT
Of course you
trading
did.
card.
Of course you did.
I mean, anybody can come out with them. And it
Ventella,
doesn't
thank you
make
so much
them
for the
wrong. I feel
$10. Thank
like
you, Kim. Thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. And then Haley, thank you for the $2. Thank you. So in
there's
terms
nothing
of
illegal about it.
we have
Yeah.
3 people, by the way. In terms of this, so specifically, right? You said that. Wait, repeat what you just said. I had a response, and I just read something. What'd you just say?
Basically, no, that I bought some of his Trump coins and NFT trading cards, and there's no clear regulation on crypto right now, and I don't see nothing
Wait, okay,
illegal
hold up.
about
So the
it.
meme coin. The reason why the meme coin is an issue is because foreign countries can, buy the meme coin, and it can increase the valuation of Donald Trump's assets by them buying the meme coin, right? So it can be a way in which foreign governments can essentially funnel money to Donald Trump for favors.
It could be.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than could be. It's literally what's happening. Like, and not just in the sense of foreign governments, but there is a gosh, what's his name? I'm trying to remember the guy's name, but he is a Asian businessman. Anyway, he had an open investigation before Trump got into office, and then he bought like what $30 million worth of Trump meme coin. Trump got in office and immediately shut down his open investigation. So literally, I mean, they're using it to actually buy favors.
Well, if we're talking about crypto, I would say that the last administration was very strict on crypto, and honestly, for no reason, just because it pretty much crypto takes out the
That's
banks
not
out
true.
of
That's not true.
the middleman,
Can
basically.
I explain to you why you're wrong?
Yeah.
I'll make this quick because I know that people don't really like when we talk about crypto too much. But the last administration wasn't strict enough. And what I mean by that is everybody in the crypto space right now is begging and pleading for the FEC to set strict guidelines insofar as what they can or can't do. The big issue with crypto is that it has gone unregulated since its conception, and now it is so big, so the FEC is coming after people in the industry, but there's no set regulatory guidelines for what they can or can't do. So anybody in the crypto space will tell you right now they want an administration who's willing to set regulatory guidelines for what they can and can't do. And the Biden-Harris administration didn't do it. The Trump administration isn't doing it. And I mean, hopefully some administration in the future does it, but they basically want an administration that is willing to be more strict and set regulatory guidelines.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
And
No,
just to
we'll regulate it.
just to FYI, the guy's name is Justin Sun. He's a Chinese investor who literally spent $30 million to make his case go away by buying Trump's meme coin.
That's true, I guess. But I will say, last administration has just went against everybody, suing all these companies, Coinbase, the
And for
Ripple.
the goose.
Okay. All right. Okay. I just honestly is there anything else you want to talk about other than crypto? Like,
I was gonna say, yeah, because you didn't let me finish from the beginning.
give me like
basically,
your main motivations for supporting Trump.
His pro-life views, keeping children out of, ending the education system.
Can I get back to that point and address you on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then in terms of this, I'll just ask you a question about this. So, how is it being brought into the school system that you think is problematic? Like, tell me what specifically. Is it just harmful to say that trans people exist?
Professor, thank you for the galaxy.
No, I just feel like we shouldn't shove it down our kids' throat.
What does that mean?
It means like I feel like we shouldn't have anything having to do with transgenderism in our schools, and if somebody wants to
Trans
become
people. So
trans,
so
well,
what's
so
prob-
be it, but
what's bad about just saying trans people exist?
it's bad. I just think it's weird, honestly. To be
What
hon- to
what's
be honest
what's
with you.
weird with saying trans people exist?
Everything about it, the fact that you can have men and women sports, a man dressed up.
No, listen. What
sorry, I'm not.
specifically is weird about just saying that trans people exist?
What's weird about it is it's just making it even, how you say it, kind of like an option. Basically, if you're pretty much saying something exists, you're pretty much
You're
making.
validating the existence, yes.
Yeah,
Justin, I'm
that's
sorry.
what I'm trying to
Yes,
get.
yes, you validate that they exist because they exist. Listen, the fact that you, for some reason, see transgender people and it makes you quote unquote feel weird, that's something that you need to unpack yourself. Maybe get some
Exactly.
therapy or something because transgender people have the right to live just like you do,
They
just like
do.
we
I'm
do.
not saying they
And
don't.
so,
That's never
no,
came out of
and
my
so
mouth. I'm just
actually
saying.
providing the education that transgender people actually exist will help them have a life where they don't have to live in fear. They live in fear because people like you want other people to stay in ignorance instead of
No,
just
no.
embracing
I
the
think
fact that they are here and they live. That's it.
no. I think you just hear me wrong. I don't care if you want to be transgender. If you, that's besides the point. I just don't feel like we have to abide by the rules. Oh, call me he, she, or
Wait, I
he,
have a
her.
question. Are you Christian?
It's just too much. Yeah.
Are you Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so then why
Yeah.
should I have to refer to God the Father as a he? Can I refer to your?
You don't have to refer him to. You don't even have to
I
believe
don't.
in with
You
them.
don't. Okay. So then okay. Well, then you're saying I don't have to use he him pronouns when referring to God the Father.
Okay, it's like saying this basically. All right, would you guys agree that we should put Bible and Christian values in our school system?
Only in the context of there specifically being a multiple religions class, like all major religions class. Not only just specifically that, but that's still not addressing the point
Okay.
that I'm referencing.
And also they're already there. Check Oklahoma. Literally.
Literally.
The Trump Bibles are already in school. So like what are we talking about?
Well, I support that. I
Of
would.
course you do.
Our constitution
Course
was
you
based.
do.
Our whole country was based on Christian values.
No,
So,
it's not. No, it's
and
not.
that's
No, it's not. No, it's not. The country was founded on the freedom of religion. Literally the freedom of religion. That's why there's a separation between church and state. Literally. Most of the founding fathers weren't Christians. What are we talking about?
Oh, hello. Is he there?
yeah. I'm here.
So do you want to respond to Santana there?
Yeah, you said most of the founding fathers weren't Christian.
Correct. The
Okay.
country was founded on a freedom of religion. Not that you had to be quote unquote Christian.
I respect that. Yeah.
That so isn't that important then to address? Joshua, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
It's important to address
What's your hat, Joshua? Go ahead.
basically. Imagine our country would have been based on Sharia law, like
Wait,
women would have
I don't think our country should be based on any religion's moral
our
prescriptions.
our morals are based on the Christian values. That's what
No, they're
that's what I'm
not.
saying.
No, they're not.
Well, they mimic exactly. Basically,
Okay, then why isn't adultery illegal? Why isn't
That's a
Donald
good
Trump in
point.
prison for adultery? Because we have separation of church and state.
But the Christian values preach that sins are forgiven. They could be forgiven if you repent, change your ways, and yeah.
Oh yeah, and are you saying? I have a question. If you have never repented, can you be Christian?
No. Yeah. If you've never repented, you could be Christian.
You still can.
Yeah.
If you've
No,
never,
you can't.
If you've never repented, can you be a good Christian?
No.
No. So if you've
Well,
never,
nobody's good in
no
the
one's
eyes of
so no
God.
one's a good Christian. You're not a good Christian.
No, we've all fallen short of the glory of God.
Oh,
There's only-
I have a question. Do you think that your mom is a good person?
yeah,
Well, not based upon your Bible.
no,
Your Bible doesn't say that. Your Bible says your mom is evil.
Yeah.
If you were to describe your mom to the entire chat as evil, would that be an accurate description of who she is?
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying if we were to describe your mom as evil on the live, would that be an accurate description of your mom?
No.
Okay, well then you're just saying that the Christian prescription of morality as it relates to your mom is inaccurate.
I feel like everybody's sin though. That's the thing.
Okay, but so then we're all evil sinners, correct?
We all are evil
That
sinners,
includes
yeah.
your mom, right?
Yeah.
So if I were to describe your mom as an evil person, you're saying I'm totally accurate in saying that?
Yeah. And
Then
Jesus
how do you
makes
what? You give your mom the same set of classifications as you give, say, Jeffrey Dahmer? I would refer to an evil person
Yeah.
as someone like Donald Trump or Jeffrey Dahmer or Jeffrey Epstein, something like that, right? I'm not going to refer to as like my mom as an evil person. That'd be wildly absurd.
Well, that's the thing. I would have to go into more longer, like basically
Wait,
on the religion.
Do you think your grandma's evil?
Yeah.
He said that way too easy. It's like fucking grandma.
Jeez, bro, what the fuck?
What did grandma do?
What did grandma do? Seriously, dude.
Fucking grandma.
Yeah, but I support Trump's tariff policy. I feel like that's a good. He said that he wants to abolish the IRS and
Tariff policy. Okay, so what specific tariff policy do you like? Elsa, thank you so much for pushing the air balloon. Thank you so much. And then Sarah, thank you for the $20 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's
Xavier,
so
thank
base.
you for the
That's so base. Thank you so much, Sarah. And then think of the $5, please. Go ahead.
Xavier, thank you for the 3. Definitely Pacers.
I like that he's bringing more jobs to America.
How so?
By securing deals across the country, basically.
What deals?
Also telling. Well, he went to Saudi Arabia.
That's not
for
in our
like 3
country.
days. Yeah.
You said across the country? You mean across the
The
world?
globe. Yeah, the world.
Okay.
But also inside our countries with companies.
Okay,
Basically,
so the deals you're referencing, right? Not only have they not led to the GDP increasing of our economy, they've still led to a decrease in our GDP, accounting for inflation. Real GDP is decreasing Q1 of 2025 by 0.3% when we had multiple or several quarters of multiple percentage points real GDP percentage increase, right, under the Biden-Harris administration for several quarters, right? Donald Trump has harmed our economy. Basically, no other developed country is this happening with.
That's only true if this was if he was basically about to be out of office, but he's just getting started. I feel like tariffs don't kick in maybe the first month or two, maybe give it like 6 months, but he's putting pressure on companies to manufacture in the United States.
But they're not manufacturing in the United States. Did you know domestic manufacturing is stagnant, if not has decreased since Biden has been in office?
Yeah, but if they don't, they're gonna have to pay the tariffs basically.
Well, the tariffs aren't even implemented yet. So are the tariffs renegotiation or are they actually going to be implemented?
I can't predict the future, but I will say Trump has never. If Trump says he's going to do something, he does it.
Really? Did he get rid of the Russia-Ukraine war day one?
No,
did he
didn't.
drain the swamp? Did he build the wall? Did he get an infrastructure bill? Did he repeal and replace the ACA? Patricia, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
The reason he wasn't able to build the Trump wall in his first term is because he was going through so many legislations and basically
what legislations? Can you tell me?
They were blocking. I don't know the specifics, but anybody can search this up.
Yeah, apparently you didn't.
Yeah, I'm running off of basically. I'm freestyling this. I don't really have anything. I don't have a computer in front of me like you, reading off a computer.
We can tell, bro. We can absolutely tell.
And I admit to it. But yeah, those are my views on Trump.
Sir Brooks, thank you for the $2.
Like
Thank you
it's
so
too
much.
early for anybody to judge. We just gotta see what if, huh?
Appreciate. Thank you. Okay, so can you give me 2 Trump policies that you like?
I like policies. I like the closed border policies.
That's not a policy. What policy?
That he's gonna deport. He's deporting people, basically.
Okay, so 1, that's not a policy. 2, do you agree with him illegally sending the National Guard to California against the consent of California? Right, to literally go and kidnap people, ICE to go kidnap people, right, and rip them out of their communities and away from their families, right, without due process?
Yeah, I do support that.
You do?
Yeah.
You support kidnapping people without due process?
Yeah.
So then wait, I have a question. Who's to say that doesn't happen to any one of us?
That's true.
Okay. If it can happen to you without due process, then it can happen to you. If it can happen to
It
anyone
can.
with due process, it can happen to you. It's setting precedent for Donald Trump to have complete and total autonomy in determining who is kicked out of this country. Who's to say he doesn't do that with his political opponents? Who's to say he just doesn't do that with anyone who disagrees with him? Who's to say he doesn't do that in the future with anyone that he just doesn't like?
That's true.
So don't let him do it now. Right now, you just justified him going in and stripping people out of their communities, kidnapping them, and deporting them without due process.
But these guys don't have rights though. They're illegal aliens.
Have constitutional rights.
They don't.
They literally have the Constitution affords them rights under.
Yes, undocumented immigrants under the Constitution, based upon the 5th and 14th Amendment, have due process rights.
They don't.
Yes, they do.
Hey, Justin, this was adjudicated by the Supreme Court. I don't know what you're talking about. So the Supreme Court made a ruling on April 10th, 2025, granting, which led to the conclusion that Abrigo Garcia's deportation to El Salvador was illegal.
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
reasons in which it was illegal was because
I've
it
actually read that one.
and violated his right to due process. So, like when you say that undocumented immigrants don't have due process in America, like you're just like descriptively wrong. Like I don't know what else to tell you. That's just factually incorrect. And the Supreme Court agrees with me and has disagreed with you. I mean, like this has been a precedent that has been set for a long time. Like in 2020, there was a SCOTUS case to determine if expedited removal of undocumented immigrants was unconstitutional, because the individuals in which made the claim it was pled that it violated the constitutional protections of undocumented immigrants. And when SCOTUS made their ruling, I mean, they disagreed. They said it was constitutional, but the ruling wasn't that it's constitutional because undocumented immigrants don't have due process. It's constitutional because undocumented immigrants are still granted due process with expedited removal. So it's been a precedent set for an extremely long time and upheld by extremely conservative Supreme Courts that they do indeed have due process. So stop lying, bro.
Well, if that's the case, I voted for him to basically get all these criminals out.
Yeah, himself? You think the guy who pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th, that's a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, is going to be the guy to get criminals out of the country? That would include himself.
Yeah. Yep, that's what we all voted for. We all.
And by the way, I just want to let you know, Democrats are totally okay with deporting people who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes. You understand that, right?
Well, the Democrats say a lot of things, but if you look at California, before even this going on, you can see there's violent cities all over like Sacramento, businesses closing down, San Francisco.
Wait.
And they had like that one.
Wait, I'm sorry. This is all propaganda. So the redder a state is, the higher their homicide rate is. So unironically, red states are more violent than blue states.
That's untrue.
It's literally true.
Go on
He keeps
Google.
saying no.
Go on Google. Think of any red state. Like, I don't know, take Arkansas, for example. If you go on Google right now and you type in homicide rate in Arkansas compared to homicide rate in California, Arkansas will have a higher homicide rate.
What about when it comes to Arkansas and Chicago?
I knew he was going to say Chicago. Why Chicago, Justin? Why Chicago, Justin?
Just because you could just tell there's a
Got it.
shooting.
Yeah.
Last
So
4 years there was like shootings like every weekend. I remember what was it, July 4th, I believe, on that weekend. There was I think like 100 people injured over a weekend from shootings.
Do you think Chicago is a state?
No, it's a city.
Okay. So then here's my question. I have a question. Do you think undocumented immigrants are like bringing more crime to the country?
No, they could be the best people in the world, but yet we have moral standards and we have laws and we have to abide by them. That's the bottom line, you know.
Okay,
But
so
you agree with Biden's open?
so you have to
border policy?
are you saying you have to abide by laws? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
So Donald Trump should have abided by laws instead of, sending the National Guard to LA, right, against the law. He should have, checked the law and the Constitution before he started, sending in ICE to kidnap people and deport them without due process. He should have looked specifically at the law, right, prior to, literally, deporting Abrego Garcia. Right? He
So
probably.
what about Biden? Biden should have abided by the law and follow the immigration laws. Would you agree?
Yes, everyone should follow the law in terms of immigration laws, of course, right? Joe
Well,
Biden
who
did
broke
do
the law
that
first?
specifically. Joe Biden did do that. In terms of the immigration policy, though, I think we should change it. So I don't think that someone should have to follow it specifically in the context of, like it being that they're coming to the country undocumented, they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. Like I just don't see the reason. Ariana, thank you for the membership
Also,
subscription. Shadow, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I bet there was.
also, real quick, I'm sorry, not to necessarily backtrack too much. Hey, Justin,
Yeah.
Memphis, Tennessee, Jackson, Mississippi, Birmingham, Alabama, Little Rock, Arkansas, Indianapolis, Indiana. Do you know what all 5 of those cities have in common?
Tyler, thank you for the $25. Please let me know where you got that from.
He teacup. I'm assuming that he's going to look it up. It's actually 2 things. One, they're all quote unquote Republican-led cities, but also 2, they have higher homicide rates than Chicago. All 5 of them. Anyway,
Okay. No, if that's true, then I was wrong. I admit that.
Okay.
But yeah, like I was just want to ask you, like, do you support Biden's open border policy?
What open border policy are you referencing?
Basically, when Kamala Harris said
Kamala?
everybody, yeah, Kamala Harris,
Kamala. Coles,
Kamala,
thank you so much for pushing the $10. Thank you.
basically saying to all these immigrants that they can come to the United States and this and that.
No, what border policy are you referencing?
Not a border policy, basically allowing illegal immigrants coming in. Basically,
That's not
I'm
a
sorry.
border policy that the Biden-Harris
it's
administration
not a
passed.
border
Wait,
policy. But
wait. I have a question. Where did you get this information from?
So where did I get this information from regarding illegal aliens?
That the open border, policy the Biden-Harris administration passed.
They didn't pass any. Basically, do you support how the border was under Biden? That's what I'm asking.
Okay. Okay. So what? So you said open border policy. There was no open border policy. That's just a made-up lie.
No, of the policy of the administration, basically.
The policy better than Trump's.
Okay. So let's
Also,
say.
I'm sorry.
Let's say
Can
Sorry, what did you say?
I'm sorry.
Can I just respond to that? I'm sorry. Yeah, let's say 9/11 happened yesterday. Do you think any Americans would have want open borders and illegal aliens coming in? Like
I
nothing?
never advocated for open borders, and then I don't think that changes anything. Just because population supports a certain thing, it's gonna be based on like what my policy is, like what I support.
Okay.
Also, I'm sorry. Like, can we just address the elephant in the room? Can Parker? Is it? Can I address it,
Go ahead.
please? Justin, where are you from?
Arizona.
Cool. Were you born and raised in Arizona?
No, I was.
Where are
I
you
was
born and raised?
born in California.
Okay. What about your parents? Where are they from?
My parents are from Mexico.
Okay. So,
Well, actually, my
Justin.
mom was born here. I don't know exactly what state, but my mom was from. She's from Mexico. Well, she was born here, but she's lived basically all her life in Mexico. Yeah.
Cool. So, Justin, you don't see a problem with this administration specifically targeting people that look like you and your parents, people that come from the same place that your parents come from. They are illegally targeting those people, and for some reason, you're just okay with them doing that. You don't see a problem with it?
I don't. It's because I don't see it like that. I don't see. I don't think they're specifically racial profiling Mexicans or Latinos. It's
You
anybody
think
who's
there's no
qualified.
racial profiling?
No, whoever's not
What?
qualified to be here shouldn't be here, and that's it. Whether you're African, Indian, Asian, Iranian.
Sure. Where are they actually implementing these ICE raids?
California.
Well, yeah,
All over
California,
the
but
country.
yeah, literally all over the country, but they're specifically targeting brown people. Specifically targeting brown people. They're literally the reason why there's been multiple people whose rights continue to get violated is because they're racially profiling them. And you have situations where you have like US Marshals who get caught up in ICE raids because they have brown skin, or you have people who are like actual US citizens in Florida who have birth certificates and they still get caught up in held by ICE because they have brown skin. Literally, Justin, they're targeting people that look like you and your family, and you're just like, oh, I'm good with it.
But it doesn't have to do with the race. It's just what it is. It's their status that they don't have legal papers. That's what it is. It's nothing more than that.
But they
go ahead. Sorry.
No, you got it, Parker. You got it, Parker.
No. You got it. I was gonna bring up an irrelevant point.
No. Like I'm not about to spin in a circle with him when like we know. Stop it, Justin. Either yeah.
So you think every
It's
undocumented?
the
Do you
truth,
think
man.
every
It's
undocumented?
not a-
Hold on, clarify. Do you think every undocumented immigrant in the country should be deported?
I would say no.
No. Okay,
No.
so then why should anyone in the country who has not committed a violent crime or a bad crime who's undocumented be deported?
Because we just can't take in everybody, basically.
Wait, okay, so then I
feel
have a
like-
question. Are you okay with 1 to 3% population growth per year?
Yeah, if the undocumented immigrants have their allegiance to this country.
Okay, so to
and they-
clarify, you're okay with 3 to 10 million people coming to the country every year, and you had an issue with the level of immigration that happened under the Biden-Harris administration, which was significantly
they're
less
coming
than
in the
3 to
right
10
way.
million per year?
Yeah, it's more of morals. It's not about the type of people. It is.
It's
the
more
type of-
morals. If you cared about morals, you wouldn't have voted for a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, who said he had sex in common with his daughter, who said he had Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. You talk about morals, but you don't apply them at all to someone like Donald J. Trump.
Also, you know what's like ridiculous about your argument, Justin? You know who doesn't even agree with this argument?
Who?
Donald Trump. Literally, Donald Trump has now gone on records talking about how specifically the undocumented immigrants that work on different farms, how they've worked there for like 20 some odd years, and they have to actually look at certain situations and see what they can do so they're not actually deporting those undocumented immigrants that work on farms. So now even Donald Trump doesn't agree with himself on mass deportation anymore. But you, for some reason, are still agreeing with the old Donald Trump when the new Donald Trump doesn't even agree with you. So what are we talking about?
Iceman, thank you for
what
the
he said.
subscription. Thank you so much,
You
Iceman.
said when it came to farmers and hotel people that work at hotels. But basically, it's about morals. If you come into this country illegally, you should be deported, and that's it. It's not a racial thing. It's not, it's just what it is. It's like basically me applying for a job. If I'm not qualified for that job, why should I be able to get it?
Okay,
Hey, Justin, I
okay,
got
so you say if you can't qualify for the job, you shouldn't be be there to be able to get it. I have a question. If someone is trying to immigrate to the country and they were held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, if you had the ability to either legally allow them in the country or not legally allow them in the country, would you let them legally into the country?
They should have been not in the country from the beginning.
Wait, hold up. Let me ask you the question. Would you allow them to legally come to the country?
No.
So so do you put harsher qualifications on becoming a U.S. citizen through the context of immigration or becoming president of the United States?
Could you repeat that?
Do you put harsher qualifications on becoming a citizen of the United States through immigration or becoming president of the United States?
I mean, these people didn't even abide with the current immigration laws.
Before you talk about something else, I want you to address specifically this question.
That's answering your questions. If these people didn't even go through the legal process now, what makes you think if you...
I'm not talking about anything like that. I'm saying, do you put harsher qualifications on becoming a citizen through immigration or being president of the United States?
Both. I would say both.
You put the same level of qualifications on becoming a U.S. citizen comparative to becoming president of the United States? Okay. Well, then I have a question. Do you think infants should be allowed to legally immigrate into the country? Do you think children should be allowed to legally immigrate to the country? Yes. Do you think they should be allowed to be president? No. So can you please tell me, do you think there should be harsher qualifications for becoming a U.S. citizen or for becoming president?
Neither. I think everything is good right now. People just need to abide by the current immigration laws. I would keep
dude,
it the same.
I really appreciate that answer to the question. Thank you so much.
Just honestly, I'm being honest.
Thank you for honestly answering my question, which you didn't.
Yeah. Also, I'm sorry to break up the flow for half a second. I would be remiss if I didn't just take a moment. Chat, listen, we all know that Justin isn't the sharpest spoon in the drawer. I get it, right? Cool. But like using words like quote unquote slow or quote unquote dumb, those are ableist terms. So please, please, please don't use those terms. Let's stay away from those. We can just say Justin is MAGA. We all know that MAGA isn't smart. So like, let's stick to that. But please be mindful of those terms.
Absolutely.
I don't get offended, so.
Yeah, it's not about you. Trust me.
Do you wanna like engage with what I said?
You're gonna ask something else?
What was I saying? So do you think there should be harsher qualifications on who's allowed to become president of the United States or just who's allowed to become a citizen?
Who's allowed to become a citizen?
Become a citizen?
Yeah.
Really?
Because a lot of those people...
Okay. I have a question. Do you think children should be allowed to legally immigrate to the country?
It depends. Obviously, yeah. There's a kid
so the answer is yes. The answer is yes. You do think that children should be allowed to legally immigrate to the country. Do you think children should be allowed to be president?
No.
Okay, obviously you don't want Boss Baby as president of the United States. So clearly, just because someone's qualified to become a citizen doesn't mean they're qualified to become president. So you have harsher qualifications for presidency compared to just becoming a citizen. So if that's true, and you wouldn't let someone legally immigrate to the country if they were held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, well then clearly, right, you shouldn't let someone who's held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will become president of the United States. That would be clearly absurd because clearly there should be more, right, qualifications for becoming president of the United States comparative to becoming, right, a citizen. Right? There are plenty of people who have immigrated to the country who we don't think should be president of the United States. Children, for example.
Okay, but like I said, I don't believe Trump is a pedophile. I've heard
well, then let's address this. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Do you consider that pedophilic?
I mean, that is weird, but legally, no, because if they're over the age limit, then...
Okay, well then I'll ask you this question. If you went to a kindergarten class, and you went up to a 5-year-old and said you're going to be dating them in 15 years.
But that didn't happen, though.
Wait. If Donald Trump went up to a kindergarten class and said went up to a 5-year-old and said he'd be dating them in 15 years, would you still say the same thing? Or would you say that he's pedophilic?
If he actually went to a school and he did that, that's wrong. Yeah.
Okay, so then why don't you say the same thing when it was a 10-year-old? That's a 5th grader, bro. He went up to a 5th grader and he said he's going to be dating her in 10 years. And you still don't think that's pedophilic?
No.
What do you think going up to, do you think Donald Trump, if he went up to a 5-year-old and said he's going to be dating them in 15 years, that would be pedophilic?
No.
You don't think that would be pedophilic? Really?
No, I think
Going
that's
up to a
weird,
kid, going to a kindergarten class as a 50-year-old man and saying that you're going to be dating them in 15 years isn't pedophilic?
Legally, no, because they're gonna be.
No,
over
I'm
there.
asking you. I'm asking you. Do you think it is?
I wouldn't do that. No.
No. Do you think it's pedophilic?
No.
No. Okay, so if they went up to your 5-year-old kid, a 50-year-old man, and he said he's gonna be dating them in 15 years, what would you fucking do?
I would take that as a compliment.
Bro.
Disgusting piece of shit. What do you fucking
no
mean you
fucking
take that as a
way.
compliment? What are
Well,
you talking about? It's your 5-year-old. That is your 5-year-old. You disgusting piece of shit. What the fuck? What is wrong with you? I can't even fucking believe you just said that. A compliment? A 50-year-old man goes up to your fucking 5-year-old and says he's going to be dating them in 15 years, and you take that as a fucking compliment rather than a pedophilic comment? So fucking disgusting. Get the fuck off my live. Disgusting. Disgusting. Charlie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Wacky, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. What the fuck is going on?
So, he needs to update his script. Like, there's no way this guy could believe the stuff that he was saying. Like, there has to be a edit to the PDF file or something, like, because what the fuck just happened?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? 28.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
For sure. All right, let me just say to the chat. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as for Santana as well. Also in the description of the YouTube. As well as if you want to, like the stream on YouTube, I'd really appreciate it. And on TikTok, let's try to get to 1 million likes on TikTok and to 1,000 likes onto the YouTube. And Sid with the $50, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Starting to use they, she, and haven't said it in many places yet, but I feel safe telling you and the community you've built. W's for Sid in the comment section right now. We appreciate you so much. Seriously. Literally the first group of people I've told that to. Lol, so don't feel bad if you mess that up at all. Don't worry. Don't worry. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now? We appreciate them so much.
You got a cool, like, Harry Potter hat. Like the magic talking hat.
Oh, really? Thank you for the hat of joy. Thank you so much, Gerard.
Yeah.
All right. Go for it. Tyler, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I just want to say that last guy, man. I can't believe he made that comment. That was wild. I'm about to be a dad here in a few
Wait,
months,
so then why do you support him?
Why do I support him?
Thank you for that.
I think it was a disgusting comment that he made in the past.
And
I don't agree with it.
So if he went up to a 5-year-old and said he'd be dating them in 15 years, would you still support him?
Make it really tough, but I mean, outside of all the other policy, I don't think the one comment that he made dictates me not supporting him.
Okay, so you were like, oh, what the last guest just said was crazy, and then you just said the same
Well,
thing.
the fact that he said he would take it as a compliment as well. I don't
Tyler
think that
just
one
basically
comment-
said,
don't
I
think that
wouldn't
one
say it
comment
out loud.
justifies how you should not vote for one person. It's one
And
comment.
Tyler's-
It's a disgusting
Tyler-
comment, but
Tyler's like, it's not a deal breaker. Just don't say it out loud.
I wouldn't say just thinking it is okay either.
So, okay, so again, if he went up to a 5-year-old and said he'd be dating them in 15 years, you'd still vote for him?
I mean, considering all the outsides, I mean, you don't just take that one thing and then base that voting off that one person, right? So
Really? Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, so then like you just don't give a shit about. If he raped a child, would you still vote for him?
No.
No? Okay. So if he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a child against their will, would you still vote for him?
I mean, what is that situation? I haven't researched that, so tell me a little bit about
No,
that.
I'm saying
I
I just want to clarify. I said if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you still support him?
No.
Okay, so what is the relevant difference between the victim being a child and the victim being an adult? That means that you'd support him in one scenario but not the other, because he was held civilly liable
I would say
of forcefully
rape is not
penetrating
okay in
E. Jean
any
Carroll's
situation.
vagina against her will.
I wouldn't say it's okay in any situation, but it's not just we're not just in this one bubble where you make decisions off one comment.
Okay,
right?
wait, no, we're not
So,
talking about a comment.
it's
We're
not
talking
okay,
about wait.
but-
We're talking about how he was held civilly liable for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. In the scenario I just brought up to you, where you said you wouldn't support him, the only difference between that and reality is the age of the victim. That's it. And I don't
Right,
think
it's
that's a
not
sufficient reason to say that you would
I'm
support him
not-
in one scenario but not the other.
Right. So if that's the case, why is it just civil? Why is he not in prison for it?
Because it is past the statute of limitations, specifically in New York for sexual assault, which is ridiculous because plenty of victims take decades to come out or don't come out at all. So the idea that there's even a statute of limitations on sexual assault in the very first place is a disgusting thing.
Okay, then why wouldn't we handle that issue first?
Again, we should, and
Try to
we,
reform-
and,
yeah,
and again,
exactly.
we did in certain ways through the Child Survivors Act and the Adult Survivors Act that specifically allowed for the statute of limitations to be extended in New York for civil courts, and that's what the specific thing that allowed for Donald Trump to be tried in a civil court, and thousands of other people, right, tried their abusers in a civil court as well in the context of New York because of the Child Survivors Act and the Adult Survivors Act.
That's great. Then we should reform that. I would support that.
Okay, again, we can continue to say that, but then also, given that this is true, you wouldn't support him, correct?
Yeah, I mean, in a bubble world, again, off that one
What do
issue.
you mean in a bubble world? What?
We're not making political. I'm not basing my choices off of one comment, off of one specific scenario.
Okay,
There's a ton of-
wait.
And
You
again,
hold on. You
like,
just
okay.
said that you wouldn't have supported him if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child. That's one scenario, right?
Yeah, hypothetical.
Okay, but in that scenario, you still wouldn't support him. So why is it just being one
Right.
scenario, right? A reason to demean it and say that it's not good enough reason to not vote for him.
Well, first of all, never again, not put in prison. That's a different story. How that that law is not formed. That definitely should be. But again, all Kamala's policy or Kamala, however you say your name, I think it's Kamala. Yeah, Kamala. I don't agree with a lot of her policies were, and I'm not saying that I love Donald Trump or I'm a Trumper, whatever these people say that he is or always MAGA supporters. I'm not that. I just thought he was a better option politically.
Okay, but you're not addressing my point there. Nothing about the situation is different but the age. And in one scenario, you said you
Right,
wouldn't
it's
support him. In
wrong.
the other scenario, you said you would support him. You bringing up
it's wrong.
policies is irrelevant because the policies are the same in both scenarios.
Yeah, but Parker, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying
I am.
I don't make my decision off of that one
Wait,
incident.
yes, and I just critiqued that, and I
right?
showed you if that were the case, then you wouldn't have said that you wouldn't support him if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child. You'd still say you'd support him,
Yeah,
right?
I wouldn't support him, but if I had another. person
Oh,
on
okay,
the
but that's
opposite
one.
side, I
But,
didn't-
but listen, that's one scenario.
Yeah, it is. But still,
Okay. So okay. Then the point is, just it being one scenario is not good reason to demean it, insofar as that you would say that it's not good enough reason to then not vote for him. Does that
I
make
like
sense?
his policies. Yeah, and I like his policies more than the opponent, so that's why I voted for him.
Okay, but in both scenarios, the policies are the same. That's not a relevant difference between one and the other. The only difference between these two scenarios is the age of the victim. That's it.
I understand that.
So why are you
keep saying
bringing
the same thing.
why are you bringing up policies as a reason to say that like you support him in one scenario but not the other when the only
in real-
difference between the two scenarios is the age of the victim?
Because in real life, that's why I voted for him.
Okay,
Policies.
I
didn't
understand.
vote for him.
Then you would have voted for him if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child because his policies are the same.
No, again, hypothetical.
Do you see this guy how he can't use his brain cells to function properly?
That's not real life. I understand what you're trying to do, Parker.
Yes,
but that's not real life.
hypotheticals are very relevant towards demonstrating what you
Yeah,
should
but
value in the
did
real
he
life.
Did he rape a 5-year-old? And did he say,
Well,
I want
but
to
so
sleep
wait,
with a 5-year-old?
you know,
He raped a woman. He
problem-
raped a woman.
He did, and it's wrong.
Exactly. And so, wait, Tyler, that's the problem, though. Like, Parker, hypotheticals are closely related to reality. Like, they're
Yeah,
they're not
100%.
that big of a stretch. And you keep saying like you wouldn't vote for him off of this one thing or this one thing or this one thing, but it's all the collective things that Donald Trump actually did, and you still support him with all of these bad things.
Let me ask
So
you a
you
question.
can't just
Is-
talk about
is-
the one individual thing. It's all bad, and you still voted for him.
Yeah, but is one person perfect? I want to ask you both. Is one
No,
person
but
perfect?
there's way
Exactly.
better people than Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a fascist. He's a
I-
racist. He's a sexist. He's a classist. He has open cases across the board. Before Donald Trump even ran for office, he had been sued 4,000 times. 4,000.
By the
I
way,
don't agree. I don't see.
you don't have to be perfect to not rape someone. You don't have to be perfect to not undermine the democracy. You don't have to be perfect to not be a wannabe dictator. You don't have to be perfect to not say that you wouldn't date to not say that you would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. You don't have to be perfect, right, for any of those things. And yet you're going to sit there and you're going to say, right, because we're critiquing Donald Trump, that we're asking for perfection here. Hell fucking no. Are you perfect? No. Have you raped a woman? No. Would you support Donald Trump if he's raped a woman?
Are you just gonna keep muting me, or
Yes. Would you support Donald Trump if he raped a woman?
if it was just that one scenario that we're basing our info off? Is that what we're asking?
Yes.
Then no, I wouldn't. If we're just basing our one decision off of that alone issue, then no. Rape is wrong.
Oh,
It's
wait. No,
disgusting.
no. Same policies that he has right now, but but you know for certain he raped a woman, would you still
No,
support
I
him?
wouldn't vote for him.
Okay. So
I'd probably just stay
So what you're
independent because
disputing is based upon the standard of evidence. And the reason why that's not a good reason to dispute what I just said is because in the two scenarios I provided has the same standard of evidence. So again, the only distinction that you could have provided in the example that I specifically gave you to demonstrate why you would have supported him in one scenario but not the other is age. And age is not a relevant factor in making a delineation between the two insofar as that you'd say you'd support him in one scenario but not the other. And that's explicitly why I give the example. This is not far from reality because the only distinction is age. And it demonstrates this very clearly because you have a clear intuition against supporting him if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child. But for some reason, you don't have that clear intuition when it's a woman. And like, I just don't know why. And that's why I specifically use this example, is to show you that you should feel that way when it is the case that he raped a woman, right? And you should not demean how bad it is because it is the case that the victim is an adult.
Yeah, and I'm not demeaning it. I'm sure she feels terrible, and I'm sure those 15 years were agonizing and awful. Like I'm not demeaning any of that. I struggle supporting him for sure, but at the point where it was and the other candidates, like I would have loved Vivek to win. I would have loved JD Vance to win the nominee, and those guys been supported. But of course, you know, Trump owns the whole Republican Party, so you don't really have an option.
They kick Vivek off of like the administration.
Yeah, probably because he didn't agree with Trump. So yeah, that's a problem. I'm not admitting.
Write an essay to prove your MAGA loyalty. If you want to be a federal employee, you have to write an essay now to be a part of the federal government. If you don't prove your MAGA loyalty, then you're going to be fucking fired.
Yeah, and that's
Also,
wrong.
like,
If it
it's
is that
super
way, then
weird.
it's wrong.
They're actually putting like the troops through loyalty tests now as well. Like that's not alarming to you, Tyler?
Oh, you're talking about how they vetted the crowd? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's weird. But again, I mean, not everyone's going to agree, and it's going to, you know, obviously it makes him look good to the American people. So he's going to do what he has to do. It's wrong. It doesn't look good.
Yeah, I don't understand how, like, what policy, because you said it's what actual policy did Donald Trump propose that made you think that it was going to be better to vote for him over Kamala Harris, knowing all the things that you know about Trump?
Donald Trump's policies over
He was actually going to increase my taxes, and he was going to cut Medicare, and he was going to cut food stamps, and he was going to decrease taxes on rich people. So I want to give my money directly to the rich people. All of my money, I want it to go to the rich people. I don't want it. I don't want it anymore. Just give it to Jeff Bezos. Just give it to Mark Zuckerberg. Just give it to rich billionaires so that they could buy more yachts. Let's do that. That sounds like a fantastic idea to me.
You gonna let me talk now, or are you gonna keep ranting?
Go ahead.
Combination.
Damn. Okay.
Actually, if you listen to me for one fucking second, it would be the case that you'd be able to identify the very clear reality here that you don't fucking deserve your money. Rich people do. You don't deserve shit. Rich people own you. They deserve everything.
Bro, you're acting like I'm rich. I don't even own my own house.
No, you are. That's the point. That's the point. You
I'm
voted
rich.
like you're rich.
No, I'm not.
You voted like you're rich.
You just asked me a question, and then you guys went off on rants, basically going after me.
Did you even listen to the rant?
No, I don't need to, because you're just cutting me. You asked me a question, and then you rant, and then don't even let me answer.
Actually, I'm the smartest person on the planet. You think I need to listen to people who are dumb liberals? Are you kidding me? I, again, want massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, but I don't want anything for the working class. Go ahead. Try again.
I mean, I can't unmute myself now. What's going on?
Wait, yeah, you can.
We literally can hear you.
Oh, cool. Well, abortion's a big one for me. Don't really agree how she wanted to allow abortion access to fetal viability at 24 weeks. That's crazy. 24
Wait. Why is he pivoting now instead of addressing what I just said?
What are you saying?
Well, you didn't listen? You didn't listen to Peter?
I mean,
well,
when you put on the glasses and you do an alter ego.
Wait. It's not an alter ego. That's my twin Peter.
Yeah, I don't care.
What are you talking? My twin Peter. Do you
I
want?
mean,
Do you
we're
want me
trying
to?
to have a
Do,
civil,
do you
respectful
want me to get
conversation.
Peter again?
You're just going down a stupid level. I don't get it.
Do you
And
want?
instead of
Do you want
talking
me to
about
get
the
Peter
person
again?
being- you guys talk about respect and you don't even abide by
Well,
yourself.
I'm just asking. Do you want me to get Peter again? Like, I think you just not acknowledging Peter's existence is incredibly disrespectful
I'm
to
talking
Peter.
about tax breaks for the rich, keep the
Yes.
rich rich. All that
Yes.
kind of
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Peter believes the same shit you believe in.
No, the biggest thing I
fucking
believe
crazy,
is why
dude.
are we
Peter's
why are
fucking
we spending
crazy.
why are we spending so much government money overseas? Why are we giving so much money to U.S. aid? We don't know where half this money is going to.
Wait.
That's what
Okay.
I really
You
want.
don't know where all this.
Why are we cutting spending? Why are we doing this big and beautiful bill? It's the most retarded shit I've ever seen in my
there
life.
he's
Oh,
fucking
come
uses a
on,
slur. Get the
dude.
fuck out of my life. Get the fuck out of my life. Oh my gosh, that's so
Holy
disgusting.
shit.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Do make sure to like the stream, everyone.
Also, guys, this is so close to 1,000,000 likes. Go ahead and tap the screen. Let's go ahead and get up to 1,000,000 likes.
As well as let me thank some people real quick. I'm a little bit behind.
Yeah, me too.
Here, let me just disconnect them. Kristen, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Danielle, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you. Essentially, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I should have asked them that if you would let Trump babysit his daughter. That's like actually like an incredible. I've asked that question plenty of times, especially prior to the election. Christine, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I am a little bit less calm right now. Hey, that's because of the guest. I swear. I promise. Kimberly, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's crazy. That's crazy. And then Christine, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Christine in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Christine. W's for Christine in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And go for it, Santana.
W's in the chat for Barbara. Thank you, Barbara, and for the 10, and also W's for Kristen for the 1. Hi, and I'll just say I don't know if it's because of the guest. I feel like I might be kind of a bad influence because when I come up, you get a little bit hype. We tend to turn up together, so I think that's it.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. To the next person up here, please, everybody. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's try to get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1,000,000 likes. If you're on the YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 1,000 or 1,500 likes. I would really appreciate that. 1,500 likes would be incredible. Would be incredible, I tell you.
Chase, thank you for the 15. I appreciate you, bro. And Kevin, thank you for the 1. Yeah, no one they don't know what they're talking about.
Jack, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
Okay, so first,
what's your birth year?
I'm a Christian, so I base it off of my religion. I agree with him.
Is Christian a birth year?
No, I'm saying.
What the fuck is your birth year?
2007.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I said.
When you were 17, you voted for Donald Trump? That's why. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker, what's up? I'm 35. How are you doing tonight, man?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do. And so just wanted to ask a quick question. Do you want to go ahead and go over any donos before I can? What was your highlight of the day before talking tonight on the live? I know you're hyped up from the last ones, which
Yeah,
are
I'll tell
legitimate.
you what my highlight of my day was. It was seeing my girlfriend.
Let's go. What about you, Santana?
Highlight of the day, me and my wife got some dinner from our favorite place. So yeah.
Awesome. So just want to say thank you both for the opportunity to be able to have a conversation
Wait,
for
what
sure.
about you, Dustin? What was the highlight
Man,
of your day?
so the highlight of my day was honestly getting to go to this little discovery place with my two kids and my wife
Good
after
stuff.
work. So, but I also want to say Thunder and Six.
Oh, you are
So,
absolutely wrong.
I
You
know,
are
man. I know.
absolutely wrong about that. It won't be your first time on this live, or well, it's your first time, but it won't be your last. So, anyway,
I've had the opportunity to talk with Dean like twice, so I'm excited to be able to talk with Parker for sure. So the first thing that I want to say is obviously I did vote for Trump. The reasons why were some of the policies and the way that he marketed himself and what he would accomplish it. Now we know that obviously that could all be a blatant lie, right? I'm not stupid in saying that he's going to be 100% correct in everything. And I do reserve the right to go back and go, hey guys, he sucked, right? So I wanted to just have a conversation with you guys to try and enlighten me on a couple of different things if you could.
Yeah, for sure. What's up?
So first is the big beautiful bill, right? Like obviously there's a lot of issues with it. I think Dean said today it was like 843 pages and taxing on the rich. What was the new bracket to where it's like, is it below $150,000 that it's going to increase by like 80% or something like that? Do you know exactly what
So,
it was? I
so
don't
so
remember.
so so Dean's specific reference is from the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities, and that specifically is just saying that the bottom 80% of the country will see a net increase in taxes, right? Whereas the top 20% of the country will see tax decrease. Disproportionately, the higher income you go, right, you will get more money back in taxes, and disproportionately, the lower income you go, the more money you will have to pay proportionally in terms of your income.
Okay, got you. Now, I'm fortunate enough to be very successful in my career, and I am above that threshold. So my question is this, being that I have found myself successful in ways, is that when you get to the level that I am currently, is people constantly talk about doing write-offs, right? And so in general, obviously, we talk about how Trump is constantly focusing on his rich, his rich, his rich, right? Why don't we do away with write-offs in general? I understand there's a little bit of positive to it, but isn't there more negative for the upper than the lower, would you say?
I
Because
think I, th-
it's
I think
pretty
you got,
much,
I think you can just regulate how you do write-offs. I don't think write-offs are the main issue in terms of loopholes. Right?
yeah,
Just being able to write off in general. Like the fact that I could write off technology associated with my business would make sense. Right? If you're
yes.
going to go out and yeah, like I just so I mean I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is like that we don't tax capital gains at higher levels of income, right, as much as we should, right?
Mhm.
I don't think that we have enough for income tax above the millions and millions of dollars per year thresholds. I think that there needs to be increases on those aspects instead of just the brackets being capped off at like, 700K or less.
So is it really where the breaks are coming from? And this is again, I'm trying to bring information to the MAGA, but also to just the holistically everybody because we need to be educated. And you two are much smarter in this realm than me. So are the rich getting richer is because they lower the tax bracket, or is it because of the write-offs and things like that? What is it that regulates that to give them such a drastic benefit over everybody
Are you
else?
asking like what within the big beautiful bill?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. That would be something that you'd look through if you want to know specifics in terms of all of that from the Center for Budget and Policy
Okay.
Priorities. So that would just be that
Okay.
you'd have to look specifically at the source, what it cites
Uh,
specifically in terms of the impact of that
okay.
on the net
Perfect. Yeah, I
basis.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely do that for sure. And then another one where initially his border policies, initially of what he said he wanted to do. Now, whether I agree with people being ripped away from their families, obviously not the greatest thing, not the greatest image. That's not what we want to be as humans, right? My question is that how do we solve kind of the influx of how many people are constantly coming into the US that are illegal immigrants, but give them the ability to come into our country at an easier rate, I guess you would say.
So here, you probably already heard this from Dean, but because we have practically the same position on it. But it is the case that I think that everyone in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a quick pathway to citizenship. Because if we incentivize people to go through a quick pathway to citizenship, whether it be people who are already in the country and people who are coming to the country, it will make it easier for law enforcement to identify people who are coming for nefarious means. Because like right now, a lot of the people who are specifically trying to come to the country undocumented are good people coming for good reasons, right? And
Yes.
if it is the case that the good people coming for good reasons go through the legal process because they're most incentivized to do so because it goes very quickly, right? Then it is going to be the case that people not going through the legal process will be more likely to have nefarious means in terms of trying to get here because they won't get accepted based upon us identifying that they've committed a violent crime or bad crime. So it heavily increases the probability that that we're going to be able to identify people who are like it'll be easier for law enforcement to identify people. So it'll be more efficient in terms of the immigration process, not only on the legal basis, but also in terms of any other basis.
And then another thing really like for me, I guess, is and even Trump has taken advantage of this, and I don't agree with this, right? Because this is a part of like illegal workforce that a lot of people take advantage of is how they can pay them less, right? They work harder, they pay them less. Do you like how would you go about bringing about that citizenship to the people that are already here, that are illegal, without having the fear of being deported, but also like because the fact that these corporations and people that whatever companies they are running these people for way less pay than they should be, let's be realistic, they're taking advantage of them, and that shouldn't be the case. But how would you go about fixing that, considering we do have a significant amount of illegals in the country?
Oh, can I just hop in and say,
Go ahead.
I mean, there's undocumented, not illegal. You can't, no one's illegal, especially on, stolen land. But when you
Yeah,
talk
my
about,
apologies.
no, you're good. When you talk about the people in the country, like I think one thing that we tend to do is lean on, and I know I'm, bad for doing it myself as far as leaning on the fact that, oh, they prop up certain industries, blah, 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 blah. I mean, I think one, we need to focus on the fact that it's just people, right? They're people that are here trying to have a better life and actually make a way forward for them in the future. And then if we can address that, then we address the basic needs of people. We have to take a look at making sure that we take care of those people coming in the country. If they're going to actually be here, they should be paid a livable wage. And I'm sorry, but we need to take a look at the livable wage in the country as a whole. So, I mean, this is something that's not just specifically targeted towards, undocumented immigrants, but like
Mhm.
Americans as a whole.
Yeah, no, and I don't disagree with a lot of what you guys are talking about. This is me trying to understand, right? Like a lot of times you guys talk about educating us, and this is me
Yeah.
coming in to be educated for sure.
Yeah,
So
no. I
perfect.
feel like you're definitely here in good faith.
So, the next thing, and I definitely don't want to trigger anybody with what I'm about to say because I know that we've gotten hype off this. So, obviously, there's the big thing that's going on in California right now with the peaceful protest. Obviously, there are rioters and looters that are not doing things that are appropriate. Not saying anybody condones that. My question is this: is obviously Trump has deployed the Marines, and against normally it's supposed to be the governor. Is that correct? That's supposed to choose to want to deploy them, correct?
Yeah, and the a federal judge has indicated that Donald Trump is like breaking the law by doing that, by going against
Since we've been live, they've already took it to appeals, and the appeal has put a temporary hold on it. So now
Oh,
it's back to
okay.
where it was.
Oh,
So,
Literally,
so
it just happened maybe about 30 minutes ago.
okay. Well, thank you for informing me. That's actually good information.
Yeah.
So,
so that so that
according to 30 minutes ago, that I was wrong.
so that means they're not going to send them. Is that's what you're saying right now? They're not sending the Marines anymore?
Oh, well, no, you're talking about the Coast Guard. The Marines were actually sent by
Yeah,
P.
yeah.
Hegseth, which again they are not supposed to be there anyway. But he was talking about the coast. I'm not the Coast Guard. The National Guard. National Guard.
Yeah,
Got
I
you.
was gonna verify that because I did see that in a message. Specifically, was it that it's for like 3 days? It's paused essentially.
Is it? I didn't read the entire thing, but they did put a
Yeah,
temporary pause on it.
that's what I
They
got
didn't
in like a
overturn it,
message.
but they just paused it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I hadn't verified it yet, so I had to check.
Okay. And so the second part of the question comes from I try and put myself into the situation like if you're the president, right, Parker, if you were the president and let's say you did not deploy anybody, right? You just let the governor handle it. But the governor does a poor job and never does. Looting, fires, people get hurt outside of the police force, like everyday people that are peaceful protesting get hurt. And you choose to never, as the president, overlap the governor who is refusing to bring help. Would you
Here's
put
my
blame
thought.
on the president?
Here's my thoughts on it. I think that
Yes.
like there could be humanitarian efforts specifically where you would need, right? The need like specifically to like bring in the National Guard, right? It would make sense not to like, shut down like a protest or do anything specific like Donald Trump's doing, but in a humanitarian reason specifically to like help people. If it is the case the governor wasn't doing stuff to help people, that could be a possible circumstance to happen. Typically, it would be the case that we'd want the government, but obviously that's like a national security threat in that type of reason, or that's like a security threat in terms of the people. But that's not true in this circumstance at all. Is it true in this
Yes.
circumstance? Like I genuinely think that like the reason why there's more conflict right now is because of Donald Trump, sending in right in the National Guard and Marines, right, originally. Like that's definitely like going to like lead to like more right violence occurring, right? Because I think that they are the ones oftentimes like causing that, inciting it.
No, and I agree that it can definitely cause more harm than good for sure because people feel as if they're not able to peaceful protest. It gets people under wraps. The only thing that I would say that I disagree with is like for me, especially with everybody doing the peaceful protest, I believe it's Saturday, correct? That everybody's
Yeah, Saturday. Saturday is
14th.
officially No King's Day, aka President Obama Appreciation Day. Guys, make sure you get that trending. President Obama Appreciation Day. It'll
yeah, so I
drive them
wanted
crazy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. No, you're good. That's why I gave props to it because my friend in Utah was telling me about it, and so I wanted to give preface to that because peaceful protest should be something. The problem that I have is that it feels like, and there was a gentleman that I was watching last night on Snapchat. Oh my gosh, Mickey Mays. Have you guys ever heard of him?
Mm-mm.
He's the
You
big
know Mickey
gambler.
Mays?
He's the big gambler. You've probably seen him about like Vegas has basically like kicked him out. Anyways, he went downtown and streamed and was one of the people. He actually got shot because he went straight to the front line and got hit by the rubber bullets, which is appalling. Like, there's no reason you should shoot people just for filming. But my concern is why, as peaceful protesters, because I've never been a part of one, but I feel like I'd be different. You have people that are accumulating in mass. Why are the peaceful protesters not stopping? Realistically, these people that are causing the aggravation of the police force, that are throwing these bottles, that are burning down the cars, like why are the people that are peaceful protesting not like grabbing these people and being like, hey, no, we don't do this, you go
Yeah,
over there to the police, these people did it.
so some do. Obviously, in some circumstances, like people can't, right? But like that is happening. Also like isn't that why aren't the police doing their job? And like why are they focusing on shooting people who are peacefully protesting rather than stopping the people who are committing the violence? That's my question.
Yeah, and I think that's where it gets hard because like uh, and I just think subjectively to like if I'm a police officer, right? Am I going to run in the middle of all the protesters who I don't know to stop the person who's in the middle of all of them with the chance of getting, you know, beat up on by a bunch of different people? So that's why they form the lines would be my guess, which is why it occurs further back and then they push out to that. That would be my guess, right? But I would just like to think that there would be a better way. I know that people are stopping it. Let me be clear. Mickey Mays did show something where I think it was a sushi restaurant. Some people busted in trying to like go in there and steal food and stuff like that, and people were like dragging them out and like being like, "Hey, we don't do that. No, 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 no." So like obviously people do fix that, and I want people in the chat to know that I did see that as well. Like I know people are trying to stop it as well. Um, Okay, so great assessing with that. Thank you for helping me understand that. And then the last thing that I personally wanted to hit on, because I want to give somebody else more time, and I know I'm asking more questions than debating. So it's more information for me, and I appreciate you guys for giving me time.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
the last thing for me really is it goes towards really trans and that whole situation in schools. So I would say for me personally, where I have an issue as a father, right? Is thinking of, is there in schools now, again in Texas, right? Yes, I'm in Texas. I'm gonna get blasted now because I just said that. People are gonna blast it. In other states, are there different bathrooms for trans in general, or are they allotted to go into the female, male, they, them, like their bathrooms, or how is those separated most of the time? Because you do hear certain situations where a guy goes in, or sorry, my
Okay.
apologies, a trans. Go ahead, sorry, Parker.
Yeah, trans person. So in terms of like you're saying bathrooms, like what do people do in terms of bathrooms? Sometimes there are like gender neutral bathrooms, like or family bathrooms specifically anyone can go into. But specifically in like in the context in which we're referencing specifically with like bathrooms, like I have no issue with trans women going in the women's restroom and trans men going in the men's restroom. I actually think that's the best way to do it specifically, because if it is the case that you do it based upon biological sex, well, then you're saying that trans men should be going into women's restrooms, which would then be incredibly hard to legislate, because it is the case that trans men are more masculine presenting, right? So then is it the case that you could also say that like cis men could go into those areas, and it'd be the case that they wouldn't have to change their presentation to claim that they're trans men to be able to get into these spaces? So like I just don't see a good argument at all for like people being against trans people using the bathrooms in which they identify with.
I guess for me it is and I can't recall too exact specific, but you hear about situations where trans men, trans women. I honestly, I'm very uneducated in some areas of this, but like where the other went into the bathroom and took advantage of the opposite sex in that situation. I'd have to pull up an article, which I could. I have my computer in front of me, but I have heard of situations like that happen, and I believe that's where a lot of people's fear comes from.
Well,
And so,
and the only issue with that is that you don't see that from, hey, Eli, you know what? Instead of me saying anything, you got it.
Hey, Santana. Hey, Parker.
How are you?
What's good? What's good?
Oh man, I could be better, I suppose.
So,
Yeah.
hey, Eli.
Hey. So Dustin.
Yes.
Just a quick little intro. 32. Trans guy. I'm in Texas.
Awesome, man.
And, I'm a active duty service member. Been in.
Thank you for your service.
Been in just about 13 years. That career is coming to a abrupt close at the end of August. That will be my new date of separation instead of getting to finish my career.
I apologize about that.
Yeah, because the kind of rhetoric that is you're up here perpetuating is exactly what ended up getting my my job taken from me. And so here's the thing. You ever heard about like I don't know, animals that people seem to be afraid of, like we could do snakes, we could do spiders.
Yeah, 100%. I'm a total arachnophobia. I hate spiders, man.
Right,
But I know people can handle tarantulas with no problem, and they're not going to hurt you.
Right, and here's the thing. We hear that phrase, they're more afraid of you than you are them.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm that snake or that spider, okay? And so are trans people. And what I mean by that is we are more afraid of y'all than you are of us. I am I'm not turning my even if I turn my camera on, like it's you're not gonna be able to see me very well. I'm laying down in my room and got red lights and stuff on, so can't really see me well. But you can go and take a look at my profile if you care to after we get done with this conversation.
Yeah, I'll throw you a follow. I'll throw you a follow, man.
Cool. Yeah. I've only been on T for about tomorrow will make 10 weeks, and I've got a mustache, some facial hair. My voice has dropped a whole like maybe an octave and a half, maybe lower. But and I'm like been like I'm only 10 weeks on T. It's gonna get more intense. And so my thing is I can't go into the bathroom that the party the Republican Party wants me to go into. That's the women's bathroom. I don't belong in that bathroom, but also like I can't go in there because it's dangerous for me to go in there. I'm yeah. Not only that, like if I go into the men's bathroom, that's supposed to be illegal for me to do. I do use the men's bathroom, just so you know. Every not every single day because I'm at work, but yeah. So like I use the men's bathroom, and I'm quite honestly fucking shaking. I want to get in and out of there so fast, and I'll use every like means to not use the bathroom in public. Just like I will hold it for as long as I can and look for single stall bathrooms. like the fact that I am fucking terrified to piss, man, that's sad. I'm a 32-year-old adult.
Mhm.
I shouldn't be fucking afraid to use the bathroom, and neither should any other human being. Um, around the world globally, unisex stalls are super common. Like or unisex bathrooms are very common, and then on top of that, America's weird. We have these like stalls that have like doors that are a foot off the ground. They have like
Mhm.
cracks in the fucking like
Yes,
so weird.
exactly.
Literally.
Mhm.
Yeah. So in the UK, for
I was gonna
instance,
say, aren't other countries that actually, like for in Japan, for example, they go all the way to the floor and like completely butt
yep,
out all
yeah,
ability to be able to view inside the stall.
yeah, and so that's why unisex like bathrooms with multiple stalls are a lot more common in other countries because they actually provide privacy. Like so, it's not as big of like an issue when people actually have privacy because I don't think it matters what your genitalia is. I think that everybody just deserves privacy, like period. Because I don't know how often that you go into a bathroom to go inspect somebody else's genitals. You know, like if that's happening even one time, that's fucking weird. Um, but yeah, I mean, you could even go. My like most recent video had nothing to do with bathrooms, and somebody claiming to be a Christian told me that she'd walk straight up to me if I was in a woman's bathroom and ask me if I had a penis or a vulva.
Yeah,
Um,
that shouldn't be happening. Yeah, I
mhm.
and one thing that I wanna say real quick, and Parker, I hope that I had can I address your chat for just a second, if that's okay with you?
Sure.
So there's some of you, and Eli, I definitely want you to continue. There's some of you that are saying that I'm just trying to go along with Eli to seem like it. Let me be very, very clear. I am open to everybody. I am not judgmental, right? I like to go in things open-minded to be educated. So there are a couple of you, Sabi, some of y'all that are saying that I'm only going along with this to not get hate. Let me be very, very clear. I can not agree with something initially, be educated, and change my thought process. That's what I believe that Parker, Santana, Eli are trying to do. So for those of you that are kind of like blasting it a little bit, saying that I'm just kind of going along with it, let me be very clear, that's not the case. I like to go into things with an open mind, to understand things and to be able to be informed enough to make better decisions in the future. So that's all I just want to say. Go ahead, Eli. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, so like what I have a hard time with is like uh, people are fear mongering against us. Like we're a teeny tiny part of the population. Um and I would love to not be talked about and used as a political talking point. I'm a human being, and I would love it if you could just let my voice. Like, there are so many trans people, even just in the chat, that have already added me. I see you guys. I can't see all the comments because y'all are amazing, but like that are saying thank you for speaking up because we are fucking literally being unalived, man. We are being assaulted, uh, like brutally beaten unconscious. We're having our rights taken away. We are afraid to pee. We're losing people like me, like we're losing our jobs. Um, I didn't do anything but literally serve the fucking country. Like that's what I've been doing with my life for the last 13 years. And so I just like want my like I'm one person, but I want my voice to reflect and represent like so many people like me that are in similar, if not worse, situations than I'm in. Um, and like it only gets worse when you factor in like um, uh, the added layer of privilege that I have. Like I'm a white T person. It gets worse when you add the layers of like marginalized communities, that intersectionality. Like there's it's so sad how people are being treated just for existing, and I really would like hope that what you just said is true, and that like there's some empathy within you, and you can feel like, damn, if I was going through this, that would fucking suck, you know, like walking
Hmm.
in somebody else's shoes. I don't expect you to understand me, man.
Yeah, no, I think it's extremely important for us as human beings, right? Like, yes, I'm a Christian, but I'm a human being first and foremost, right? And I think it's important for us to put ourselves into other people's shoes, or else you'll never understand, right? And I think it's important for me to be able to take the perspective. Like a lot of people on TikTok just like what they want to like. For me, I personally like to broaden my view to be able to see and listen to hear other people's opinions that way that I can be better educated, understand things differently, see it from a different point of view. And so I think the way you're illustrating it is fantastic, man. And there is, I guarantee you, right? Like I think that people in the Christian faith kind of push the wrong narrative, right? As Christians, we are told to be understanding, forgiving, and loving. Like when none of us are called to judge, and the people who come in here and like judge, that's they're missing the mark, right? That's not the case, and I'm sorry that you've had to deal with that. And I say that holistically.
Yeah,
Um,
and I
so
appreciate that. I wanna see like just like curious,
mhm,
because I appreciate what you're saying, but like to kind of bring it back to like the conversation you were having with Parker and Santana, like
yeah,
why I'm like losing my career, right, in the military.
it's because of them taking
Yeah,
trans out of the military. Is that correct? That's just my guess.
it's the EO, yeah, the executive order that was written and pushed by Trump, and the administration. Correct. The federal courts said this is so a bunch of lawsuits were pushed
Hmm.
by a lot of trans folks, and they won at the federal court level because there was nothing that the administration had to support the reason for kicking us out. For those of you who don't know, there are an estimated 15,000 trans people in the military across active reserve and guard branches, and over 70% of us have served for at least a decade, if not more. Just I'll like to drop that in there. So you're getting rid of a bunch of seasoned, long-time service members that have not been causing problems. we're just here. Yeah, and yes, it's because of the executive order
So,
to kick us out. Because even though the federal courts said this is unsubstantiated, you have no reason to be doing this. The Trump administration used an emergency kind of thing that they do to go around the federal courts and went up to the Supreme Court. And then because of the way that Trump elected had certain people placed during his last term, the Supreme Court ruled in the administration's favor, and we're getting the boot anyways.
because I'm just curious, what was the reasoning behind they gave getting trans people out of the military? Like, what was do they have a
Oh yeah,
reasoning, or did it just
yeah. This
happen?
is gross, actually. Yeah. So the way the executive order is written, I can't lie. This actually sucks because apparently I'm a threat to national security. Because apparently, even though I have a secret clearance,
Hmm.
I have served in all sorts. I've deployed multiple times. I've served globally. But yeah, so we are threats to national security because we are like don't have the integrity to be honest about who we are. And
What?
and also, yeah, if you look up the executive order, it's
Is
fucking
that what it
gross.
says?
Yeah,
Donald Trump, the literally serial adulterer, by the way, the
yeah,
30,000 confirmed lies in first administration,
yeah.
is trying to say who is being being truthful about themselves. I think that he probably needs to look in a mirror before he talks about how other people, especially an entire fucking group of people,
Holy
right,
shit.
Yeah, if you
are.
haven't
It's
read
crazy.
the executive order, like that's exactly we don't have the um selflessness and humility to um be like put service before ourselves and be honest about like who we are. Yeah. So we don't have the integrity to be serving. So and yeah, that's the part that blows my mind the most actually. Yeah. If you are trans and you have no reason to go read the executive order, please don't. But if you are not trans and you haven't read it, and this is surprising for you, please go read that executive order. Yeah, it's if anybody wants it, I can post. I don't know. I can't. And at the end of August, once I'm out of the service, I'm gonna be posting a lot more on my page.
Can only
Right now
imagine.
I'm pretty limited to what I can and can't say.
Yeah, well, Eli, I appreciate it. And Park, I don't know which Santana for Parker, if it was whichever one. Obviously, thank you for inviting Eli in here because I didn't realize that that was some of the reasoning behind allowing somebody to serve our country if they desire to protect our freedom and protect what America stands for, and we're being forced to push them out. That doesn't fully make sense to me because they're wanting to protect our freedom. You're wanting to protect America, and you're choosing to push them out. So that. I'm definitely going to want to read more into this because that just doesn't sit right with me, just being honest. And no, again, for everybody who does not freaking believe me in the chat, this is sincere words. I believe that you have to look into things. Yes, we can be ignorant to ourselves at times and go along with what the lights and glamour show. But I believe that we do have to look into things a little bit more concrete, even if we've messed up. And we have to retract and be like, you know what? I probably didn't make the greatest decision, but you know what? I'm gonna fix it as I can going forward. So yeah, I thank you. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, bro. Or I'm sorry you had to go through that. And yeah, I just wish you the absolute utmost success in your life after having to deal with this, and that life honestly just takes a complete turn for you in the most absolutely stunning way, man.
I appreciate it. I gotta find a job, and I gotta figure out how I'm gonna pay my bills, and I've gotta figure out how the hell to get out of this state that hates me. And yeah, I'm not gonna be doing that for a long time. But like, I wish it was just all rainbows and butterflies and that it was gonna be fine. But I will tell you this: I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. And I said that I would abide by the lawful, keyword lawful, orders of the president and the officers appointed over me. And I also swore to defend and protect against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And whether or not I'm wearing a cloth that is supposed to represent the nation, whether or not I'm wearing that, I'm gonna do that. And if I were to stay in the service, I would be doing that by abiding by lawful orders and rejecting those that aren't. And if there are any service members that are listening, remember, that doesn't make you just like brave. That's what you fucking said you would do. Keep that in mind. You swore that you would abide by lawful orders, not that you would fucking break the Constitution. And if you think that you are going to just do whatever the fuck you want right now and it won't catch up to you, I promise you it will. I am not saying that as a threat because I'm not the one that's going to come for you. But when human rights are violated, the world is watching, and it doesn't just happen from the United States. I just need you to know that. You will be held accountable in due time. So make sure you're making the right decisions. Make sure you're not doing things. Don't bear arms against the country that you said you would fucking protect. Don't do that. Anyways, I love y'all. And
Love you more, Eli.
if there's anything
Love you too.
else that you need, I'm here. And Dustin, I got to be honest with you, you're probably the only person who's at least sat and listened without profusely trying to misgender me or insult me or anything like that. So at the very minimum, and I'm saying very, very minimum, at least you did listen. So thank you.
Yeah, of course, man. I think that one of the most important things you can hear is talk less and listen more. And I kind of try and stand by that. You know, sometimes you gotta zip your mouth and open those ears more to be able to understand things a little bit better.
All right, Dustin, I really appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
Hey, thanks so much.
Hey, I gotta skedaddle. I'm gonna get out of here. Can I do like two quick things?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Lauren, thank you so much for the 5. Lauren basically said that people always bring up like all the bad things that Trump did, but forget to mention having to pay the $2 million settlement for defrauding the charity. I never think to bring that one up. So yeah. Also, just real quick, really selfish, guys. This is the main page now. So if you're not following this page, hit the follow button. Make sure you're following me here because like this is where we are now. So this is the main page. And last but not least, fucking good Wi-Fi. Oh, you can't say. Hold on, let me turn this off. Parker, I told you the other day. Hold on, where is it? This this is awesome. It is awesome.
What is
Like
it?
it's a Eero Max 7 tri-band Wi-Fi mesh router. Bro, when I tell you, like, I've been fighting with the Wi-Fi here in my place for like a year and a half.
Uh-huh.
And when I tell you, like, it is absolutely amazing. So,
Oh, Parker. Wait, I was say I'll wait. Before you drop me, I do want to say one more thing before I drop.
okay,
But
I'm
Go
gonna get
ahead.
out here. I love you guys. Bye.
I'm happy to hear that, Santana. That's fucking sick.
bye, Santana. Love you, man. Yeah, I just found this out and I didn't know because I usually am listening to your live for a lot longer, but I don't know if you heard this. And so did you hear that about the like, you know, the parade that's happening on Saturday, about the paid like Craigslist ads?
I saw one person claiming about that like made a video about it. I think it's bullshit. It sounds bullshit. Have you seen anything about that?
Like you saw it was on TikTok.
Yeah, it was
Like
on
that
like
somebody
TikTok.
posted about it?
Someone posted about it and claiming about it. It was someone responding to someone who did like make a video about it.
I can I got sent the video. It was like the original video. It wasn't somebody responding to anything. It was like she like opens the ad and it was talking about how they would pay people in Congress confirmed it. Somebody asked me about I'll say Free Palestine. Like yeah, I don't believe in Jesus. But yeah, let's see.
Was it real? Dang.
Yeah, I'm not entirely
I mean,
sure,
like,
but
if it's real, like, why? Like,
because
we don't need that.
because it's like they're trying to pay. The administration is saying they'll pay $1,000 for people to just sit in and take up space to make it look like somebody's watching, like they have people watching the parade because nobody wants to go, and they'll hand out free red hats. They'll pay them.
Are we talking about for Trump?
Yes.
For something related to Trump? Okay. That makes sense. I thought this was I was actually misinterpreting this conversation. I was interpreting that people were saying like there was this person claiming that they were getting paid on Craigslist in order to go to the No Kings protest on the 14th.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No,
well,
this
yeah.
is
So we were thinking about different things.
Yeah. No, there's tons of people. There's like millions of people that are going to those. This is for his military parade.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. I was interpreting so wrong.
Yeah, the ad, I can send it to you if you the video that I'm talking about. But the ad is and I'll post it in your Discord so other people can see it too. But it's like it's really gross too because there's like racist undertones, of course. But there's like $1,000 if you go. They're going to give out a red hat. They want you to wear red, white, and blue. They encourage you to wear gold. And then they'll pay you in fast food and soda. And then, yeah.
That's diabolical. Wait, actually, is that serious?
Yeah. Let me see if I can. Yeah. Right when I drop, I'll send it into the Discord so that if you want to look at it while you're still live, you can. But yeah, and on top of it, they put like it gets worse because they put we encourage, and I quote, please chat. No, this isn't me. This is me quoting it. We encourage people of color and ethnic groups to attend. And then they said, we will be putting you at the front of like to highlight you and like so that you can get like noticed by VIP folks. And then that you'll be on national television and all this.
So then is that technically DEI?
Yeah, I think that would qualify as DEI, huh? Yeah. If you want to drop me, I'll send it to you so that you can look at it.
Yeah,
so
no, I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
for
you.
sure. No problem.
Eli, it's always good to have you on.
Of course. See you.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you tap that screen, do share the live, everyone. We're going to get some solo debates for the next few hours. And then I'll make sure to get off for tonight. Yo, what's up? How do you? Sam, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, of course. We'll see. I'm going to be on a lot. Throughout the day and stuff. I have a bit more time. My girlfriend left and isn't, is out of town now. So I'm by myself. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you do want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Make sure to like the YouTube stream and the TikTok stream. We're about to 1 million likes on TikTok, and we're about to, we should probably try to get to 1.5 thousand on YouTube. But yeah, I'm so sad. I miss my girlfriend so much already. And it hasn't even been a full day. All right, let's get this next person up here. All right, let's go on to the next person real quick. Give it a second, everyone. Oh my, is it? There we are. Let's go on to the next person. Trying to get you to 1 million. We're almost there. Okay, we're trying to get to the next person, everyone. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
I did vote for him.
Do you support him right now?
Right now, yeah.
Okay, so why?
A couple of reasons: immigration and economic policies, specifically for my job.
Can you tell me what economic policy? Hello? You cut out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What economic policy?
The TCJA Act that he enacted in his first term that I think should be continued.
Okay,
He repealed.
can you tell me one provision within the TCJA that you like?
Yeah, reducing it from 35% to 21%.
Reducing what?
Corporate tax rate.
Okay. So I have a question. How do you feel about the fact that it is the case that it added $190 billion to the debt every single year, right? And it only added $8 to $16 billion in GDP per year, according to a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. Look up the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform bill, and you'll see a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard specifically indicate that, that in particular. Lovey, thank you for the $2. I do plan on it. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. I did not actually. Yeah, go ahead. You were saying? Annie, thank you for the $5.
Sorry,
thank you so much.
I'm talking to.
Go ahead.
I didn't know if you're done talking there. No, I think it falls more in line with the Laffer curve and is better for overall economic policy. Personally, I would put it between 26 and 28. I think right between 35 and 21 is the ideal rate, but I'm much more.
Did you know Kamala Harris wanted it to be 28%?
Well, Mark Cuban suggested that to her, and she did not. She, in fact, in the debates, she said she did not want that. She said she wanted to repeal the. Yeah, she said she wanted to not extend the Trump.
28% isn't the tax. Isn't the Trump one?
Yeah, no, it's 21%, but it was originally 35%.
28% is the policy that they were specifically advocating for. That seems in accordance more with like the Laffer curve in terms of what you were referencing.
No, it is in terms of. I did not hear her say 28%. I heard her say that she would not extend the Trump act.
You cut out. Say that one more time.
I did not hear her say 28%. I heard her say that she would not.
It was on her policy website.
The Trump Act. She said she would not extend it. She would advise Congress to.
It was on her. It was literally on her policy website. Where did she say this?
What was that? Sorry.
It was on her policy website. Where did she say specifically what you're referencing?
Well, in the debate, the moderator asked about the the Jobs Act, and she said she wanted to not extend it once.
Yeah,
once
the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is not the policy she was advocating for. That'd be 21%.
Yeah, she was she was advocating to repeal it.
Yeah, I would too. And if you want a higher than 21%, I'm confused.
Well, I think 21 is better than 35%.
I'm confused. Wait, 28%, is that better?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that's what Kamala Harris is advocating for.
I don't think so, because it was 35% before.
All right, I'm going to go on to the next person. I've already said it a few times. I actually genuinely already said it a few times. It was on her policy website. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 34. What's up, Parker?
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. Oh, why so?
Well, first, we chatted last week. You asked me to look up the big, beautiful bill. So just wanted to call out a discrepancy that I've heard you and Dean saying. The main thing I wanted to talk about was immigration, but I do want to talk about that first.
Go ahead.
So as it's currently written, it's not going to result in a tax increase on the bottom earners. That is not true.
That's from the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities.
Yeah, so when you say tax increase, do you mean from a tax bracket or some other mechanism from, taxes, or
It's
what do you mean?
It's referencing after tax, right? It's going to be a decrease in after tax income.
So this is what I was calling in to clarify for. So specifically, it's not going to impact their taxes. What you're referring to is cuts in benefits, such as Medicare. There's a clear distinction between the two.
If you are understanding this, it's a net based upon the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities. Did you read that?
So what I'm trying to say is, I've heard you and Dean say
I'm asking if you read that. Did you go?
I didn't. I read
so
as much of the bill as I could on my own.
I understand, but the bill is like over 1,000 pages at this point, right? Or close to 1,000 pages. It's an incredible amount of pages.
I tried reading as much as I could.
Obviously,
I agree. Trust me.
You didn't read enough of the bill in order to be able to determine that. That's why we'd look towards, the Center for Budget and Policy Priority, right? That's why I didn't read the full bill. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah. So I guess what my ask is, because I tried doing my part when we chatted last week to do a little bit more research on it. What I'm saying is there's a clear distinction that it's not resulting in a higher taxes than the bottom earners. I've heard you guys say it a couple times. That is not true. It's a loss of benefits.
Yeah. So, that's the loss of benefits is also categorized into specifically the net impact on terms of taxes. So that's only a portion of it.
Taxes, bro. Who cares about taxes? I mean, dude, the main issue here
hold up. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead. And how old are you?
35.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I mainly support Trump because of his border policies.
Okay. What border policy?
Removing criminal aliens from the country.
Okay. So you understand that he's going in without due process, removing people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes.
The only due process...
He's literally kidnapping people and removing them from their communities, right? Taking them from graduations, from their workplaces, from literally parks.
What due process did the mothers of murdered children get?
What are you
talking? What due process did Joe Biden require of the illegal immigrants being bussed in?
I just want to let you know that wasn't a real thing. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crimes.
No, it wasn't a real thing.
Hold up. Can I please? Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States. This idea that you're making that undocumented immigrants are murdering a bunch of people is like a made up thing.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
they are. It happens, and every single time it happens, that was a preventable crime.
So then you would agree that there are more murders specifically from American citizens. Okay, in the same sense, then you would argue to ban people. Okay. Oh, then how about this? How about this? How about this?
There are 350 million
How about this? How about this? If we banned specifically tourism, would that reduce deaths?
I'm not interested. Yeah, probably
would. It would. If we banned people from having children, would that reduce deaths? Yes. Okay, so then
What does
is
have
that
to
your
do with
argument?
the
Is
fact
that your
every
argument?
single
Because
every single person that was murdered or sexually assaulted by an illegal immigrant is a preventable crime?
wait,
And the
it's
only
also
reason
preventable if we didn't have any
do you
more.
support that?
Wait, listen.
Wait. Do you support?
Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, right, drug crime, and property crime in the United States compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. What you're failing to identify is that your same argument could then be used, but to argue, right, that like we shouldn't have more children in this country because children that are U.S.-born citizens, right, are more likely to commit violent crime and property crime and drug crime than undocumented immigrants. So we would rather, if we're going to have a population increase, instead of it being specifically, birthing of people specifically, right, it should be, right, through immigration, right? Because if we're going to judge based upon that characteristic, then that's going to be, how we identify, we're going to increase in population, identify an increase in population.
You do not understand the reality of the situation. If you
What do I not
lived-
understand?
If you didn't live like a rich kid and you lived like me in an apartment in Los Angeles,
I live in an apartment.
With the rest of this and not in some fancy apartment, you might understand that this happens and it's a real thing. And the lack of empathy that you have for the victims of these people.
The lack of empathy I have, dude, are you serious? You're advocating for a guy that is kidnapping people, right, from their families, right, from their communities. You're advocating for a guy that's circumventing due process. You're advocating for a guy undermining our rule of law, our democratic values, our constitution. You're advocating for a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. You're advocating for a guy specifically that's going to literally increase the taxes on low and middle income individuals, specifically decrease their benefits while giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, right, and increasing the deficit specifically by the debt by trillions, right? What are you talking about? That you act like this guy is going to be better for anyone other than, extremely rich people.
You don't care about these people, and it's sickening.
You're lying. You're lying. You voted for policy that guts people's health care. You voted for policy that takes food off of children's tables. Don't sit here and lecture me about you assuming specifically me not caring about people in the fucking live stream when you're sitting here voting for legislation that will actively undermine their fucking rights and their literal fucking benefits. What are you talking about? What do you mean I don't care about people while you're actively doing stuff that means that you don't care about people? What am I doing specifically that's demonstrating that? Going on a live in front of thousands of people and telling people to support policy that's going to be better for people in general? What are you talking about? What do you mean? I advocate for everyone in this fucking country, undocumented, not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, that Donald Trump's advocating to fucking kidnap and fucking deport with no due process. What are you talking about? That's not humane. That's not what being an American is. Being an American, right, is incredibly, incredibly important to acknowledge, is predicated off of immigration, right? And that we shouldn't be so anti-immigration in this particular respect, because not only is it harmful to our social and cultural norms, right, in terms of how immigration is fundamental towards that, but it's also harmful towards people within our society, right, and our ability to be able to pay for things like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, things like that, because it is the case that immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. So not only are immigrants benefiting themselves when they come to this country, they're also benefiting us. They're paying for people, right, to be able to receive the same benefits that they would have not been able to receive otherwise, because we don't have enough young people that are working to be able to afford for the people who are older with increasing life expectancies on Medicare and Social Security for longer periods of time. Immigration is like a superpower of America. Right? Other countries around the world are going to have population crises because of their fertility rates, where we won't, because we can do immigration. And we're willing to do it. Immigration is a fucking superpower.
Hey, Parker, can I speak up on this? This is actually what I really wanted to chat about.
Go ahead.
So I understand what you mean about from a population standpoint, where immigration, we've relied on it for the last 30, 40 years. I completely understand that point. So from a policy standpoint, I am more in favor of encouraging birth rates naturally in the US. That's going to take a lot longer to do. But from a pure immigration standpoint, I am more in favor of what Trump is doing with closing the border than the alternative, which is inaction.
Okay, I got two
That's
things.
just those are the two choices
How about
right
this?
now.
Two things. How about you can do one, you can do both, but
Absolutely.
two things in
I
terms of
agree.
this. If you want to naturally increase birth rates, right, increase socioeconomic conditions for people in general so that they can take care of children, so that reduce the likelihood of them getting abortions. That's one. Right, so increase access to social policies that benefit people, right, and that will naturally lead to the birth rate increasing in the country, because now people, right, can afford to have children to a greater extent.
If I had to guess, I think you and I are closer on it on immigration specifically than most other topics. So I guess a few questions for you. When you think about immigration, there's two controversial topics, right? There's people that are already in the country, that's number one. And number two is the border, right? The flow coming in and out. What is your view specifically on the border? Can we start there?
Yeah. Anyone. So in the border, in terms of the flow of people, I don't think the flow of people that we saw was anywhere near to an extent in which we can't accept in this country. All right. I think that generally most people would be okay with 1 to 3% population growth per year, which is 3 to 10 million people per year. And if it's 3 to 10 million people per year, that's a hell of a lot more than what we saw under the Biden-Harris administration. So the idea specifically that like there are too many immigrants coming to the country that we cannot economically sustain it is ridiculous, when there are plenty of small places around, or small cities around the United States, right, that have lack amount of people in those areas and that are reduced in jobs, right, because of the fact that there's no people living in those areas. So if we have an influx of people moving to these areas, whether it be people who already live in the country or whether it be people who are immigrating to the country, that will literally be able to build up places that have historically lost people.
No, it won't. It increases the rent in those areas,
Yeah,
and it
so-
also reduces jobs for American
Wait. Let me show you. It does not. In the short term, it maybe increases rent, but in the long term, it doesn't, because it doesn't.
Absolutely. There is no equation.
It doesn't in the long term, because it is the case that it increases the productive services of the economy to account for the increase in demand. Does that
Hey
make
Parker,
sense?
so this is the part where this is why I wanted to chat about this specifically.
Because
I think
he fucking loses, bro.
I think what Dog is saying specifically, and I can attest to it, I'm from Los Angeles. When you look
Me
at
too.
open border
I am too.
policies, you know, immigrants in general tend to go to the areas with the most lax immigration laws, right? California and Los Angeles being one of them. When you look at our current communities and the housing crisis, you cannot park in a street
Absolutely.
because 10 people live in a house everywhere.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm
I
sorry.
think
You are literally deluded if you believe that the housing crisis is caused by undocumented immigrants.
I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
saying that
You are
is-
actually fucking insane.
Absolutely is
And
a
let me
huge
explain why. Let me
contributing
explain
factor.
why. Let me actually explain to you why. Undocumented immigrants, right, provide productive services to the economy, right, and demand. They provide a hell of a lot more productive services than they provide in terms of demand than the average U.S. citizen, because they get lower than the minimum wage in terms of labor standards.
That's
So
not a good
that is
thing.
just
that they take lower than the minimum wage. That
I know it's a horrible thing. That's why they should have a pathway to citizenship, so that they can get above minimum wage. How about we talk about that? But you don't want to give them
okay, let's talk
citizenship, so
about
that
that.
they will inevitably end up picking exploitation over deportation. And that's the reality.
I agree. So, and this is where I think you and I can maybe come closer in terms of agreeing on something. At least I hope we can. If you had to draw a line today in terms of some sort of amnesty, where do you draw the line? I know where my line is. I'm curious to hear yours.
In terms of a number of people, of how many people I'm willing to accept.
Not necessarily a number. So I guess I'll lead, and maybe you can tell me what your view on it. So when I look at you know uh, undocumented folks that have been here for a while, there's a lot of humanity to it. I understand all of that. I have family that's undocumented, so I understand it very closely. What I'm trying to say is that at some point you have to draw a line. Resources are strained, Parker. I don't know, when you say they're not, they are at the local level. So specifically, I believe in, if people have been here more than 5 years, have demonstrated clean history of contributing to society in terms of law-abiding citizens, holding a job, not taking benefits. There's a number of different things you can look at. I'm for that, a pathway to citizenship there. Everyone else has got to go.
Lee,
We
are
need
you from
deterrence.
Canada?
I'm not. I don't know why people think that. That's hilarious.
Okay, so
I mean, look,
so
man,
why?
Mike-
So again, you're saying that there's too many people coming to the country. You have no good evidence indicating that. That's just a claim. You have no good evidence.
So
You have
can
no
we
good
talk?
economic data indicating that.
So can we talk about where you believe the line is, or if there's even a line? I
Yeah,
just want to
where is the
understand
line?
you from that
What,
standpoint.
what is your
I
limit?
don't.
What is the number of people that you think is okay?
I don't know.
What's your line?
I don't know.
What is your line?
I don't know. But
Okay, so
I
is
don't.
it 20 million? Let's say there was 50.
I don't know, but it's a hell of a lot more than what we currently allow. I think a number would be fine in terms of 1 to 3% population growth. Is that fair?
Okay, so those are two issues.
3 to 10, 3 to 10 million people at max
I think you're going back to the border
a year.
issue from earlier. I'm specifically referring to currently the existing people that are here who are undocumented. If you had to draw a line to compromise, Parker, remember, the left is not going to get their way. The right
I
is not
think
going to get
I
their
think
way.
my position is a compromise, and I just need to explain it to people for them to realize.
Okay, can I hear it a little bit more?
Yeah, the reason why my position is a compromise is because it is the case that it's beneficial to our economy in the exact same ways that you think the current immigration system is. You think the current immigration system, right, is it beneficial economically?
No.
No?
So can I let me
wait,
rephrase
wait,
my
let-
question?
corporations
Wait,
and
Lee, can
people
I respond to this guy real quick? And then I'll
Sure.
make sure to address you. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's beneficial to corporations and people who live off of exploitation, who make money and profit off of exploitation at the expense of American citizens. So yeah, you could read off.
Wait, can you define exploitation?
Sure, paying people less than the minimum wage and undercutting American citizens for jobs. That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good explanation of, exploitation.
Okay, so then you agree with me that it is the case that we should give any undocumented immigrant in the country who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime a pathway to citizenship so that they won't undergo this exploitation.
Do you agree with me that we should deport every single illegal immigrant who has a criminal record?
If you've committed a violent crime or bad crime.
What do you mean by a violent crime or a bad crime?
A violent crime or a crime that I consider to be morally wrong to commit.
Okay, so every single person that has been targeted by ICE so far has had a warrant.
Having a warrant doesn't mean that I think that you rightfully had a warrant.
Okay, so
that's
your
not exactly
definition-
true, dog. That's not true. That's also not true. So right now what is going on, it's more of a let's go after one, you throw a big net, and then anybody that's in the area you also
Absolutely.
get. So
And
that's
I
not
agree-
true,
I
dog.
agree
So
with that too.
I'll be the
Well,
first
that's
to
what
say
I'm saying.
that.
Every single person that
so hold
they've
on,
gone
hold on.
after-
Hold on. I think what you guys are talking about is not necessarily what I'm asking.
Okay.
I drew a line in the sand and I said, I support a blanket deportation if you've been here less than 5 years.
Yeah.
If I'm hearing Parker correctly, his line in the sand is if you are currently here in the country, he does not support any type of blanket deportation. Is that true, Parker?
As long as you have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
So Parker, and this is why I ultimately have to side with Trump, unfortunately. Democrats.
Can I
for
explain to you why it
20
makes more sense to do that? Undocumented immigrants, if you keep it illegal in the current way it currently is right now, are not going to leave the country. Do you think that they're just going to choose to leave now? They've already got to the country. No, they're not going to just choose to leave now.
Yes,
So
they
listen,
are, dude.
so what they're going to do is they're going to choose to stay undocumented, and they're going to do things where they're not going to get caught, and they're going to stay undocumented, which will actually increase the likelihood that they'll be exploited. That's one. And two, it is the case that it is the case that in terms of undocumented immigration, right, they will choose exploitation over deportation. If you give them a pathway to citizenship, it will get rid of the exploitation because it is the case that they will go through the legal processes and then they won't be able to be exploited.
Dude, the fact is they don't belong here in the first place. They don't have a legal right.
Tell
to
me
be
why.
here.
Why?
Because
So,
that is
Doug,
what
here's
federal
where-
law is.
Wait,
man.
Doug, here's where I disagree.
Lee, I want to hear his point, and then I'll make sure to get to you.
That's because Congress and the Senate has passed laws. They're called federal immigration laws. That is why they have no legal right to be here.
So are you saying that if a certain law is a certain way, that means it's rightfully that way?
I'm saying that is the law, and the laws.
I understand. I understand that you're saying that's the law. I'm asking you, just because the law is a certain way, does that mean it's rightfully that way?
I'm saying the laws are that way, and they are being enforced.
I'm going to ask you the question one more time. Just because the law is a certain way, does it mean it should be that way? You can unmute your mic and answer the question. If you don't answer the question, I'll mute you, and I'll talk to Lee instead. Gennaro, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. You got to unmute your mic, dude.
Wow, you keep muting me, bro.
Yeah,
Constantly.
yeah, because you're not answering the question.
What is your question?
Did you hear what I just said?
What's your question?
Go onto my YouTube, go and play back. I'll talk to Lee until you figure it out.
Hey, so here's how I arrived at 5 years. It actually has to do a lot as a counter to Dog's point. So entering the United States illegally is a misdemeanor, right?
Yeah.
There's a 5 year statute of limitations on that type of crime. First, that's number one. That's how I personally arrived at the 5 year limit. Number two, when you look at similar laws, for example, that are on the books, it's marijuana is technically illegal
Lee,
at
I'm
the federal
fuck.
level, right?
You can't say that, Lee. God damn it. I don't want to talk to this guy. Oh, whatever. All right, dog. You're back.
What's up?
Did you figure out what I said?
Yeah, you were talking about immigration law and whether or not because something is a law makes it right or not. No, that doesn't make it right or wrong.
Okay.
But in the context of what we're talking about, immigration law, I believe it is right.
Okay. Why?
Why? Why does immigration law correct? Why is immigration law right?
Yeah, why is the immigration law that we currently have the right immigration law?
Because it protects, similar to how a union has a limited membership. I mean, you believe in unions, don't you?
Do you think on average it should take 5 to 7 years on average?
5 to 7 years for what?
In order for people to get in the country legally.
I think with the level of people that we have in the country, and especially in my city, I think 5 to 7 years is too short.
Yeah, you're fucking stupid.
Really?
I don't like you. You think 5 to 7 years is too short for people? How long do you think it should be? Actually, unmute yourself. How long do you think it should be?
Dude, why you keep muting me?
Yeah, I know. Does that hurt your feelings?
No, not really.
Okay, then
But
keep complaining. So answer the question.
5 to 7 years. I think that we have too many people in this country with too many issues, and it's, immigration is an issue that affects.
That sounds like an issue with people who are already in the country, not an issue with immigrants. I'm confused what your point is.
No, I mean, immigrants have lots of problems with crime.
Really? They're less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime than natural-born U.S. citizens. You are more likely to commit crime than immigrants.
Well, that may be true, but every single illegal immigrant who commits a crime is a crime that could have been prevented through proper enforcement of already existing federal laws.
Do you care about jaywalking? Wait. Do you care about do you care about jaywalking?
No, but I care about children being assaulted. I care about children being assaulted.
If you cared about children being assaulted, you wouldn't have voted for a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, that bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, where a person who was 18 years old at the time specifically came out and said there was 4 girls as young as 18 years old in the event specifically where Donald Trump walked in the changing rooms without their consent. So let's address that. How about we talk about that?
Keeps turning off the thing, bro.
Did it turn your ears off? Please listen to what I'm saying here. I don't think that me muting you turned your ears off. I think that me muting you only turned your mic off. So you should have been able to address specifically what I just said. So unmute yourself and address what I just said. Can you unmute?
Hello.
Wow. It's me.
I have to keep unmuting myself. You're opposed
to
ICE. You are opposed to ICE performing their duties, federal law enforcement. You are against federal law.
I'm against ICE running into communities, kidnapping people, right? Without due process. Yeah, I'm totally fucking against that. Why are you in support of that? What the fuck is wrong with you? You're okay with ICE going in and fucking literally kidnapping people?
Dude, you keep unmuting me when I'm making my point. That's not a very fair debating tactics.
That one was for fun.
Well, you keep muting me, so
Would you like a tissue, sir?
You obviously support children being abused. You don't like ICE enforcing immigration policy and deporting people who actually deserve it. Do you support?
I don't think people who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes deserve to be kicked out of the country and deported without due process. You're saying they deserve it without due process? The Constitution doesn't indicate that. The Constitution indicates every single person in the country deserves due process based upon the 5th and the 14th Amendment. If you cared about the 5th and the 14th Amendment and you didn't support someone like Donald Trump who called for the termination of the Constitution, well, then maybe you would be advocating right now for due process. But you're not. You're advocating to kick people out of the country without due process. So would it be justified for me to kick you out of the country without due process? Lindsay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Would it be justified for me to kick you out of the country without due process? Janara, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
If you keep muting me, I can't give you my
Jessica,
response.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Chris, thank you for the $7 for Get a Job, Lil. Thank you so much. Alexa, thank you for the $15. Thank you. Samantha, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Love you. Thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Due process is to protect American citizens against their own government. It is not to protect foreign nationals.
Wait.
I
have a question. Does due process apply to tourists?
The duty of the American government.
Does due process apply to tourists? Yes or no? Because tourists are not citizens. Does due process apply to tourists?
To American citizens.
Does due process apply to tourists?
Applies to American citizens.
Does due process apply to tourists?
No.
What? No way you just said that. You just said that due process in this country doesn't apply to tourists? Are you okay? Dude, what is this guy saying, bro?
You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Yes, I do, bro. Yes, I do. Read the 5th and 14th Amendment explicitly indicate that anyone in the country should be given access to due process. You saying that tourists don't receive or shouldn't receive due process is crazy. Are you saying that ICE should be able to like literally deport any tourist? Should be able to kidnap and deport any tourist?
Tourists can be asked to leave the country at any time. There doesn't have to be a reason.
Without reason. That's insane. That's crazy. That's crazy. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? It's a visitor in the country has no right to be here. If they do anything that is considered sus, they can be asked to leave. There's no jury trial. Do you think there's a jury trial for a tourist? You think a tourist? No, wrong. If a tourist is at the airport and is bringing in some contraband or something, do you think they get a jury trial? No. They just get turned away at the fucking airport. That's your idea of due process. It depends on what your definition of due process is.
There's a court process, right? And people get a judge. That's just the facts. You can deny them all you want. You can actually, you know what? It feels like today when I went live. If you ever watched Rick and Morty, you know that like one TV.
The only due process that an illegal immigrant is due.
If you ever watched Rick and Morty, you've seen that like one like TV.
You find out that they're
that one like TV dimension thing, right? That they have that like you can watch like a TV show from any dimension. It feels like I when I decided to go live today, right, have a guest request from someone from any fucking dimension that exists out there. And you literally live in a fucking different dimension. We have different sets of reality. We live in different realities, my guy. We like seriously live in different realities. Like, where do you get your information from? Evie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Favorite moment? I don't even know if I could say. Probably the destroying Charlie Kirk. That's probably like one of my favorites.
Are you ready to answer my question
Lindsay,
yet?
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Lindsay.
Are you ready to answer my question? Without muting me, of course.
Go ahead.
I mean, you've muted me probably like 30 times in the last 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
Every single time. So it creates the illusion.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What due process is...
You made me salivate over that one. That one was really fun. That one was really fucking fun. That one was so
What due
fun, dude.
process is a
That was probably one of the most fun.
What due process
mutes.
is a tourist doing
That
here?
was one of the most fun mutes I've ever had in my life. I'm not gonna lie. Amanda, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Amanda. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Jessica. Everyone in the oh, he left. Oh no. I guess he didn't like the fact that I had no due process on the microphone. Oh fuck. He didn't like when I got rid of his due process on the microphone. Oh no. 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 The due process. I should have given him due process on this live, even though he wasn't, even though he's a Trump supporter. Dude, I can't, bro. Come on. Bro was like, bro, please stop muting me. Dude, come on. Actually, like, I genuinely think that's funny. Like, I actually, like, if you were engaging legitimately and you genuinely believe that, like, people, should we give a due process, like, what's considered fair, I would treat you fairly. But you don't believe in due process for undocumented immigrants. Why the fuck should I give you due process in being muted? Appreciate that mustache. Oh my gosh. Can we get some fucking W's in the chat right now? Holy shit. I need to say thank you to some guests real quick. Or not guests. What the fuck? What is going on in my brain? Seriously, what the fuck? Gennaro, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Gennaro. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Gennaro in the comment section right now. And Coral with the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Coral. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Gennaro and Coral in the comment section right now. Some W's for them in the comment section. By the way, make sure to follow if you haven't already. If you're on TikTok, I think we have like 860 followers from today, new followers. So make sure to follow if you haven't already. We're back on the main account. Christian, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Also, make sure to like the stream. I think currently right now, let me check how many likes we're at. Let's go see how many likes we're at on the YouTube stream. And also on TikTok, make sure to tap that screen. We have 1.1 million likes. Let's try to get to 1.5 million, as many as we possibly fucking can. I would really appreciate that. I'd really, really appreciate that. Let's get on to this real quick. Jen, thank you for the $2 Australian. Thank you so much. Let's get on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Right now we have 994 likes, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,500, everyone. Annie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
No, I didn't vote for him. I think I accidentally clicked something.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. You're good. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? He was the only tourist here, and we all know tourists don't get due process. That's crazy. Yeah, technically he was a tourist on my live, and because he believes tourists don't deserve due process, he, as a tourist on my live, does not deserve due process. That's diabolical. He gave the argument. I didn't have to do it myself. He gave the argument. Snowflake was mad that like the rules of the live applied to him. He thinks tourists in the live get due process. Unbelievable. Ed, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ed. I can't believe it, dude. I actually cannot believe it. That's so funny that he fucking left too. Like the fact that he left, the fact that he ran away is actually so funny. Oh my gosh. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Rose, are you there?
Hi. Sorry, I was waiting so long. Yeah, I wanted to talk about. Sorry, I'm 63.
Do you support Trump?
Not a Trump supporter.
Not a Trump
No.
supporter. Hey, Rose. I appreciate you so much, Rose. Seriously, I am just looking for Trump supporters right now, but I do appreciate you so much. Can we get some W's for her in the comment section right now? Let's get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube, everyone. And honestly, if you're on TikTok, I'd recommend to go over to the YouTube. It's incredible over there. It's great, I tell you. Great, I tell you, over on the YouTube. Make sure to subscribe there if you haven't already. I post. I think I've moved to like 2 videos a day now. I've been pretty consistent with that for the past few days. You, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support some of his policies.
Like if you could go back in time, would you vote for him?
Yeah, I'd still vote for him over Kamala.
Kamala, why so?
Last time I said Kamala, and then you corrected me. That was on Dean's Live, but anyway.
So I've talked to you before?
Yeah, you've talked to me multiple times before.
Later. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump and you have not been on my live before. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do. I voted for him.
Do you still support him?
Yes, I do.
And what was your birth year?
January 29th, 2006.
And you said you were how old again?
19.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
So my main reason was my religion. I'm Catholic. I grew up Catholic. My whole family's Catholic. And Kamala was like trying to take Christianity and Catholic.
I have a question.
Like away. What?
Quick, no, she was not trying to take Christianity and Catholicism away. I don't know what you're talking about. Did you know that the Pope advocated for open borders?
Yes, I do know that.
How do you feel about that?
In all honesty, I don't really support that fully. Just because I think the borders should be more like secure and locked up.
Okay, here's the question. If it was Donald Trump versus the Pope, who would you vote for?
Oh no, you got me up. Oh shit. Fuck. That's actually a really good question. I don't know if I'm being like so honest. Like that like probably the Pope because my religion and stuff.
So you'd vote for open borders?
I mean, if it's like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like God and everything like that.
If it's like God and everything. Can you be Christian?
Yeah.
Can you be Christian if it is the case that you've never repented? Push the hand hard.
You can't just because
right?
Like
okay. In order to repent, you have to ask God for forgiveness.
Yes.
Yeah, Trump's never asked God for forgiveness based upon an interview he had with someone in Ames, Iowa, when he was running for the election the first time. That's something that he indicated. He never asked God for forgiveness. Therefore, he's not a Christian. So why would you vote for Donald Trump, the non-Christian, over the Christian Kamala Harris? Or the Catholic Joe Biden?
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. Like, I completely, like, I, like, get both sides. Like, I like to hear, you know what I mean? Like, other people's perspectives on things.
Yeah, and it seems like who represents your Christianity beliefs or your Christian beliefs more is clearly not Donald Trump. I mean, he's broke basically every single one of the 10 commandments. He's a serial adulterer. He's a serial liar. 30,000 confirmed lies under his first administration.
Yeah. I get that completely, but like also the other thing though is like everyone like blames him for his past and everything, and like I get that. Not like everyone has like the best past and everything, but like Kamala like also like she kind of slept her way to the top. You know what I mean?
Okay, who did she sleep with?
Like all these other people.
Who?
Like it was like people from the government or something. Like I don't
People
know. I
from the
just like
government.
heard
So she
about
slept her
that.
way to the top, yet you don't even know who the
Mhm.
fucking people are.
Yeah.
So how the fuck did she? So how the hell would that be relevant? You don't even
Yeah.
know who she
No,
slept with that got her into the
mhm.
position. You have no clue, but you know who she is.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, I don't know. I just like that's like what I heard and I like didn't really
Yeah,
like support
there's
you
no
know?
evidence at all indicating that. That's just like a made up
Yeah.
claim specifically to demean her as a woman. And why would you do that as a woman yourself? You literally played into the culture of demeaning Kamala Harris just because she's a woman, essentially. Because, like, think about it. If any man had a relationship with someone and through that relationship became a politician, we wouldn't be like he slept his way to the top. But because explicitly she's a woman, we do that? Why?
Yeah. No, I completely get where you're coming from. I get it completely.
And that's even if it was true,
Mhm.
right? No one she
Yeah.
slept with specifically got her into a position of power that she's in right now, or that she was in terms of government. She got elected based upon votes. She didn't sleep with the millions of people that voted for her.
Yeah. No, I get that. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate everything. You have a great rest of your night.
You too. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as in the description, the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Also, if you want to support me in a manner in which does not include those, make sure to tap the screen or like the stream on TikTok or like the stream on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. That's the best way. Lakia, thank you so much. Appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Landon, thank you for the $2. Adam with the $2. Thank you so much. I never get you to hear you shout out. Thank me for my multiple. I'm sorry, Adam. I must have accidentally missed them. Thank you so much, though, Adam. And then Julia with the $88 on PayPal. Can we have some W's for Julia in the comment section right now for the $88 on PayPal? Thank you so much, Julia. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, W's for Julia in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Julia. If you're on TikTok, do make sure to like this stream, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? How old are you, Kathy? I'm putting people to sleep. Am I really that boring, chat? Am I so boring that I'm putting people to sleep? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Johnny, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Some people saying yes in the comment section is crazy. You're watching the live right now. Why don't you swipe? It's diabolical. I was just trolling there. Like, I was obviously trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Johnny, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Yeah, how old are you? You said 20. What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. What month?
April.
You'd be 20.
That's what I said. 20.
Didn't you say 19?
No, I said 20.
Okay. Okay. So, why do you support Trump?
Well, I know that it's always such a like weird thing to say like I support him, but I would say that I voted for him because I chose him over other candidates.
If you could go back in time, would you still vote for him over Kamala Harris?
Over Kamala Harris? Yeah.
Okay, why so? Why over Kamala Harris?
I was a little speculatory just with how Biden was doing in office, and she definitely helped him in that time, and I just felt like the way that they were running things at the time, it just didn't feel right.
Okay, what about it?
The like the prices and things like that went up, and it just seemed like the policies of my beliefs just didn't line up.
Okay. What did they do to cause the prices to go up? They left. All right. Lolly, how old are you?
I'm 56.
You support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
So many reasons. Where do I begin? He knows the difference between a man and a woman. He's cleaning up California.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What is a man?
What is a man? You don't know?
Yeah, can you
That's
just tell me?
pretty sad.
Yeah, can you just tell me what a man is?
That's pretty sad. You don't know?
Could you tell me what it is?
Are you asking me because you don't know?
I have no clue, man. I don't know what a man is.
You don't know what a man is?
No. Can you tell me what it is?
You don't know what a man. That's pretty sad, dude.
I have no clue what a man is. Can you tell me what that is?
That's pretty sad. Are you virgin?
Yes, man. Can you tell me what that is? Don't make fun of me, man. Don't make fun of me, man.
An XY, and it also helps if he's got the dingly do between his legs.
Do you want to answer my question? Why are you stalling?
I answered your question. You didn't hear what I said.
No, repeat.
He's got an XY.
I'm confused what that's supposed to mean. So you're saying
Chromosome?
if someone has
You've never
XY
had-
chromosomes that they're a man?
Yeah.
Okay, does God the Father have XY chromosomes?
How's that?
Does God the Father
God?
have XY chromosomes?
Is God?
Yeah. Are you Christian?
No, there's no God.
Well, okay. Well, you know that Donald Trump is Christian, and he does believe that God the Father is a man, and uses he/him pronouns to refer to God. So, are you saying that he's delusional because God has no biology and not a father?
Okay, well, that's not even a. This is ridiculous. This is total rhetoric.
I'm just asking. Would you say that he's delusional?
I think you're delusional.
No. Do you think he is delusional because he
No, I
believes
think
that
you're
God the
delusional.
Father is a man, and when he has no
You're
biology?
you're not even making any sense.
Yes, I am. I'm using your same reasoning against you, and you don't like it.
No, you don't like it. You're diverting. Yeah, hello.
I'm
what does God have-
diverting. Well,
Yeah, what does God have to do with
it relates to the, Donald Trump's own motivations. You said he knows what a man and a woman is, but based upon your own definition, because you said it's only based upon biology and XY chromosomes, well, he clearly doesn't know what a man is because he thinks that a man can be something that doesn't have XY chromosomes.
Okay, tell me where Trump talked about God and God having some sort of sexuality.
Is he Christian? And it's not sexuality, genius. It's gender identity. Do you think God the Father is a father? Of course. It's in the name.
Here we go with the semantics war. Ooh, I know what the difference between a male and a man is. Ooh, I'm so much superior than you.
It wasn't the first thing you just brought up in the conversation that Donald Trump knows what the difference between a man and a woman is? And now you're going to act like me specifically being specific with the language is going to be an issue? That's laughable. You're laughing at yourself there. You're literally, I got you to laugh at yourself. Do you see how I just did that? You see how I used your own argument against you so much that you then decided not to like it? That's hilarious.
Dude, you need to take it down on the estrogen because you're emotionally all hung up right now.
I'm emotionally hung up? Really?
Yeah.
Dylan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so let's talk about
Dylan, what do you
California.
mean? What do you mean? I don't remember. I remember you, Dylan. I actually do remember you. I'm pretty sure you've said this on my live before. Gina, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you. That's ironic that I remembered you, Dylan. Go ahead. Amanda, thank you for the $45 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Amanda. I really appreciate the $45. Thank you so much for I so much appreciate your knowledge and your empathy. Keep fighting with us. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. W Amanda, thank you. Adam, again, thank you for the $2. I just want to say thank you again. You wanna respond to me?
Who? Me?
Yeah. Too legit. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you.
What's the question?
What were we talking about? College. Think of the.
Well, I was ready to
$1.50
move on. I
cents.
thought we exhausted that one. I thought we could talk about California. We could talk about Trump defunding universities.
Yeah, we can move on from you getting dog walked. It's okay. Johnny, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. We can move on. What do you want to talk about? Be specific.
Let's talk about Trump defunding the universities.
Okay.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Do you support the people on the colleges being anti-Semitic and harassing the Jewish students? Do you support
I
that?
disagree with anti-Semitism and harassing
Okay,
people.
okay, but specifically what's been happening on the college campuses, do you support that?
Do I agree with people who are pro-Palestinian protesters being like protesting against the state of Israel? Absolutely.
I'm
Would I
I'm not talking
would
about
I
the
disagree with
protests.
harassment and anti-Semitism? Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the peaceful protests.
Push the
I'm
galaxy. Thank you
talking
so much. Thank
about
you.
I'm talking about the harassment that they've been instilling upon the Jewish community.
Any harassment towards the Jewish community I would disagree with. Any anti-Semitism I disagree with.
Okay, so then what's your position on Trump defunding the universities?
What specific universities?
I think he was defunding particularly Columbia, and I'm not sure. There's a number of issues. It could be I think it's also the DEI programs. It was but I think it was primarily the fact that the anti-Semitism that was being tolerated on campus.
Okay. So you're saying because okay, wait, I have a question. Do you think that certain universities that tolerate racism shouldn't receive funding?
Universities that tolerate racism.
Yeah.
I'd have to have a specific example because it matters. I don't know what the circumstances. Where are you going with this?
Oh, I'm just saying given that it's true.
I'd have to know what the specific example is. I'm not going to just make a flat out
Okay.
statement that
Then I'll try a different way. Can you tell me how it was being tolerated in the instance specifically with Columbia?
Columbia. So
Appreciate the
yeah,
galaxy.
so
Thank you
I
so much,
think that
Johnny. I
was
appreciate it.
well. First, allowing people to tent up week after week, creating that kind of presence, that's harassment. Always being in somebody's face.
Oh, shut the fuck
I
up.
don't. I have to be honest. I don't remember
That's not
the
harassment.
specifics between
You're so
each
ridiculous.
college.
You saying
No,
protesting is harassment is insane.
no, but I don't know the specifics between each campus, like whether the break-ins occurred on such and such campus or another campus.
Are tents
So
anti-Semitic?
how's that?
Sam, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Are tents anti-Semitic?
If you have a presence there and you're constantly chanting at these people on a daily basis, that's harassment. It's one thing to be out there and make a statement and get your position known, but if you're out there week after week, month after month, that's harassment.
Saying what are they specifically saying that's harassment? Are you just protesting? You think protesting for lengthy periods of time is harassment?
Absolutely.
Really? Protesting for lengthy
Yeah.
periods of time is harassment. Do you think I'm harassing Donald Trump by specifically doing these lives?
No, not at all, because you're
I'm
doing it.
protesting. I protest every single day.
Right, but you're not getting directly in his face.
You
The
understand that?
students who attend these colleges, they have to see this. The Jewish students have to see this on a daily basis.
Yeah, and people
Trump
see me
doesn't care
scroll.
about
People
you.
see me on a daily
Trump doesn't even
basis.
know.
People see me on a daily
Trump doesn't even
basis
know
while
you
scrolling.
exist.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. People.
Trump doesn't care about you. He doesn't know you exist, buddy.
I don't see how that changes anything.
Because you're not getting in his face.
There are plenty of Colombian students at Columbia specifically that don't see the people on the campus that are protesting. But do you agree with free speech?
In general, absolutely. I mean, what I mean is what's constitutionally protected. Yes,
No.
constitutionally protected free speech. I support that.
Yeah, David, thank you so much for the $28 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I did see that with my senator getting like literally arrested. That was crazy. That was like actually insane. Dylan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much again. I did remember you.
Democrats, the party of violence and hate.
Who did that you remember? Who didn't just donate that you remember? I haven't been on your live. Sid, Dylan, you know who Sid is? College, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Lolly, I think Athena had some points she wanted to like address with you.
Yeah. I think I requested prior to you saying that, like, protesting is harassment, and I want to understand how a bunch of students saying that they don't want their institution being complicit in like G-siding other people is considered harassment. I'm a bit confused at that one.
Okay, so for example, a woman breaks up with her boyfriend, and he's following her all over the place. He doesn't get in her face or anything like that. He's just always like wherever she goes, he's 50 feet behind her. He's not really interfering with her life, but she knows he's always there. Well, that constant presence is harassment. These Jewish students who go to these colleges, if they have to come out there every single day and see.
Do you think the civil rights movement was harassment?
Did you mute him?
Yeah, I did. Do you think the civil rights movement is harassment? Was harassment?
How's that?
Do you think the civil rights movement was harassment?
You mean from the 1960s?
Yeah.
Well, it depends. I mean, what exactly are you talking about?
You said
In
prolonged
general,
you said prolonged protest is harassment. Are you saying the civil rights movement is harassment?
Oh, that's a different context. First of all, I support the civil rights movement of the 1960s. But what they were doing is they weren't targeting anybody in particular. They were just standing up for their own rights. Good for them.
They weren't. So the civil rights movement wasn't targeting racist people, or like people, or like systems of racism.
They were calling out racism, and they have an absolute right to do that, and I support that. They weren't harassing anybody.
Wait, but the student encampments, like all the student encampments were not specifically targeting Jewish students. They were targeting their universities by trying to pressure them to divest. So like they weren't there specifically looking for like Jewish people, right? So like even the example that you brought up of like the stalker stalking the girlfriend, that is not analogous at all.
Well, it's one of those things where, in general, I think that most of the people who were protesting on the campuses might have been peaceful. But we all heard about the stories where things were getting out of control, where they were actually getting in the faces of the Jewish students, blocking them from going to their classes, the break-ins, those kind of things. And the bottom line is, when those things started to get out of hand, the universities really didn't do much. They could have called in their campus police. They didn't really do much. So it's almost like they really tolerated it. I just want to make it crystal clear. That's the biggest problem I have is when these things actually turned into something that was illegal and the universities didn't do anything about it.
Wait, but Black people have found nooses at some of these university buildings, and that was a direct threat towards Black people, right? And they didn't go around saying that they felt threatened by a university, right? So my question is, I think what Parker asked was actually a really good question. Why do you not think that universities deserve defunding when it comes to racism, but when it comes to people protesting, it deserves defunding? Because I can give you instances where literal nooses were found.
Again, I don't have a problem with people legally protesting on college campuses.
Legally.
There's a line where you cross where it becomes a problem. And like I said a minute ago, not just the constant presence, but when it turns into something where it's actual assault or break-ins, and you never acknowledge that part.
Wait, how is it I'm a bit confused. We're talking about at large, the student encampments were not going around assaulting people. At
Some of them
large.
were. Absolutely.
I'm saying at large, they were not going around assaulting people. Simply like staying at the campus, like in tents, in areas that were designated for protesting, like is not harassment. Because the area that they were in were literally areas that were designated specifically for protests.
And what they're doing is illegal. It's also trespassing, by the way. You're not.
It's
allowed
not
to just,
trespassing if it was
It is.
literally
Okay, let me
designated
ask you a
for
question.
protesting.
Let me ask you a question. So let's say I'm a homeless person, or I'm down on my luck. I could just walk up to UCLA campus and I could just pitch a tent in the middle of campus and say, "Save the dolphins," and I get to live there indefinitely.
So listen, what's actual harassment and assault is seeing dead children on my phone every day. That's what's actual harassment and assault. What's actual harassment and assault is knowing that people contribute to seeing dead children on my screen on a day-to-day basis, right? Like simply protesting in an area that is designated for protests and saying that you do not want your taxpayer money to go and unalive children, that is not harassment. Like, respectfully, me having to go on social media, and every other person who is on social media going on Instagram or whatever, or TikTok, and seeing like dead children, like unalive children, like
Yeah,
blown
that's
to smithereens
I'm
on a
sorry
regular
that's
basis. I would say that is assault
yeah.
to
If
every
that's
single
happening, if
person who
that's
is
happening
forced
to
to
you, I'm
participate in
sorry
that.
if that's happening to you, and I agree with you that that's a terrible thing to happen.
Yeah, it's not happening to me. I'm just saying that is a much bigger assault than students simply saying that they don't want their money to go to unaliving those children. By the way,
Okay.
am I too loud? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
You know, how about those judges, those low-level judges who constantly throw obstacles in the way of Trump, and almost always they get reversed on appeal?
Wait, you're just giving one example today specifically where there was a case. That's it. That's the one example you have. Name one other example. And nice pivot, by the way.
Thank you. I do my best.
Do you want to go back to where you were then?
What's that?
Reverse. Instead, get rid of the pivot. Go back. Do you want to like follow
Oh,
through
so
with
you
that
want to talk
point?
about the college campuses? Yeah, I support the defunding. You know, that's not the only issue. I mentioned before when I first started this topic, I think another element that Trump is focusing on is the fact that several years ago, the Supreme Court specifically stated that DEI programs, or actually it was affirmative action, which is an element of, similar to DEI, is illegal in colleges. And we all know that a lot of these colleges are still continuing their DEI programs. As a matter of fact, once that ruling came out, a lot of those universities came out and said, "Oh, we don't plan on abiding by it," and so they already disavowed it from the very outset.
So your goal is to get rid of DEI policy. That's your goal?
My goal is I'm totally pro racial equality.
Can DEI be used to help with that?
Help with what?
Racial inequality.
No, it only deals with racial equity. It's a difference.
Okay. So you don't think that like equity would be important in terms of referencing the equality of individuals?
Well, here is just a sort of an abstract idea. Equity is fine, but making some sort of legal requirement, absolutely not. No, it's all got. It's all.
Wait, requirement for what?
Yeah.
You know that DIA doesn't have to do with hiring processes, right? DEIA has to do with expanding your application pool, which means you would kind of, when you're trying to advertise like a job like opening, you would do it also in neighborhoods and areas that are predominantly neglected by these agencies, right? So DIA doesn't impact acceptance rates, but instead is just widening the application pool.
Well, that might be one element of it. That's not my hang-up. So my hang-up is those institutions that do provide a preference to certain people based upon their skin color or gender. That's
What preference?
What's that?
Can you give me an example, like a direct example of what
A
preference?
hiring
means?
preference.
But I'm saying again, DIA has nothing to do with hiring. It
Sure it
has
does.
to do with application.
No.
Just because you expand your application pool, it doesn't mean you're hiring these same people.
Okay, I'll give you a specific example. So when Biden was running a few years ago, he said, "I'm going to appoint a vice president running mate, and it's going to be a black woman." And he did it again before he appointed Jackson to the Supreme Court. It's going to be a black woman. He narrows the pool down to a very small group of people, and it's race and gender based. That's the
Yes,
problem.
because these particular groups of people have not had any representation. Because again, you were perfectly fine with DEIA, technically by your logic, when it had to do with white
They
men.
never had
No,
representation.
I'm saying technically, DEIA
Kamala Harris,
historically
who was a
has been
senator.
about. Wait, hold on. It has been about white men, because the reason as to why almost all the presidents, except for one, have been white men is because of these types of like restrictions that you're talking about. right? So when it was specifically preferring or giving preferential treatment to white men, you didn't have an issue with it. And just because he said he wanted a black person or a black woman in that role does not mean that she didn't meet the qualifications.
Yeah, one, that's assuming that there's no person who's black who's qualified, and two, that's also assuming that like he didn't already choose who it was and then just describe based upon characteristics of the person that he chose. Like he already in his head knew who he was going to choose, and then he's just describing that like
Yeah,
giving
we didn't know exactly who it
giving
was
an
going to be,
idea.
but we knew one thing. We knew it was going to be a black woman.
Yes, so what?
That's DEI.
No, that's literally not what DEIA is, by the way.
Okay, fine. Call it racism. Then it's racism.
It's not racism.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think what is racism is the fact
Crazy.
that white men make up only 30% of the population and yet hold 60% of the office. I think what's racism is that white men make up 30% of the population, yet 91% of sheriffs are white men. White men make up only 30% of the population, yet a majority of the institutional, economic, and political power is held by white men, lolly, right? That is what racism is. So if you have an issue with a certain group receiving disproportionate preferential treatment, I don't know why you're not rallying up against white men receiving that preferential treatment and receiving that preferential treatment for the past couple of centuries.
Sure. And I can give you the standard back at you from the conservative point of view, which is, there's a lot of white men truck drivers because guess what? Well, women don't really like that kind of profession. And of course, let's talk about the NBA and racism. Gee, how many people you're talking about? How many the white men being the majority? How many white men are on the NBA?
Who owns the NBA teams? Who owns the teams? Who are a majority of the coaches? Who makes a majority of the money? White men. The NBA was the worst example that you could have brought up because a majority of the teams are owned by white men. A majority of the coaches are still white men. So they make up a they exploit black bodies. No, that's a fact. Let's go to the NFL.
The reason why the NBA is full of black men, and call me racist here, is I think there's disproportionately the black men are better than the white men when it comes to basketball.
That's racism.
Yeah, I know. It's racism.
Thinking that there are like
he said, "Yeah, I know."
differences.
You said, "Yeah, I know." Why did you just say, "Yeah, I know"? That's racism. Why'd you just say that?
Well, I don't consider myself racist. Okay, facts are not racist.
Wait. You just said, "Yeah, I know that's racist." That's what you just said.
No, you guys will consider racist. I consider facts as not being racist. Everyone's going to jump all over my back and say, think about it. Why is it that the NBA is so disproportionately black over white? It's because
why aren't majority of the coaches black?
They're better.
No, I'm just asking, why aren't a majority of the coaches and the team owners black?
You tell me.
No, I'm asking you. You tell me. Do you think black people are not capable, like cognitively capable, to coach a team or to own a team?
Of course
Why
not.
are white men disproportionately represented when it comes to the coaches and the team owners?
Probably because of money.
And why are white people disproportionately represented when it comes to money and higher economic status?
There's so many factors that could play out into this.
Okay, what factors? List them off.
Well, there's differences in culture.
What culture?
Between all different cultures, between whites, Asians, Latinos, and blacks.
Okay, and what's the difference in culture between black and white that where white people are disproportionately represented when it comes to power?
Look at the statistics.
What statistics?
Okay, so for example, they talk about statistics of black families, that the majority of black families are headed by, there's no father around.
That's not true.
There's no father around.
That's not true. The statistic that you're talking about has to do with wedded parents. It doesn't mean that the father isn't around. Just because that number that you're trying to bring up, which was 70% or 60%, if you actually read the report, which was from the CDC, if I'm not mistaken, they literally explicitly state that it had to do with wedded families and unwedded families and not necessarily that the father was not around in the home. So again, what cultural aspect prevents black people from succeeding and white people somehow succeed?
Well, if you don't believe me, ask Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I don't care about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is a bigot.
That was the most cringe statement that
Also,
could
I'm
have
not
ever
gonna
been
ask.
said.
No, literally, as a black woman, I'm not gonna bother asking a white man to define or to tell me more about like black people. So can you give me like other cultural aspects that make it more likely for white people to be coaches or team owners than black people?
Well, I can talk
Well,
about
actually, if you just
schools.
look at Charlie, well, actually, if you just look at Charlie Kirk's recent video that he just dropped, he actually just dropped a new racist argument for us to like look at. So, actually, Charlie Kirk, you should go check him out, man. He probably has good resources on this point that I don't have right now. Jesus Christ, dude, unbelievable.
I maybe I'm not. Am I not allowed to say that name on this podcast? Is that taboo?
Yes, Charlie. Like, do you not know the lore? He doesn't know the lore, and also, it's not just the lore; it's also what he supports. He's a horrible fucking person. Do you not know anything that he's done?
No, I don't actually. I just know about he talks to people. That's all I know. What has he done?
Well, okay, if all you know is he just talks to people, why did you just cite him?
Because I've listened to some of the things he says. I don't know about him on a personal level.
How often do you listen? Just very little. If it's just very
Every
little,
now
why'd
and-
you cite him? Why'd you stop everything in the conversation and cite Charlie Kirk? Marcus, think of the $5, and David, think of the $3.
Because he
Thank
would
you.
back up what I was just saying.
He doesn't.
Sure he would.
You being like, yo, check out what this racist white person just said about racism, right? In response to Athena literally describing it to you, right, is not an explanation for it. It's not making you look good.
If I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he is qualified. Do you think that's a racist statement? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, Charlie Kirk, your boy, said that. If you have an organization called Turning Point USA, where multiple employees within that organization have been called out for racist statements like, I hate blacks, do you think that says something as a testament to like who owns the organization?
Who calls them out? Well, they should be called out.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, birds of a feather flock together, right? Why is he always surrounded by like racist people? I'm confused.
Who?
Charlie Kirk.
So again, I don't know much about his personal life. I just have heard him talk a number of times.
Okay, let's not focus on Charlie Kirk. What other cultural aspects prevent black people from being successful?
Well, so let's talk about, for example, the Asian culture. I know.
No, I want to stick to black culture.
No, but just by way of comparison. So a lot of them come to America, first generation. They don't speak the language or very little, and then by the time they graduate, they're the top of their class. You can't say the same thing about the blacks in general.
What?
Blacks is
Oh my
crazy.
god, that is so crazy.
So also, what you're doing right now is you're kind of like imposing the model minority myth, in that you're weaponizing Asian community against black community to kind of dehumanize black people, because that same thing that you just mentioned actually is applicable to Nigerian Americans, right? First and second generation Nigerian Americans.
Yeah,
And also, when
I
you're
agree.
talking about Asian Americans, which Asians are you talking about? Are you talking about East Asians? Are you talking about South Asians? Are you talking about people from Laos, Cambodia, Burma? Because people from Laos, Cambodia, and Burma are disproportionately represented when it comes to poverty, right? And Asian Americans actually have the highest racial wage gap amongst themselves, with East Asians specifically the ones being the ones who are more likely to be successful, because when they move to America, they move with capital, whereas Burmese people, Cambodians, and people from Laos move to America, and Vietnam as well, as refugees. So which Asians are you talking about?
Well,
Are you talking about
actually,
the East Asians or the South Asians or the ones from Southeast Asia?
Well, I agree with you that the blacks from Africa tend to do
Black
much
people.
better.
Black people.
Black people.
Okay, the black people from Africa who immigrate here, they do very well, because the African culture is different. The African culture is different than the African American culture. It's the African American culture which has gone awry.
That's not true, actually, because again, that racism that we're talking about is applicable to Black people on a global scale. Like the same, like the disproportionate crime rates, the separated families, the systemic racism that Black Americans face is not unique to Black Americans. Every 23 minutes, an Afro-Brazilian youth is unalived. Black British women are up to 5 times more likely to die during childbirth. Black people on the African continent are also disproportionately represented within poverty. So I know that you're trying to isolate systemic racism to make it seem as if there's something wrong with the Blacks in America, but systemic racism affects Black people on a global scale. So next, which cultural aspect?
Wait, but what's your position on reparations?
Why are you pivoting?
What I thought I already made my position pretty clear. What do you want me to answer?
Person America, why do you want to address like what she just said?
What difference? What the difference in cultures? What did she say?
Oh, you didn't hear what I said. Yeah. So I said, like, I know that people with like your specific ideology, you like to isolate African Americans, making it seem as if systemic racism only is experienced by African Americans or the ramifications of it. But I just gave you multiple examples of Black people on a global scale, whether it is in the Afro diaspora or whether it is on the African continent, who experience those same or similar ramifications. So no, it's not isolated to the African American culture because they listen to, I don't know, Tupac and Biggie. That's why they unalive each other, right? So it doesn't have to do with African American culture, but reparations is necessary. Yes, 100%.
So you support reparations for African Americans?
I support reparations for Black people. Yes, 100%.
Okay, let me ask you this then. What is your position with regard to reparations for other minorities who have been discriminated against traditionally?
They can receive those reparations. I mean, Japanese Americans received reparations from Ronald Reagan because they were interned within internment camps. Jewish people also received reparations because of the Shoah. I don't know. Other minorities can receive reparations, but now we're talking about Black people on a global scale, and Black people are also deserving of reparations.
Yeah, but the Japanese from World War II, they got just a drop in the bucket compared to what actually happened to them.
Well,
Go ahead.
No, well, they can ask for more. I don't know. I'm not Japanese. They could advocate for more if they want more.
Another thing, okay, if we're going to go down the reparations road, I would strongly support reparations for the gay community because last I checked, the Blacks, for example, they had
Black
their
people,
rights
Black people.
in the 1960s, which is fantastic.
Hey, Black people.
What? I'm sorry. Black people got their civil rights in the 1960s, which is great. But last I checked, the gay community didn't really get there much of any type of equality until just like the last 10 years or so.
Yeah, so equality for Black people doesn't actually exist. But yes, gay people, let them, if they want reparations, they can advocate for reparations and get them. But let's talk about Black people. Black people are deserving of reparations, yes. Did you know that British slave traders received reparations and that was paid off until 2015? And I'm pretty sure you're alive in 2015. And the sick part is Black citizens, like some of them were even citizens of slavery that came from descendants of slaves that came from Jamaica, had to actually pay off the debt to slave traders. Dutch slave traders also received reparations. Actually, within America, American like slave masters also received reparations. So if slave traders and slave masters and colonizers are receiving reparations, I don't know why Black people can't receive reparations.
I'm not a fan of it because I think there's just too many logistical problems with it, given the disparity with regard to just how much time has lapsed. You've heard the conservative arguments. You know, nobody alive today has been a slave. Nobody today alive has been a slave owner. How do you go ahead and address the issue of people who have been migrating here over the, well, actually, that's not a good argument. How would you be able to prove your lineage to a slave? What if there's been, what if there's, white blood in your, and white blood in your system and you've profited from that, like you've lived a life of privilege? What about like Oprah? She's done great, but she doesn't need reparations.
There's no such thing as white blood because race is not genetic. It's a social construct, so there is no such thing as white blood, black blood.
I can't do it anymore.
Yeah. It was very weird. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah. Also, are you hearing what's happening? The world, I feel like, is on fire.
I feel like there's breaking news every like 8 hours, like genuinely,
No,
like
literally.
breaking news to like the highest degree. I'm like, what is going on? Like, is it like Mercury in retrograde or like what's going on? Or I honestly I don't know.
Do
I
you
have no
think?
clue.
Do you think we're like in the middle of a world war and we don't even realize it yet, or do you think it's too early
I
to
think
say to determine it?
I think it's too early for us to determine that, but obviously that's true for like every world war that like you probably don't know when it's gonna happen at that point. But like I don't I really hope it doesn't lead to world war. That
Mm-hmm.
would be horrible.
Yeah. Before I drop, can I plug two initiatives that I'm trying
Go
to
ahead.
highlight?
Absolutely.
So if in my link tree, there are two specific initiatives that I am actively trying to highlight. One of them is a Congolese initiative that specifically supports Congolese victims of SA during the G side. The second initiative is a Sudanese initiative that specifically offers period care for displaced Sudanese women. So if you consider yourself to be a feminist, but you don't care about feminists in the global south, you're not really women in the global south. You're not actually a feminist, right? So there are multiple initiatives in my link tree. That would be amazing if you support them. I appreciate you, Parker, and I hope you have a good evening.
You as well, you as well. Alrighty, everyone. I'm gonna make sure to go on to the next person real quick, everyone. We're gonna get some debates going. Make sure to tap that screen, share the live, everyone, for the 5.7 thousand people on the TikTok live. Make sure to follow if you haven't already. We got 1,000 followers, new followers, so that's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty fucking cool. It's good to be back on the main account. And for the people who are on TikTok, do make sure to like the stream. Or YouTube, make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate it. We have 1.4 million likes on TikTok. TikTok is outclassing YouTube today. Typically, YouTube has been like holding up, but YouTube today is falling behind. I always do like 1,000 is equal to 1 million on TikTok. I don't know why my brain just does that. Thank you so much. Appreciate the frog. Thank you. We're gonna get to the first next person up here. Next person up here. We have like 1,100 likes, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,500, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Tara, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much, Tara. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tammy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Dominic, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Dominic. Dominic, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for Dominic in the comment section right now. Marcus, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. What? What? Did this guy actually wait? Men for feminism, or you are not even? Oh, okay. Wait. I'm so confused, Marcus. I thought I misinterpreted. I'm so confused. I like am not interpreting correctly. Oh my gosh, I'm so far behind. Luba, thank you so much for the $11.11. I didn't even see it. I'm so sorry. And the $6.68. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have. Tara, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We need rain here. I heard there was rain over in like the Northeast. Luba, thank you for the $12.12. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Luba. I appreciate it. You have to stay up until 12:12 now. I will. I got you. Tammy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for please read out loud. I'm 60. My grandmother's mom was born into slavery, and I have a picture of her. That's literally like that when people say like seriously like that shows that like slavery is not that far long ago, like genuinely shows that. And it's like people really need to see that. Let's get this next person up here real quick, everyone. Toads, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Happy Pride Month. Absolutely. Happy birthday to me soon. Happy BA on the 20th. Oh, happy early birthday. Happy early birthday. You're good, Marcus. Sorry, I literally like I'm out here misinterpreting stuff in my brain. But yeah, I'm gonna be on for a bit longer, everyone. We still got a while. We're not getting people. We're losing people. That's what we're doing. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm going to try to get someone up here to debate. I apologize. Give me 1 second. Sid, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I've a good hate comment on one of my lives. I think I like hallucinated. That's crazy. That's crazy. I know. It's like actually insane. I don't know why people like target you. It's insane. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Yo, hello? Okay. All right. Okay. We have 1.5 million likes on TikTok. Thank you so much, everyone. I fucking appreciate that. I appreciate that. We're building up the algorithm here on TikTok. It's good. It's good. Because I didn't use this account for like almost 3 months because of the account ban warning. So it's good to get back on the account and get it working. Because I gotta build it back up. So the next person, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Give it a second, everyone. We're going to give it a minute for people to join up. Okay, it's not accepting people. I apologize, everyone. Do give it 1 second. We're going to try and get someone up here. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Can you give me 1 second, please? And I voted for Trump, yeah. Can you give me a second, though?
Sure. Appreciate that mustache.
Thank you, bro.
Okay. What's your birth year, though?
2000.
And you said you're 18?
No, 25.
Okay. All right, just unmute when you're ready, I guess.
All right, yeah. So I'll just give you the argument. You can just give me a rebuttal. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think there should be mass deportations because tens of millions of undocumented migrants in a country is it poses a national security risk.
Why?
Because it's tens of millions of undocumented immigrants that come from countries with like cartels, and I think they're even designated as like T groups now as well. If I'm not
Okay, so
mistaken.
are you saying that the
But even
undocumented
if that
immigrants
wasn't
are
the
at a greater
case-
likelihood of committing crime?
Wait, hold on. But even if that wasn't the case, it's still an issue because like they're undocumented. We don't know anything about them.
Yeah.
There's
So
no vetting process there.
yeah, so then you want a vetting process, then give them a pathway to citizenship. Under your process, there's going to be less people who have gone through the process vetted in the country.
What do you mean pathway to citizenship? Like
Yeah,
no
anyone who's in the
deportations?
country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship. There's nothing wrong.
Well, wait, how would you
economically
know
speaking.
that?
What do you mean? We give anyone who's in the country who has been here literally a pathway to citizenship.
No, you said that they didn't commit like a violent crime. How would you know that? Because they're undocumented, right? We don't know anything about them. So how would you know that they haven't? Because like the majority of even violent crimes are left unsolved.
Okay, in terms of that, then wouldn't the same thing be true for U.S. citizens? So we made a comparison based upon a study, right? And I'm referencing PNAS.org. That's a study that compares the crime rate specifically of U.S. citizens, right, who are born in the country, right, to immigrants, to undocumented immigrants as well. And it shows that undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
Right, and that's per capita too, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, that's just like whataboutism. That doesn't actually address the issue
What do
that
you
they're
mean?
a security concern.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does it mean? It's whataboutism. Like me reading off a statistic.
Because the argument I'm giving you is that they're a national security risk when we have tens of millions of undocumented migrants, and then when you go to
What's the national security risk?
native born. Wait, hold on. When you go to like American citizens and you say, oh well, they're more likely, that doesn't actually address the fact of them being an like a security risk.
Oh, okay. So yeah, natural-born U.S. citizens are a security risk. Just every typical citizen.
Again, it's
again, it's just
National security.
whataboutism, right?
Seriously, yeah, honestly, you know what? You might have an argument there because we voted in Donald Trump, right? You might have an argument there.
That's more just whataboutism. You're pivoting now to Trump
What are you talking about?
citizens and whatnot.
What do you mean
Because
by
I'm giving you an
whataboutism?
argument. Because you're not addressing the argument. You're just going to like other groups of people. You're not.
I
you're
am.
not, if,
I'm
can you- do you have an
addressing.
argument?
I'm addressing one
Wait.
of the premises.
Hold on. Do you have a rebuttal? Do you have like any argument to refute that they're not a security risk? Because that's my argument.
Yeah. So you
That's
well,
the argument
one.
I
Well,
came with, and
one.
you said you would refute it.
Wait. One. You have to give an argument for it actually being for any undocumented immigrant being a security risk, right? I was asking you for that
What do you mean,
argument, and
any
you're not providing it. What's the argument for that?
I did provide you the argument. Having tens of millions of undocumented migrants in a country when we know nothing about them, even especially when they're coming from countries with like little like T groups and shit like that, like that's not safe
Okay,
for the
so
country.
is
so
the
we
idea
should
that
deport
is
them
the
'cause they're
idea
doing-
that there are going to be more people coming to the country who are committing violent crimes? Is that the idea?
I'm sorry?
Is it the idea? Is your idea here that that's going to lead to more people committing violent crimes, or it's a threat to the country in terms of its like security in terms of crime? So what are you basing that on?
Really, like the point is that is this a risk for the country? It's not safe to have tens of millions of like undocumented
Wait, in
individuals
what
the
metric
country. I
though?
don't know anything
Based
about
on what
them.
metric? Safe based on what metric?
What do you mean? Can you
It's not safe
Can you-
based
what
on
do you
what
mean?
metric?
What do you mean on what metric? Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, like for example, like you could reference violent crime, and I could just give you a study that I just referenced that undocumented immigrants are commit crime at multiple times lower rates than natural born U.S. citizens. So what are you talking about? In what way specifically are you referencing?
Multiple? Hold on, is it multiple or they're just like half as likely? Because what study are you referring to?
PNAS.org, comparing the crime rates of undocumented immigrants to natural born U.S. citizens in what's it called Texas. That's what it says.
Oh, that's just for Texas, or is it more states?
That's specifically Texas.
Okay, well, there's more than Texas, right? But even so, it doesn't address. It's just because you're going to American citizens, and we're not talking about American citizens. We're just talking about the undocumented immigrants right now. You just keep going to like the American citizens.
Also,
That's all you're doing.
If you'd like to look at the bibliography, there's also dozens of sources in my bibliography set up by my friend Matt, who's a librarian, that like also demonstrate this.
What is this? Demonstrates what? That they're not a security risk?
That undocumented immigrants commit lower rates of crime than natural born U.S. citizens.
No. Hold on. Is it that they're not a security risk, or is that they commit less crime of the crimes that we have reported and we have have them arrested and like what we have right now? Because there's a difference, right? Because like I said, a lot of violent crimes go unsolved. There's a lot of gaps here. When you have tens of millions of undocumented immigrants, there's like a lot of gaps here that they're not filled, and that's why it's a security risk. That's why they should not be here.
Okay, so well, the data that we have is multi-state and multi-country.
You just said it's for Texas only.
That's what I was referencing. One study.
Wait, what?
I was referencing a singular study.
Yeah, you just gave me for Texas, dude, but it doesn't address the argument.
Yeah, but then
Can you
said like
can you steelman me?
Yeah, you're arguing that like I'm not accounting for like different places around the world, and I'm only accounting specifically for Texas, but particularly with just this study, right? Which is not a good argument, and the reason why that's not a good argument is because in my bibliography, right, we have plenty of other sources from other states and other countries.
Dude, that's not my argument.
That's what we were just addressing. That's what we were just talking about.
No, I said what was the argument that I came with?
Yeah, well,
that I told you. I said, hey, I'll give you.
Yeah, you're arguing.
When I came here, I said, hey, I'm gonna. Wait, hold on.
You're arguing that mass deportation is inevitable.
No, can I just tell you? I can tell you.
You think that the amount of people who are undocumented in the country, right, is bad and a national security threat for the country. That's what your argument is. And that's a horrible argument because you can't identify how undocumented.
Let me tell you.
Well, then identify to me specifically how undocumented immigrants are a national security.
Okay, you don't have to mute. Let me tell you. I'm saying when I came here, when I joined the live, I said, hey, I'm going to give you an argument, and you're just going to give me a refutation. And you're like, yep, sounds good. So I told you that the argument is that having tens of millions of undocumented migrants in that country, especially when they're from that came from countries that are
that are dangerous, that have these like very dangerous organizations, and we have these people coming in the tens of millions. It's not safe, so that's why we need mass deportations.
Not
Because
safe
there's
based
no.
on what metric? What fucking
What do
metric
mean?
are you referencing?
What metric? That like you want me to give you the countries that they come from, and like
No.
where
What? Not safe based on what metric?
Can you? I'm sorry. I'm not. What do you mean on what metric?
Why are
Can
you
explain that?
associating undocumented immigrants that are coming to the country with any level of crime that exists in any country they're coming from? It is the case that undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crime, right? Violent
Okay.
crime, drug crime, and property
I
crime
don't.
than natural-born U.S. citizens. You just won't admit this.
Again, you're just not following. I'm not saying
I
that
am
every
totally following.
undocumented immigrant. Hold on. I'm not saying that every undocumented immigrant is like wants to commit like a violent crime. I'm not saying because like I'll tell you like yeah, some of them may come here because they may be dangerous. Some of them may come here for a better life. The point I'm making is that we don't actually know that. We don't know anything about them. That's why it's a security risk. That's why we have vetting processes. That's why we don't just let anyone into the country. We have to check their background. We have to do interviews, things like that, right? With undocumented immigrants, we don't have any of that.
Hold on.
That's why
I
I'm saying we
understand.
need
So,
mass
so I
deportations.
understand, and that's and no.
Do,
It
do
doesn't
you
make sense
understand?
to do
Can you
mass
steal man what I said?
deportations. It doesn't make sense to
Wait,
do.
just steal man what I said. Just steal man what I said.
Please shut the fuck up and listen to what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense in that circumstance to do
Relax.
mass
Just steal man what I
deportation.
said, bro.
It doesn't make sense to do mass deportations in that specific circumstance. It makes sense instead in that circumstance to do mass amnesty because mass deportations in this circumstance, right, doesn't actually
Why?
incentivize the people who are in the country undocumented to go through the vetting process. If your issue specifically is how many people are vetted, you're gonna have less people vetted. And specifically, if you support mass deportation, because undocumented immigrants prefer, right, specifically exploitation to deportation. So undocumented immigrants are still going to try to be undocumented in the country, and there's still going to be millions of people in this country who are undocumented under your particular position who specifically have not been found by authorities, right? That's going to be the case under your perspective. Where under my worldview, more people specifically would be in the system documented because they would have a process that's quick and fast. And for anyone who's not trying to go through the documented process,
Okay,
it would
dude,
be
you're
easier.
talking to
It would
dude,
be easier for law enforcement to be able to identify them because less people who are going into the country and looking for a better life specifically would be going through the process undocumented because the documented process, right, goes so quickly. And they're so much more incentivized to
Okay.
go through the documented process so that they don't get exploited.
Okay, dude, I have ADHD, okay, so it's like hard to keep track. So like if you could please like don't go on these like very long
I'm sorry.
things,
Don't
right?
act like anything I just said there wasn't something that you understood. And if you didn't understand something, ask me a specific
Dude,
question.
it's just hard to keep up. That's why.
Ask
But
me
no,
a
I'm just telling you,
specific
just don't-
question. Then ask me a specific question about what I just said that you don't understand.
Okay, you're not. Well, that's the thing. Like, because you're going on for too long. Like, I lose focus. I apologize, but like, you have not once in this single conversation. You're saying that we should. You're saying the solution is mass amnesty, right?
Yes,
Does
for
that solve?
undocumented immigrants who have not committed
Okay.
violent crimes or bad crimes.
Okay. How do you know that? You don't know. You don't know anything about them. You don't know where they came from. You don't know their background. You don't know their history. How do you know that?
That's why you incentivize them to go through the legal process by saying that you're going to make the
Yes,
process
that's
go
why. That's why we
faster.
need deportations. If they want to come back, we can
That doesn't
deport.
make
If
any
they
sense.
want to come
I
back
just
through the
explained to
legal
you how that doesn't make
process.
any sense if you listened.
Okay, go ahead. Just try to be shorter this time, please. Because I might lose
All right.
focus. But I'm really trying here. I'm really trying to listen. I promise.
Okay. All right. So mass deportations are bad because it is the case that people are going to be incentivized to stay in the country undocumented because for them, it's either that they're going to be deported or that they're going to be exploited by someone who's specifically, right, taking advantage of their labor for lower than minimum wage. Right. And so it is going to be the case that in that circumstance, the person is going to prefer to stay in the country. So there are going to be millions of people under your worldview, right, that are going to be undocumented in the country. And what I'm saying is that the best way specifically to do this is to incentivize people who are in the country who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes to go through the legal process because it would go quick and they won't get kicked out because they're so incentivized to do that because it's not going to harm them. It's only going to benefit them. So given that that's true, right, more people who are already in the country will be documented.
Okay, so just correct me if I'm wrong here. So you're saying that if we were to go with the mass deportation route, it would lead to them like not wanting to leave and like they're going to be exploited by workers. By their
No,
employers, I mean?
I'm saying that like if you don't have a process of mass amnesty, the undocumented immigrants will continue to be undocumented immigrants, and it is the case that they will continue to be exploited. Right, when we can remove that exploitation from happening, at least according to our American legal standards, right, and it is the case that we can give them a legal pathway to citizenship that will also ensure that they're vetted and documented, because it will have a pathway to citizenship that is incredibly quick for them to get, which also doesn't mean that they have to leave the country. They can stay in the country.
Okay, but that's just a critique on the employers or like people like or like companies like trying to exploit these workers, these like undocumented migrants for lower wages. But that's not actually addressing the fact that it's a security risk. Like you
How?
really haven't done that at all, dude.
How is it a
You haven't
security
responded
risk?
to that. No.
No. You have to establish that it is a security risk.
I gave you the argument. It's a logical argument. It follows.
I'm sorry.
Tens of millions of
I'm sorry.
Can
You have to tell me specifically how it's a threat and what interest specifically, because what you were going to talk
like
about
you
could
want
be
like how much of a threat it is?
yeah, because
Like
what you're trying to portray it as is like there's going to be more crime, and what I showed you is that there's no good
I
evidence.
didn't
of more
necessarily
crime.
say that.
Then what are you saying specifically? Then be very clear with
I
what
didn't
you're
necessarily say
referencing.
that.
What attribute
No.
of undocumented immigrants is not going to be good for the country?
No, okay, this is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying every single one is a criminal, like a violent criminal. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just simply saying that it's that the having these people like at such high numbers, right? Coming in from these countries that are like very dangerous and like they have like they're like little literal T groups, right?
In what way
Having
are
them
the people coming to the country a threat? What way?
What do you mean by are they a threat?
It can't just
I
be
don't know
where
if I
they're
would
coming
consider them-
from. It has to be specifically a characteristic of them.
It's not
that
just
you are
no,
like
even
scared
if they
of.
came. Okay, dude. Even if they came from like even if someone were to come from like let's say a first world country or something like that, it would still be like having people like that would still be a security risk because we don't have like documents about them. We don't have it. We don't know where they are. We don't know like where they truly came from. We don't know anything about their
Okay,
background.
he's just gonna repeat the same thing. I have a few people I have to thank real quick. Can I just
Okay.
thank real people real quick? And
Go
then
ahead, yeah, sure.
I'll let you yap and run the same point that you've already run multiple times that I've already responded to on the live.
You haven't.
Yes, I've already literally responded to you have a burden of proof. That's just the reality of the matter. So can we get some W's for Marcus in the comment section right now for the fucking $100 YouTube super chat? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for them saying. I just want to point out that I wasn't a follower until I saw Parker cook Jordan Peterson. That's actually so funny. In the archives, and was shocked to find out Parker was a former Trump supporter. I couldn't picture it. Glad to have you on the right side of history, Parker. Yeah, I know. I'm happy to change over time. It's important in my process. That's also a huge reason why I come on here and I do these debates. I know people can change. Marcus, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Dylan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Marcus, again, thank you for the $10 twice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone saying thanks for the membership? My pleasure. Spread love. And thank you for the membership subscriptions, by the way. I must not have saw that in the chat because I was focused on the debate. But can we get some W's for Marcus in the comment section? That's fucking incredible. W's for Marcus. Seriously. Incredibly nice. Incredibly nice. I think it was 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. And Dylan, thank you for the $5. Thank you for notice how he didn't remember someone who don't support. What are you talking, Dylan? I remembered you. It's incredibly ironic. You're trolling. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So, would you agree that like the majority of these undocumented immigrants, or at least like a significant portion of them, come from countries that have cartels and things like that, and it's like dangerous? Would you agree to that?
I mean, I'd have to look at the statistics specifically, but whether or not someone
Yeah, I
comes
can
from
gi-
a whether or not someone
Sure, I
comes
can
from
give
a
you statistics if
whether
you want it.
whether or not someone comes from a dangerous country doesn't mean anything. For example, I'll ask you this question: during Germany,
You didn't answer the
No,
question.
I'll ask you a specific question.
You're just pivoting. You're
No, I'm
trying
not.
to shift it onto me, asking me a question.
I'm giving you a relevant hypothetical. I'm giving you a relevant
No, you're
hypothetical.
not. Can you answer?
I promise you I'm giving you a relevant hypothetical. I promise you I'm giving you a relevant hypothetical. So please listen in. So during the Holocaust, would you have allowed specifically Jewish refugees from Germany to come to the United States?
They're refugees.
Yeah.
You just said it. They're refugees.
Yeah, I'm asking.
Yeah, exactly. We have records on refugees. We can there's actually like some kind of process there. And again, that's just pivoting. So can you answer my question
no,
now?
hold up.
Stop pivoting.
Isn't it also true?
You're pivoting, Parker.
Isn't it also true that they come from
Dude, stop pivoting.
I'm about to kick you from the live because you're incredibly insufferable. Shut the fuck up.
You're
Okay?
literally pivoting.
Right? Are they coming from a country, right, that is incredibly dangerous?
Yes, but they're refugees.
So the fact that it is the case
Can I
that
answer? You didn't let me expand.
well, you can go back in the box and I'll let you expand after you shut the fuck up and get off my live. Incredibly insufferable to talk to you. I'm not going to even engage with it anymore. Right? Genuinely. Like I'm trying to get you to like understand one specific point and he's not trying to engage with that specific point. And I'm not going to try to engage with that any further if you're not going to engage with that point. That's an incredibly important point. If it is specifically true that they come from a dangerous country, then given that it's true that someone's coming from a dangerous country, that doesn't mean anything specifically about them as a person insofar as that you would restrict them from coming to the country. That's the point that we're making. So that person can hop back in the box. Given that I've now explained this, hopefully they listened. Can someone let me remember what their name is? But like that's all I needed to make. That's all the only point that I needed to make. What was his name? Me was his name. Okay. The officer back in the box. So I'll add him back up. But yeah, that person was just so insufferable. Jesus Christ.
All right, thank you for letting me back.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, dude. The thing is, though, right? They're refugee. Like you're comparing refugees to undocumented migrants. Refugees have, like, this is my argument, right? I'm not saying that because like they come from undocumented countries, that's why we should like deport them or something like that. My argument is that like they're going from these like dangerous countries and they're undocumented. If they're coming from dangerous countries, but like there's a process there, then yeah, no problem, they can come here. The Jews you're talking about, like they're coming here, they're refugees. There's a process. There's a vetting process. With undocumented migrants, there's nothing about that. There's no documents. There's no background. There's no history. There's literally nothing there at all. That's why it's a security risk. We can't just have anyone coming into the country when there's like no vetting process at all. That's just like incredibly stupid.
That's why I'm saying.
So
By the way,
can I ask you a question? Because I addressed that.
By the way, they're in the country currently undocumented. Your process isn't going to change that they're already in the country undocumented. My process will actually give them a pathway to citizenship that will then give you them documentation and vet them. You understand that, right? And
how would you vet them if there's no documents?
Because
if there's nothing.
Because they're incentivized to go through the legal process because they won't be deported and they will get legal papers. So then it will make the pool smaller, right, for law enforcement to be able to identify anyone who is coming who doesn't meet the set of criteria of a committed violent crime or bad crime.
No, that's the thing. There's There's nothing about them. We can't really like if we were to try to vet them, it wouldn't be the same as like if someone were to go through their legal ports of entry with their correct documents. So it's not like it's still gonna be a risk. You're not actually like really addressing it. So can I ask you a question now? Because I wanted to ask you a question.
You said that there's going to be a risk and that I'm not addressing a risk in what? What was the risk? You're not clarifying what the risk is.
I just told you when there's 10. What do you mean, dude? I've said it like
yeah. You're saying dangerous, but what does that imply specifically in the characteristics of people who are coming here that would then mean that they're a national security threat?
I'm saying as a whole, it's a risk. Yes.
How? In what way?
Because they're on. I mean, I'm probably just gonna be repeating myself here. But because they're undocumented and they're especially if they're coming from countries that are not safe, it's even worse.
So let's give them documents.
They don't have any. We don't know anything about them though. You're just saying just give them
because they're not going through the legal process.
We don't know their history.
So let's incentivize them to go through the legal process. This guy.
What?
Let's incentivize the people who are in the country already undocumented to go through the legal process.
No, but if they don't have any, what? If they didn't go through the legal process and they don't have any documents, then we don't know anything about them. That's literally the point.
Yes. So incentivize them to go through the legal process.
Yeah, they can go. They can come back with their documents if they want to join. If they want to enter this country, they have to go
Why
through the
why
legal ports
why
of
wouldn't
entry.
why wouldn't you just give them a process to do so while they're already in the country? Because
How does giving?
aren't they
How does
more
give?
if they came into the country undocumented, do you think they're just going to leave to be able to go through that process? No, they're going to want to go through a process by staying in the country. They already came
How
here.
does
Why would they
giving them?
leave?
Hold on. How does this giving them papers like not mitigate their security? We're just giving them papers. Like here you go. How would you say that they would go through this vetting process? How would that work exactly for
Yeah,
undocumented migrants?
yeah,
Do you
yeah.
know?
If we have a particular policy that has a process for immigration for or pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants that are in the country that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, any undocumented immigrant that's in the country that's not committed a violent crime or bad crime, here's that, and we'll go through
How do
the
you know that?
process because it's quick. Because then that will reduce the likelihood that they'll be exploited. They'll make
No. How
more.
do you know they've never?
They'll make more money.
Sorry. Go ahead.
They'll make more money.
Also, can I just say something real quick? Just like very
How do you
quickly.
know they're? How do you know
Hold
they've
on,
never
me,
committed a
me.
violent
What
crime?
you're forgetting, me, is that these other countries do have governments. They have embassies and they have consulates. When you go through the process, our government can contact those embassies and those consulates. Say, hey, we have this person with this birthday. They have given us all this information. We want their documents that your government has. That's how we give legal processes to people in the country currently. Is if someone doesn't have a document, they can go to their government and say, hey, I want these documents sent to the U.S. consulate, to the U.S. embassy, because I am processing certain things that are going on. So these governments can do that. It's not as if these countries have no documents and have no archives and just have no government basic system, right?
No, I mean, like the thing is, right? You're not like you're just saying like, oh, we can just go to these like countries and, ask them for paperwork. But like, what if they like? How do we know if they actually are giving us paperwork? How do we know if they even have any?
Well,
Like we
okay,
don't
hold on.
like.
Now that's a different claim. Now you're not only claiming that you don't trust the migrant themselves. Now you're saying that you don't trust the country. So
No, it's not
at
that we
what
don't trust.
point
I never
then?
said that.
But then that would
That's a
defeat
straw
them going
man.
back. No. You just said, how do we know? Right? Well,
No, that's a
that
straw man. That's not what
applies.
you want me to explain?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, is this? It's a gap. It's a hole. It's a security risk. It's just more of like It's like, oh well, how do we know? It's not that we distrust them or anything. It's just, well, how do we know? That's it. That's the
What do
whole.
you mean? How do we
That's why
know?
they have.
We do this every day of every hour. Somebody can go to their government, say, you have my documents from when I was there. Send them, please, to the United States because I'm in a process to become a citizen. That happens every single day. That's not something new. We have established relationships with these countries.
Denny, thank you for the $13 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Denny. Thank you. As well as I appreciate it. Essentially, thank you for the $15. Thank you.
And me, I mean, you're asking too, as if we have never done it before, right? Prior to Trump, the greatest conservative president that ever lived, Ronald Reagan, gave over 3 million people amnesty. Do you think that like he just handed out green cards?
Let me clarify. By the way, Matt's saying greatest under like Republicans' perspective.
Yes, not for me. Yes, obviously. So, but like he gave out 3 million people like full amnesty, right? Do you think that they just started like handing out green cards and stuff? No, there's a process in which the government can find these people and get their information. This is how it's worked for a long time. This is not new information.
No, because there's a lack of reliable information. Even if we're to go to these countries, there's not much reliable info.
According to you, but what I'm saying is that we
No,
have
it's not.
established. No, hold on. We have established relationships with these countries in which we can go to them and say, said person is asking for documents. Do you have their document? If they say yes, then they transfer them over. If they don't, then we have to go further. This is not a new process. You're being so skeptical of the process where no such skepticism is actually needed.
No, listen, that's not. It's still a security risk because, like, first of all, there's sometimes the records can be like unreliable or there could be a lack of records, and second, like they could still have committed crimes, but they were not caught, or there wasn't a like they may have committed crimes, but it's not caught or something like that.
You
So,
do know then
like,
that applies to migrants who are coming through the legal process too, right? Because if they're coming through the
That's
legal
why we
process
have a
and they haven't
vetting
been
process.
caught, we wouldn't know.
That's why we have a vetting. That's why we have a comprehensive
No,
vetting
how can
process
you
for
vet
them, and they come
something
through
for
legal
which they
ports of
wouldn't caught?
entry because
Wait,
they
hold
come in
on. How
because
can
they
you
come
vet
in with their.
something in which
Let me
someone wasn't
talk. Stop,
caught?
dude. Stop interrupting me. That's why there's a vetting
You're interrupting
process,
me,
and they
dude.
come with
Like,
their.
don't give me that bullshit.
Dude, why are you so? You're like so angry.
I'm not angry at all. You just keep talking. That's the problem.
Yapping. Go ahead, Matt.
No, I'm just saying. He said that like we have a crime that they weren't caught. Okay, fine. But then when they come in legally, how can we actually know that they did this crime that they were never caught in? Right? I mean, it works both ways. Okay, I mean, now you can unmute and you can yap for a while.
You know what? I really do like the mute button. That is the one thing I will always admit to. I fucking love the mute button. It's probably one of my favorite fucking things ever. It is amazing. It's so good.
Yeah. So can I talk now or?
A good mute button. You know what I mean? Like it's actually probably like my favorite thing to do. Azzy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Clove, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I got you, Clove. I got you, Clove.
Yes, me. You can talk now.
And then Marcus, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Marcus. I really appreciated the caller. Arguing against due process established in the middle of the 1300s is so misguided it isn't funny. Conservatives don't understand until the barrel is pointing at them. Matt is the fucking man. By the way, please share my tips with Matt. I got you. I will make sure to.
Thank you so much. All right, maybe you can go now.
Oh, and also one more person.
Yeah, so-
Jennifer, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Jennifer in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it, Jennifer. Give some W's for Jennifer in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Loop, I got it. Thank you so much for the $12.12. Thank you so much. I am making a wish. Don't worry. I did it.
Are you done?
Yeah,
Or-
I'm good. Don't worry. I was just doing it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, don't worry.
Oh, there's probably one more. I'm sure you can read it.
No, I don't have any more.
Okay.
Madison,
what was
thank
I
you so
saying
much
now?
for the dollar. I
Oh my
appreciate it.
God,
Thank
here
you
we
so
go.
much on Cash App. Thank you so much, Madison. I appreciate the dollar. Thank you.
Yeah, let it come in, guys. Let it come in.
Megan, thank you so much for the dollar. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Can I go ahead now? Like for real? Or you're just gonna
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, like I was saying, the like I mean this whole conversation has been really going all over the place, but a lot of crimes are left unsolved, right? And like when these undocumented immigrants coming in here, they're coming here with no paperwork. They're coming in from like poor countries that may not even be stabilized countries, there not be records. And so having them coming in
Anna,
here
thank you
in,
so
like,
much
the
for the
tens of
dollar
millions
to
is very
interrupt him. Thank you
dangerous.
so much, Anna.
I'll give you an, and I'll give
You're
you an
running,
example.
you're running
like,
the same argument. I can't believe it.
no, I'll give you an example.
Yeti, thank
Yeah,
you for the
dude,
£2.
we've been, like,
I
all
appreciate
over
it.
the place,
Azzy, thank
dude.
you for the £2 or $2. Thank you.
And like I'll give you an example, right? Like
That random girl, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, that random girl. I really appreciate it.
So Matt,
JP,
do you know
thank
the
you so
IS
much for the
group?
dollar. Thank you.
I don't want to say it on stream. You know what
Say
I'm
what,
talking about?
sorry?
The IS.
What?
I don't know if I can say it on live. They're 24. They're like it's like a T group. IS Islamic.
Okay, yeah, sure.
You get right. So they were in their peak in like what 2014.
Christian, thank you for the
2016
$5
maybe, I'm not
just to
sure.
interrupt him. Don't worry. I got you.
But would you say that like if we were having people coming in from like countries like Iraq or Syria and like these countries are destabilized with this like lack of records, do you think it would be a good idea to have these people like having undocumented people coming in from those countries especially when there's like organizations like IS. Like,
Well,
do you think that's a good
I
idea?
would prefer people to go through the documented process, and that's why we need to incentivize people to go through the documented process by specifically making the
No,
documented
but there's
process
lack of
going
records,
faster.
right?
For people who are already in the country, it's preferable to give mass amnesty to mass deportation because mass amnesty actually incentivizes people to go through the process.
I
Adam,
mean,
But no,
also
Adam, thank
the
you so much for the
it's
you mentioned
$5 for just for
Iraq.
interrupting that guy. Haley, thank
no,
you for the
but
five
hold on.
dollars.
It's
Thank you so much, Haley. I really
hold
appreciate
on a
it. Thank
second.
you. I really appreciate it, Haley. Thank
It's
you.
it
As
the
well as
countries
JP,
are
thank you
it's
for the dollar.
destabilized
Thank you so
countries.
much, JP. I really appreciate it. Just to interrupt him again. Thank you. Brianna, thank you so much for the dollar to interrupt. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Kyle.
Dude, they're
Go ahead, Matt. Appreciate
No,
that, bro. Thank you.
okay,
okay.
so I just can't
Me,
talk.
no,
Did
me.
you
Hold
get
on, hold on. Me, I'm going to
I was getting
respond to what you
cooked.
said, okay? Just let me respond to what you said, and then I'll let you respond back, okay? So you mentioned Iraq, right? And then, okay, we actually did set up legal processes to bring people over who we have vetted, mainly because we were the ones who destabilized the country, like we're the ones who caused it to like be like fucking destabilized, right? So like we had to set up the process while we were there, right? And so in many of these countries, I agree with you. In a country that is completely destabilized, has no working government, has nothing like that, right? You have to have a higher process. But many of the countries that we are talking about do not have that destabilization, right? And so the process that Parker is describing works perfectly well. So that's my response to that is that we already have processes in place to deal with these issues, and we know whether or not someone has committed a crime or not. And if they haven't committed a crime, or if they actually did and we don't know it, that's a problem for the system as a whole, because neither the legal process would also pick that up. Done talking.
Okay, wait.
Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5. Thank
uh,
you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
let me
Azzy,
see.
thank
Hold
you for the
on.
$2 to interrupt. Marcus, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Marcus. I really appreciate it. Andrew with the dollar. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Andrew. Thank you so much.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna look, just give me 1 second. Hold on. I'm gonna try to look something for you.
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you. For everyone on the stream, make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, tap the screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. We're at 1.6 million on TikTok. Everyone, let's try to get to 2 million. Everyone. Dean gets to this in like the first like fucking hour of the stream.
Man, yeah, I know. Dean comes up and says, "Hey, buddy, it's Dean," and then boom, 1 million likes.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Do give it a second, everyone.
I don't know what he's looking up. Hopefully, it's pertinent to this debate.
Yeah, is it pertinent?
I mean, because he's saying that, like, he's saying that we can still go to these countries and like go for their documents, right? Is that what he's talking about?
No, yes, I'm saying that in a normal process, if someone wants to become a citizen, right, you can go to the consulate, go to the embassy, go to their government, and you try to ask them if they have papers for this person.
Okay, 1 second.
M1, think of the $5. Thank you so much. I don't even know myself. Jennifer, think of the $5. Thank you. Do you know your neighbors?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't really talk to them, no.
Do you know that like your neighbors are more likely to commit a crime than any undocumented immigrant?
Maybe, sure. What? How does that refute my argument, though?
You're saying that they're a danger to the country, but you don't
I
think
said
that
they're a
your
security
neighbors.
risk,
You don't
yeah.
think you clearly don't believe your neighbors are dangerous, right? So if you
I
don't believe
know,
your
I mean,
neighbors are dangerous,
I don't
why do you
talk to
believe
them, so-
undocumented immigrants are dangerous?
I don't know if I ever used the language of like of them like those individuals as being quote dangerous. I just said
Okay.
that's a security risk. As a whole.
Okay.
I
So
said,
do you
'cause
think
as a
do you
whole,
think
they're
your
security
neighbor
risk.
is a security risk? National security risk.
I guess like if he committed a crime, yeah, and he's not in prison.
Wait.
Sure.
Sorry.
What?
Whoa. Go back. What was my question?
Yeah, he said if they're a security risk.
Yeah.
yeah, if someone like committed a crime and he's not like a very violent crime and he's not in prison, yeah, he's probably a security risk.
Okay, so given that undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes, they wouldn't be a security risk, right?
No, they still would be because we don't know anything about them. They're undocumented.
Okay. So the best way to know something about them, is it to go through a process to get them to identify themselves, or is it to deport them?
What do you mean? Like, can you explain? What do you mean identify? Like, they just say their names and that's it, or
No, you
they try to
incentivize
give
them
you
to go.
papers?
You incentivize them to go through the documentation process by making it go quickly.
I mean, yeah, if they can go to the legal ports of entry, but they have to take their ass out of the country first and come back in legally.
So what's the point of flying someone out of the country for them to just walk right back in?
Because this time we can vet them properly and they have all the documents.
Can't you vet them
that are
from within the
necessary.
country?
No, because they don't have
Acting
any
like
documents.
what I said, like this,
It's
like doesn't
unreliable
apply at
stuff.
all.
Why would they leave the country and go through the process that way when they could just stay in the country already?
And we can get the documents from their home government, and we can know where they're at. We can have their address, have all their information anyway. And then if it's fake, then we can, say, hey, leave the country.
Exactly. Like, it makes it easier to identify who's in the country for reasons that would be nefarious or would be outside of the context of our particular parameters in terms of haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime.
Yep.
Is that all you got?
No, sorry, I didn't know I was muted. Well, yeah, like I just told you, there's still like unreliable records, and there's even like ghost criminals, like Venezuelan gang members slipping into the U.S. as well.
Okay, so wouldn't it be
Well, you
easier
can
for
say
law
that about like
enforcement?
legal migration too.
Yeah, and wouldn't it be easier
Oh,
for
sorry.
law enforcement to identify them if it was the case that there were less people coming through the process undocumented just for a better life?
I mean, even with like legal migrants, like even if you were to say, because again, this is kind of just like, what about, because you're just going back to like legal migrants or like American citizens, but like, why would we make it worse by making it even harder for us with having all these like undocumented immigrants in here? It just doesn't make sense. Like, why would we make it harder on ourselves and all that shit?
Why does it make it harder on us to have undocumented immigrants in the country?
No, I'm saying it would be like, because you're saying like he's saying, oh, but like what about like the legal immigrants? It's like, well, yeah, like even if you're to say that, why would we make it even harder for us for like this whole vetting process by adding in undocumented immigrants as well? And then now we have to talk to their government and like do all this stuff, like when they can just come in here through legal ports of entry.
What do you mean? That's the same vetting process.
No, it's not. It's different.
And it's because we had fucked up processes in the first place. Because we just need to acknowledge our wrongs in our fucked up process. That doesn't make any sense. Luba, thank you for the $11.11. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Diabolical.
Anyways, is that it? Like, do you guys want to? Are we finished, or you guys want to keep talking?
I mean, I can talk about a million things. Do you have any more that you could talk about in your head? Because I can talk about a million things.
Let's see.
My chat doesn't like you though, so I'll probably kick you.
Yeah. So, well.
That's rough. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? I think I can do one more debate, chat. I think I can do one more. And then I got to get off.
Yep. It is late.
For you, it's even later. I did
It
get
is
on
late,
really.
I
I
know.
did get on a really late chat.
It's summer, but you know, so I don't have to really worry about it. But
Let's go on to the next person.
there's this person named Captain. You may bring them up. They're spamming the fuck out of the chat.
I saw him.
Okay.
Yo, what's up? How old are
Yo,
you?
yo.
How old are
Okay,
you?
so me,
Yeah.
Yeah.
28, 28.
Do you support Trump?
I mean, bro, I'm not even American, but like, I got my own opinion on this.
Appreciate the greeting heart.
So
Thank you so
like,
much. Appreciate you coming up. But I am just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump and do
I
support him. Thank you so much, though. Let's get this person up. Next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Marcus, think of the $5. That's so funny. Yeah, it was a good time kick. The next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. The next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. Yo, what's up? How
Come
old are
on
you?
up.
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I want to say, no, I just want to say I absolutely love you guys, and you guys are so amazing.
Appreciate
thank you, Ghost.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. It's interesting. You can see how much someone wants to be brought up on the live by how much they're spamming. You know, it's about it.
Yeah. I just want to say most NBA head coaches are black.
Appreciate you coming up. Appreciate you coming up. I actually am not quite sure on the specific demographics of coaches in the NBA. I think that was a point that I think Athena made that they're critiquing. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Trump, like all of the crazy radical Trump supporters, but I will say I do agree with like some of like the things that he pushes.
If you could go back in time and you could vote, who would you vote for, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
I would definitely still vote for Trump only because I just agree with more of Trump's.
And what was your birth year again?
24th, 2007.
And did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
When you were 17?
18.
And so to clarify, 2007, the election was in 2024. Can you do the math for me there? What is a 24 minus 7?
Here, I'm gonna try this person. I'm just curious of what they. All right, Isla, you got my attention. How old are you?
Hi. So I am 20.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay.
Was your birth year?
I just wanted to ask, first of all, a very good question because
Hold on. What's your birth year?
2005,
You said what month?
March.
And do you support Trump?
To be honest, first of all, I'm not from the U.S., but
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
They
I'm
got
just
me.
looking for some debates. Thank you for coming up. Jennifer, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You've been listening to your debates to your lives at work here in Michigan. I need to thank you for your amazingness. Thank you. Oh, Jennifer, thank you so much for the kind words. Get some W's for Jennifer in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I appreciate it. W's for Jennifer. Seriously, W's for Jennifer.
W Jennifer.
I feel like it's so late for everyone. You know, we're on the super late live.
Yeah.
I kind of enjoy.
Graveyard shift.
I kind of enjoy, being up late like this. I don't know.
Well, it's not that late for you. I mean, it's late, but it's not that late.
Yeah, Adam,
I
thank
mean,
you for $2.
like for
Thank
me,
you so
it's
much.
basically morning for me.
I am Adam. I got you. We're gonna get the next person up here for debate. Last person, everyone. I'm usually up until at least 3. I'm usually asleep by now. You know what? You know what really gets me asleep? Like when I'm cuddled up with my girlfriend and we're watching like TV. I'm just like immediate knocked out. You know what I mean? Like it's just immediate. Marcus, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
TV on when you sleep.
Got you, Marcus. Let me get this next person up here. Hold up. One person put in the comment section, bro is not Dean. Wow. Wow. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
How did you figure that out?
Wow. Dude, he just figured that one out. People are not trying to join in. What's going on? What's up with like MAGA being scared to debate? What's going on?
What's up with the answer me, Parker? I asked you, do you fall asleep with the TV on?
Marcus, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. Do I? Sometimes I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up? How old are you? Like sometimes I'm just like I'm trying to stay awake and I'm trying to watch, and I just like accidentally fall asleep.
You just conk out.
I just knock out. Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. It's almost 4 a.m. on the East Coast. One good debate. Hopefully we can. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
There's a variety of reasons. I liked his tariff policies, social policies.
Okay, so tariff policy. So can you tell me what a tariff is?
Yeah, tariff would be essentially a tax on imported goods.
Okay, for sure.
If you want to put it in simplistic terms, I guess.
Yeah. So that would be what a tariff is. Do you know who pays the tariff?
At the forefront, the person trying to distribute the goods within that country. Although, yes, oftentimes they are forwarded to the consumer.
Okay, cool, good answer. So American businesses that then pass it down to the American consumer. The American businesses importing the product. Okay, so that would cause prices to go up, correct? If implemented.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're totally okay with increasing the prices?
Yeah. So I mean, I think it would kind of what's the word? Influence or kind of what's the word I'm thinking of? Incentivize American companies to kind of produce within the country, and also incentivize other countries to produce goods that they want Americans to buy inside of America also offering Americans jobs potentially.
If we tariff a bunch of countries around the world, would there be less demand for American manufactured goods on the global stage?
I mean, who's to say really? But I mean, in the sense, right?
There absolutely would because of
He
retaliatory
took
tariffs.
yeah, sure. There's retaliatory tariffs, but at the same
Okay.
time, isn't the whole part of the tariff policy retaliatory in a sense because he was just tariffing countries that
No, it wasn't. It
that were
wasn't.
already tariffing us,
How is he
right? And
calculating the?
he did it at 50% of what each country
No,
was
that's wrong.
tariffing
That's a total lie.
US on.
Total lie
What are
because
you talking about?
because the way he calculated the percentage tariff was not based upon how you just defined a tariff.
I mean, aside from China, right? Pretty much every country that had a tariff on US exports, he was tariffing
Okay, to
50% to those
to
countries,
clarify,
right?
so how much did the penguins tariff us?
I don't know how many goods were going in and out of Antarctica, but
No, it wasn't. No, I wasn't talking about Antarctica. I'm talking about like a specific island that is only inhabited by penguins and has no imports or exports.
no, I'm not familiar with that specific island's tariffs.
How do we tariff an island that has no imports or exports? That only has penguins that inhabit it.
I mean, when tariffs are kind of a social construct, so I mean, you could really just tariff anything. I can tariff my refrigerator on goods that are coming in and out of it, but doesn't mean anybody's really gonna have to follow
Really?
it.
Your refrigerator is like sentient.
You could logically tariff your own refrigerator.
Really?
Doesn't mean
okay,
anybody's
so
gonna
sleep,
like really.
sleep. What I want you to do tonight, sleep, is find a piece of paper and write 50% tariff and like tack it to your fridge doors because I want your fruit to to know that thing is being fucking tariffed.
Imagine having a relationship with this guy.
Like I said, logically, you could. Like it does. You could.
Logically,
I mean,
yeah,
I honestly.
Okay,
Not to say that anything's really coming in and out of it that is going to be tariffed. I mean, I don't understand the tariffing an island that's only inhabited by penguins. You got me there, sure, but I mean, wasn't the point
is that
of the tariffs
retaliatory?
really just wasn't the entire point of tariffing to kind of at least get other countries to come to the table and actually make talks?
So to clarify, is it about renegotiation or the tariff being implemented to bring back domestic production?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear. There might have been a little.
Yeah. Is it about bringing back domestic production or is it about renegotiation for new trade policy? You can't have both.
I think it's fair to say renegotiation for trade policy.
Okay, so but weren't you just arguing before that you liked the tariff policy? So it seems like you don't really like the tariffs. You just like the trade policy.
I like the idea of using the tariffs to get countries back to the table to actually like renegotiate.
Why couldn't we have got
trade.
some of this trade policy specifically like with our allies without threatening them with tariffs? Like, did we really have to threaten Canada in order to be able to get trade policy with Canada? I think we could have just negotiated.
I mean,
I think if we have good allies like that, we negotiate. You don't threaten each other. What are we, an infant? What are we, like a 3-year-old that wants the toys more?
I mean, sure, call it a flex. I mean, did it work though?
No.
No, nobody's coming to the table to
Canada
talk.
now is economically more insular than they have been in decades. Like the amount of damage that has been done to our trade policy is going to take decades to overcome because they will not trust us ever again. And that's a problem because we had a very, very good relationship with Canada in terms of like our overall trade policy. Now that it's completely shot. Like, ask any Canadian. I don't care who you are. Like, ask any Canadian. They don't want to buy from us. They don't want to give to us. They don't want to do anything with us anymore. And I think they are very well justified in that. It's because we turned our back on the very policies and the very treaties that like we had with them. So why should they trust us anymore?
I don't think it necessarily has to do much about trust, right? I mean, did this not bring countries to the table to renegotiate?
No, there has not been
No,
one
it
single
didn't.
deal
No,
made.
nobody's coming to talk.
No. People are
Nobody's
at the
coming to the
table, but no
table.
deals have been made.
Sure, no deals have been made yet. I
Okay, so
mean,
then
it's
why are
still
you
a
why are
little
you
early
acting
to
like
really say.
so why are you like so happy with like art of the deal if it hasn't happened yet? Blake, thank you for the racing helmet, by the way.
I mean, what would have really brought anybody else to the table? I mean, have we really tried anything else? Did anything else work?
Yeah, conversation. We already had trade policy with them. Didn't Donald Trump do the USMCA? Right, and they actually reduced tariffs through that. So why did he go back on that trade policy if it was good?
Was it good enough? I mean,
Well, we didn't replace it. Did he replace it?
tell me if I'm wrong here. Has America become more of a consumer country or producing?
I have a question. Are you saying that he didn't draft good enough policy?
I mean, I'm not saying everybody's perfect. Maybe it wasn't a perfect policy. I mean, if it wasn't working, it wasn't working. But I mean,
And tell me what aspects of Donald Trump's trade policy were bad.
I mean, I couldn't pinpoint like any particular one if they were bad and they weren't working.
It's just
and they
because
weren't
Trump said
working.
it. It's just because Trump said it.
No, not necessarily because Trump said it. I don't necessarily agree with everything he says, but I will support him. I mean,
Well, did
it's
you have
not
any
like he
specific
hasn't
reason
done.
here? Do you have any specific reason here other than Trump said so?
What do you mean because Trump said so?
Do you have any other reason to believe this other than just Trump said so?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see any other ideas come into play that worked.
What? That's not a reason
To
to
solve
believe
the
it.
problem.
That's not a reason to believe it. That's just a reason not to believe other things. Adam, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
But also, what's the problem? Like what was the thing that is trying to be fixed when we're like tariffing Canada or something like that? Like what's the thing that like needs to be fixed?
I mean, a huge thing was America was relying on goods from other countries and they weren't producing enough. Like we used to be such a huge production company. We used to supply like a huge amount of resources, and now we're just a consumer country for the most part. Like all we're doing is buying.
What's
Like
wrong?
we don't
that
produce
okay?
What's
enough.
wrong?
We
What's
don't.
wrong?
We're not.
Why is that a bad thing?
Why is that a bad thing? Because if
Yeah.
we're relying on everybody else to provide our goods, like what are we doing, right? I mean, even when it comes to
All he has to say is, "What are we
plastics
doing?"
or I mean, when it comes to plastics or microchips, what we're getting them from China, right? And if right now they could be considered an enemy, right? Wouldn't that become a defense issue? If they're manufacturing our microchips?
Do you think that war between the United States and China is imminent?
Also, where else are we going to get like those microchips from? Like China has the largest reserve of rare earth minerals. Like we can't just go to other places. Like no other country has the amount that like they do.
I mean, would it not be fair to say that some Scandinavian countries have rare earth minerals?
Not to the same level. Like we could not.
Maybe.
There is no trading partner that has the size that China has, and China has so much that they export to everybody else. we are not the only ones. And so we are basically shutting off the only supply of rare earth minerals that we have. And even Donald Trump this week admitted it. He said they have the upper hand because they have so much of those rare earth minerals that like we have to deal with them because they can use that as leverage because we need it so badly.
Well, yeah, no, that's. I wouldn't say that's an inaccurate claim.
I know, but like, why get into a
So
like
why?
full scale war with them in trade, only to let them have the upper hand? Because they have things that we need. We cannot produce these things homegrown. It is like not possible. So why would we want to get into a full scale trade war with them over something that we desperately need?
I don't know why we would try and go into a trade war. If anything, just to know their hand. But if we know their hand and we know for a fact that they have the upper hand, and if they know that they have the upper hand, I mean, there's got to be some way to get everyone to the table, right?
Yes, but like, why start
Why
a full
threatening?
scale
Yeah.
trade war? But
Yeah.
like, that's the question. Why not bring them to
I
the
don't
table?
know.
And like,
I'm
say,
not
hey,
making a
what's the
prescription
deal?
here. I'm making a descriptive claim.
Yeah, I know, but
wait,
I'm
you are
saying
making a
Trump.
prescriptive claim by saying that these policies specifically are indicative of what should be the case, right? Because I was asking for like, what are reasons why you voted for Donald Trump, and you're saying these are things that like indicate we should like Donald Trump.
I didn't say it was the only reason, but I mean, it's a reason, right? Like he's looking into these things. Like, I mean, where was Biden on these things? Where was Kamala on these
Kamala.
things? Like,
Um,
sorry, Kamala.
on what specific things? I'll tell you.
I mean, for example, finding out what upper hand China has, what they have to offer us, and what we have to offer them. Like, I didn't hear anything about those talks. So if I'm just missing information here, I mean, why make them an enemy if
You're making all
they're supposed to be like our
you're
salvation?
making all
Aren't
point
you
for us.
making them an enemy by
Yeah,
tariffing
I'm
that's
them?
all.
not. That's what I'm saying. Like, why make them an enemy if they're supposed to be our salvation or they're supposed to be
No,
our
that's what
biggest
Donald Trump is
partner?
doing.
Like,
He turned a situation which was a nothing burger, right? There was no issue really here, and he took that and said, "I'm going to like blow it up, and I'm going to make it an issue." Now they can leverage their things that they have, such as the rare earth minerals, over our head, whereas before they like weren't doing that. Now, sure, they had like quotas and stuff, right? But they didn't have it over our head like do what we want or else we're going to cut you off. Now they're doing that to us. Like when they're in London right now, uh, doing all these talks, they're saying, "Oh, you better like say yes to what we say because we have all these minerals that you desperately need." And all we can say is, "Okay, yeah, because we do need them because they go in everything."
okay, well, I'm very curious to see where Trump's going to take that, right? Because I was also very skeptical about what he was going to do in the Middle East on his first term, and then came the Abraham Accords, which worked out for a while, right? I mean, am I wrong?
Well,
Like,
I
I
mean that's
mean,
like
in a way,
that's a peace
that we
deal, not like
didn't
a
in a
kind of economic thing.
Sure. I get it's like it's a whole different scenario, a whole different topic, right? But in a like we didn't think that there could be, or I at least didn't think that there could be actually at least a standing peace for a period of time in the Middle East, and then
Well, I mean,
it happened.
that piece may have
Like
failed like in the last 3 or 4
it,
hours. So
it, it
I'm not
definitely,
sure.
it definitely did fail recently, sure. But for a while, like, I mean, there was peace. I mean, we can agree on that.
Well, no, there was like a normalization,
Wait, do you think that Donald Trump
not
leads
full
to?
scale
Do you
peace.
think Donald Trump is like leads to peace and he's anti-war?
I believe he wants to be anti-war. I don't think there was any
Were you the type
new
of
wars or
person?
new conflict in his first term. In this term, I feel like
Hold up. I have a question.
it's a little shaky.
I have a question. Have you ever said that Donald Trump, as like a reason to vote for him, that there were no new wars under his administration?
In the first administration, I can't recall a single new war.
No, I'm just asking.
I would
Did you ever
hope
say
he would
that?
have. Did I ever say that? I mean, I just said in his first term, I didn't think there was any new wars, and I would hope he would follow the trend in his second term. I mean, did I? Am I missing the point here?
Yeah, I'm not asking about just his first administration. Matt, do you want to clarify my question? I don't know, man. I'm losing energy.
I am too. I think I kind of lost the plot.
He's asking if I said that I'm standing with Trump because I believe that Trump is absolutely for peace and no new wars, right?
No, I'm
And
asking. No. I'm asking if ever that you've said that there were no new wars under Trump's first administration as a reason to like vote for him.
it was sure I've said it. Yeah,
What happened to
and I
that?
believed it. What happened to that? I watched him degrade Zelensky in the White House pretty hard. That was hard to watch.
Yeah. The word you're looking for is embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was embarrassing. You know, like we're supposed to be kind of, or at least we thought he was supposed to be creating some sort of peace between Ukraine and Russia, and he just sat there and just drilled into Zelensky, which was rough to watch. Almost as bad as that botched extraction in Afghanistan. You know, America hasn't been making the best moves as far as foreign policies go. I mean,
Good reasons not to vote for Donald Trump.
I mean, mm,
I mean, like
what was the
let's
other?
think.
What was the other
From
valid
January
option?
20th until now, can we not say objectively that more bad things have happened in the world and in the United States than like good things?
Mm, dude, you're talking to
Because
someone.
I see nothing but chaos around me. Like I see nothing but chaos.
I mean, I've been seeing chaos around me for the past, golly. I live in California. It's rough out here, dude. Like it's been rough before Trump was
Okay.
reelected.
I'm sorry. I think I need to go to get off. Is there anything else you'd like to say or talk about?
Nah, dude, if you're spent, dude, like,
All right. Good night, man.
Yeah, we're tired, so we're gonna let you go. So thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, man. All right, let me catch up and say thank you to
Bye,
everyone.
Parker. Take care.
Of course, man. Appreciate you. Take care, man. Marcus, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Marcus. Let me make sure to say hi to everyone real quick. Or me, sorry, I can't speak. I'm at the point where I'm just cooked mentally. By the way, I would really appreciate everyone if you could check out the videos that I posted on YouTube. There's videos on YouTube. I've been putting a lot of work into the YouTube and stuff, so I would appreciate if you go check it out. I've been posting videos and stuff, a lot of videos, so there's lots of content for you to check out. Lots of content. But yeah, I love everyone. Have a great night, everyone. I'm gonna get off. I'm so tired. I will see everyone tomorrow.